If Bob7 wants to come back, I thought he was incredibly funny when he used to be on live streams, and I always thought that maybe he was in the right here. I always had it in the back of my head. So if he's looking for somewhere to come back to, my arms are open to Bob7, okay? Ultimately, this was motivated by a endless blood feud between Destiny and Sunday, where they're both constantly escalating, and that's the true motivation. It's not because he really wants to protect Pixie. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Scumbag behavior. Yeah, that's true. It is scumbag behavior.
We're gonna have words after this, all right? I'm messaging you right now in the Jewish Discord.
Okay.
That I don't think Dan cares about anything he's saying. I think he wants to prevent us from having this conversation. He's running interference.
Why didn't you do it?
Do what?
Yeah, exactly. Do what? Do what?
Wait,
you knew something. You
knew.
Yeah, I think that this is the beginning of a smear against Pixie.
If you're just here to bury Destiny, then leave. But I don't think, at least Max is here for that reason. Lav.
I am here to bury Destiny. Unequivocally, I'm here to bury Destiny.
Okay.
What's happening on JSTLK right now? Kuihman.
This is just the end with him finishing. Again, audio scuffed because my phone is in my pocket. And the argument a lot of people are making is, well, why was his phone in his pocket while he was recording a hookup with a random guy? Right?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, this has been going for...
Yeah. Oh, no, it's... Yeah, so maybe you're just not aware of the pervasiveness. I don't know why you guys are here. Why would you be here arguing if you have no idea what you're arguing? That's...
Thanks for the update / having us.
Thank you for the 20 Canadian, Mr. Enigmatic. I guess you're an Andrew fan. Thank you. That's hugely appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, I never was like arguing that sharing someone's news.
You did the whole baby in the fridge thing. It's okay. It's just I don't think you should be here familiar.
Diorio got
like,
cut off their heads and banished their
Oh,
souls.
stop. Okay. I disavow that. Do not. No, none of that. Not that. Okay. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Mr. Enigmatic. Hugely appreciated. Thank you so much.
After they realize they're hurting other people.
I need to wind
a good example, right? They're trying to use this example.
Because I don't think they're being I don't think that they had
that I know about you. And Desi had sent you a bunch of things that he knew involved other people's privacy.
George Floyd was a drug addict, bro. I don't care.
That's what she's saying, though.
Instantly check the videos that
consistently.
Wait, it was really just doing the like no perfect victim with Darius. Was he saying like I don't care if George Floyd was a drug addict, like talking about Pixie? Yeah, okay. Did he find the Bob7 stuff? Or do I need to find it for him? Did you find the Bob7? Or do you still need?
it was like a sexual recording.
Thank you for the $2, Spotboys. Thank you.
But, okay. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty insane.
Well,
Okay. Destiny, Bob7, Anina, you're gonna 14 minutes to main Bob7 allegation video. Addressing my allegation. This one. Or this one.
If you're gonna send any a long time ago, like an example of something, okay? So a long time ago. Okay, so a long time ago. So obviously, okay, me and Melina send nudes to people.
Yes,
me and Melina had a conversation of something, okay?
Let's watch JSTLK live and see what he's using this clip for, guys. We're gonna sit here on the outside with our faces pressed against the window.
Like, you help this all happen. I'll sit my white ass down and listen. Okay?
Who else? No, stop! Don't sing along to this one. Don't sing along to this one. Can I do this?
I wonder if he knew.
Bro, you're making. Well, hold on. Literally anybody. By the way, all of these people still have permissions to hop in if they want to talk in and if they want to hop in and make statements. Like everybody can hop in. Sorry, I needed this clip right here. So this is the clip that like this is why you would argue. One would argue, okay, that you basically you don't have a lot of like empathy or concern for people going like, oh, he feels really bad, because this was an argument that was brought up with Melina 4 years ago. This video was posted 4 years ago.
A long time ago. Okay, so a long time ago. So obviously, okay, me and Melina send nudes to people. Me and Melina had a conversation about there were a few girls we talked to. It was like, oh, cool, like we should record videos of like us fucking shit and send it to people. Like it's fun. So we do this. I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or me and Melina. And Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're gonna send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like let me know that first. because she wanted to be careful. It's like, oh, okay, sure, that was fine. I didn't think about it at the time because I didn't think it mattered, but yeah, sure. So I thought about that. So that was like an issue that me and Melina had that we talked about and then we resolved, right? The way that Bob told this to Bose was Bob told Bose that like I was secretly recording me and Melina having sex and then sending that to people, which is.
So,
What
like,
a
I'm just saying that if
crazy
you got, like,
allegation! So
this on tape, you probably gotta be
crazy! What a
pretty careful about
crazy
how you act
allegation!
moving forward, right? Like it's pretty.
Who would do that?
That's pretty rough. Again, I don't know if you guys are in the. I think.
Yeah, I'm watching the presentation.
Yeah, like that's pretty rough. Now I'm not saying he secretly recorded back then. I don't know, right? But I am saying that, like, this was already on tape 4 years ago, and more shit happened like after this, right? So I'd say you'd probably have to be very careful about this overall.
Well,
and I don't think
If Bob Seven wants to come, okay, I'm putting this out there. I'm putting this out into the ether. Okay, if Bob Seven wants to come back, I thought he was incredibly funny when he used to be on live streams, and I always thought that maybe he was in the right here. I always had it in the back of my head. So if he's looking for somewhere to come back to, my arms are open to Bob Seven. Okay.
these videos to more people, and then those videos ended up in this random 19-year-old's Discord inbox, right? Videos that Melina says I didn't consent to being released.
Okay, so
welcome back, Bob
to be
Seven.
clear, in this video, that maybe I'm retarded. Maybe that's not what I heard. Maybe I'm retarded here. But what I heard was him say that they had taken videos or whatever, and that Melina had approached him and said, hey, if you want to share these videos with new people, just let me know. And then he said, okay, I didn't think it was a big deal. I thought that was him stating that he just didn't think it was a big deal to let people the idea that he would have to do these things, but he accepted it. Like it was more Melina's idea that they would let each other know when they're sending it to new girls, then it was his. It was
not talk to me and like let me know if you're going to be doing, like I feel like that's an explicit ask for consent. Like, hey, I want to be able to okay you sending my videos to people. So like the idea that you would say, okay, I have no idea that I would need to get okays from people or that this is a problem, right? The idea, like he's already kind of been checked on this, like don't do this.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about. I see. Okay, so yeah, my bad. I thought you were making a different point, so I was being retarded. You're saying that this is a
I don't care about the secret recording
verbal.
thing.
Yeah, so you're talking about him verbally acknowledging that he was put on notice for sending videos to women regarding
like
sexual
for
acts.
Melina specifically, yes.
Yeah,
so already we have Melina who said this didn't happen in this case. Melina's on the record saying I didn't consent to that shit being sent to this random person, right? And
Yeah, I remember Destiny going crazy at JF being like 18, 19-year-olds, so like basically toddlers, and then he like meets Melina like a year later.
In a lot of different cases. So like the idea that like he didn't really think about it, I think that's pretty crazy because he's already been checked in the whole I didn't think about it thing. I guarantee you there would have been spin-off conversations from this where people go like, really, you didn't think about it at all? Like, and he would have had to talk through it, right? She was okay with it, but not with new people. Hold on, we can go back to the start of the timestamp. He says he sent it to somebody he shouldn't have sent it to. Like, hey, I'm not okay with like this new person that he had sent it to. Like, I did this. And then she said, hey, going forward, please don't do this anymore. Now, that is probably the most charitable interpretation of, I believe, very similar behavior.
A long time ago. Okay, so a long time ago. So obviously, okay, me and Melina send nudes to people. Me and Melina had a conversation about, there were a few girls we talked to. It was like, oh, cool, like we should record videos of like us fucking shit and send it to people. Like, it's fun. So we should record videos of us fucking and send it to like these few girls that we probably like have threesomes or some contact with, right? Do this. I kind of like have like my little archive of like Kuihman.
They record it. He puts it in his.
Dude, what a stupid fucking post this is. Why is it so funny? Breaking. Elliot Page now has 30 days to transition back to being Ellen Page or face life in prison. Shut, dude.
There were girls that I talked to past that I'd sent stuff of like either me or me and Melina, and Melina talked to me and she was like,
so there were girls who weren't a part of that group that we agreed to record for, right?
Talked to past that I'd sent stuff of like either me or me and Melina, and Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're gonna send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like let me know that first, because she wanted to be careful. And I was like, oh, okay, sure, that's fine.
Like, to me, that is describing this exact behavior but they were on better terms. And Melina, I think, had kind of, I don't remember the exact thing, but like conceivably, this is like the exact behavior, right? I believe this is like the exact behavior of like, I didn't really consider your consent. And then Melina had to explicitly say, no, you have to get my consent to send it to new people, right? Are we seeing this together?
I can see what you're specifically talking about there. But I just didn't hear that past that in that context. I didn't hear the past that.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, he sent it to new people outside of that original. Now, like you, without this other stuff, you can defend this and say like, oh, he fucked up and he thought like, hey, we
Terry A. Davis, as much as I love your name,
like
you are getting banned for crying out there. Guess what, buddy? I've been streaming for almost 10 hours. I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little bit tuckered out. I am freebooting JSTLK. Okay, I am.
Right? Or it's the dehumanization. I don't really think about other people thing that's like just broadly.
Yeah, it's either or. Either he's inconsiderate and doesn't consider those ramifications, or he considered it and then made a judgment.
Dude.
Yeah. What if he was thinking the odds of this getting out?
That's not relevant at all. It's still bad to do even if it didn't become public.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you disagree with that, Danny?
Yes, it's definitely still bad to do, but I don't think it's as. Oh no, it's still.
I mean,
yeah, it's bad.
I don't think it makes it worse that it became public as a result of these other people's actions. The action was isolated to that circumstance. It became worse or whatever. You could say the consequences were greater, but the action in of itself ran a risk of becoming public by sharing it with another person.
It's a bad way of living to be like, oh, is your
they're not actually saying much right now.
Unless you're caught, like that kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, I guess, yes, yeah, if that's what you're running with, yeah. The action in of itself is bad, regardless of whether or not it's public.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I got two dicks. I don't know. I got two. Hold on, shut up. This guy just says it was a matter of time before this became public. If he's sending it to random Discord e-girls, who else is he? I think this is the thing. Is like this behavior appears to be like so prevalent that that like I don't think it would ever have not happened. Like this would have been coming out eventually, right? Somebody would have connected the dots. It would have been like somebody new would have eventually gotten videos and gone, oh, here's all of the shit. Like, look, this all came out about me. Or sorry, this was all sent to me.
So personally, from my perspective, I don't know how prevalent this is.
Wait, Jake Weddle is in that thread doing victory laps on Mrgirl, the YouTube drama thread. Dude, this guy is pathetic. This guy wants to be a stand-up comedian, and he is replying to the thread, Kuihman Orbiter Mrgirl confesses his love of 17-year-olds when confronted and compared to Mrgirl. Let's watch the clip.
Ban that guy. 24-hour timeout. Go chase another 17-year-old? Yeah, and I'll do it. And you want to know what that is? Not pedophilia, motherfucker. What's childlike about a 17-year-old with big old fuck? Go ahead.
Okay. Nice. So...
Ban that guy. 24-hour timeout. Go chase another 17-year-old?
It's just so crazy.
Yeah, and I'll do it. And you want to know what that is? Not pedophilia, motherfucker. What's childlike about a 17-year-old with big old fuck?
Dude. Dick is hitting the mute at the perfect time as well. It's so based.
Go ahead.
Okay. Nice. So...
Dude.
People coming forward. I don't know. So again, this is an allegation. I feel quite strongly about it. But I would be, you know, I'm close friends with Cherry. I would be, you know, emotional about this. I fully believe her, and I'm willing to, you know, put my own credibility on the line to say, like, I believe this and I will platform this. But if this weren't to come out as true, I believe the non-consensual sharing stuff is extremely prevalent. So on that level, that's going to be more people, 100%. 100%. Little Bits, thank you for the gifted sub. All right, Danny, do you have any more sweeping you want to do for Destiny real quick before you peace out? Oh, look.
No.
In her Discord. Hey guys, you should all go support Pixie in this. All of this is really horrible, and I don't want to make a public statement just yet, but I think you should all praise how brave she is doing this.
True. Also, if you see someone like making fun of Pixie, give them your.
Yeah, there's plenty of things
yeah,
Pixie's
I agree.
done that you can make
I agree.
fun of. I just don't think
there's no reason. Like,
I just don't think going in on the sex tape is right. I think there's plenty of things you can make fun of Pixie for. Just going crazy about the sex tape is probably like, you know, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that.
Eventually go through the factual parts of these allegations, right? That's all we got to do is go through the factual elements of these allegations. little by little. Now, I realize I'm not giving you guys, like, we're not just doing an autistic reading of the facts right now. Lots of this stuff I've been familiar with. I'm comfortable doing this because I've read a bunch of them. We will probably at some point here go through like an autistic reading of the facts and the timeline. It'll all
Can you DM
happen.
me when you do that?
Yeah, sure.
Because I may not be around.
Yep.
Or anybody in chat, anybody who has my Discord or whatever, when he starts doing that, just in case he forgets, DM me. I want to see the breakdown specifically because I feel like I have a lot of my ducks in a row, but you never know when there's new stuff I hadn't seen.
Yep. Okay. Where are we gonna go from here? There's lots of stuff we could go to here. We were kind of reading, but I think we can listen to the Nicholas De Oreo call, which I thought was a little silly on Nicholas's part. I want Nicholas on. I'm gonna call him out.
Wait, Jason's got heat for Nick.
Okay.
What?
What did Nicholas was just like, I'm worried about, talking about this, and I was like, I don't know, maybe call him on Discord. Well, we'll call him in a little bit. Oh, he's streaming though, right? I think Nicholas is live right now.
No. So just join. I'm worried though, because live might break
Dan on Turkey Tom.
TOS.
Yeah, I did not. We should actually do that right now. We've watched the video. We've seen the allegations against Dan. Dan went on Turkey Tom.
Oh my god, live will break
Kuihman,
TOS. I
Turkey
can't
Tom.
trust it.
Are you getting Mrgirl on here?
I can't take the
Max
risk.
said he would be interested in joining. So we'll see. He said, I mean, possibly any minute now, basically. You ready to Kuihman? Nice. Okay. Yeah,
Wait,
possibly
Max
any
is
minute
going
now.
on?
So when is Kelly Jean hopping on? Kelly Jean's not been in the waiting room, so I don't know if she's been planning to come on or not.
You need to give.
I don't need to give her problems. I can
That's
just
why
drag her
he's
if I
go.
need to.
Okay.
Bye.
Good night.
I can just drag her if she really wants. Anyway, let's give this a listen, guys. Let's go. What about Wicked Supreme? I don't know if Supreme. So again, Supreme's somebody who's like close, and broadly in these cases, I like to give people who are close. Like I think Supreme and Destiny are close friends. I don't like to pressure those people to like make a statement immediately because there's a lot of emotions there, and like it's very difficult to be accurate in those times.
Guys, I'll be back in 2 seconds, okay?
I feel like I'm just gonna give deference to that. If Supreme wants to join, he can, but I wouldn't expect him to join tonight. Yeah, exactly. So this is when Dan hops on
everything you're sending me.
Turkey Tom stream.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so kind of a crazy day, huh?
Yeah. There was like a good meme that was posted, but probably without. Anyways, yes. I don't know. The whole thing is really fucked up situation. I don't understand why where this thing came from. As I said, I talked to Pixie one time. I'm on good terms with her, and when we talked, she was just like asking for advice. Destiny would probably be upset because I did like the opposite of sweeping. She was asking like about a bunch of legal shit, and I was to the point was like, well, let me see if I can find some attorneys to recommend to you. I wasn't like pushing one thing or the other. You won't find any logs or any crazy shit like that of me doing anything because they don't exist.
Okay. I mean, the only thing she said, as far as I could tell, is that you advised her that going public might.
What she was at the time. So the first time, something to be clear of, like,
we wouldn't want to not be clear, Dan. He just said just to be clear. By the way, just saying.
Before this happened,
okay, I'm back
because this was all obviously way after the Kiwi Farms thread and everything else. At that point, like people already, like a bunch of people already knew, so like the whole going public thing didn't make sense. I think she was concerned is that she didn't want it to spread, and I thought that was, if that's your ultimate goal, like that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So
that was my impression because I was hearing about this stuff, and I was under the impression that she didn't want any of it to be public. So I was like, she is the victim, so I'm not going.
Yeah, she did it.
Ah, fuck me.
What an idiot.
153 we were at. My bad, guys. I clicked off of it.
That she didn't want
Sometimes when I'm zoomed in like this.
So I was like, she is the victim, so I'm not going.
Yeah, she did it. That was the number one concern, is like anything she did would draw attention to it. And I was like, well, I would agree with that. So that's why she was asking about the legal stuff, because that could be potentially completely private. But at no point was I like, don't do this, don't do that.
God, there's a joke there that I'll just do it in the roundabout way, that she immediately reached out to her one Jewish friend to be like, I need a lawyer.
To be clear, I think like the person who's most
It's not funny. We shouldn't be joking at times like these, okay?
Anyone is specifically talking about right now, but
I mean, I think the point to be made though is like the hacker never would have had that in the first place if Destiny hadn't been sending this around, right?
Do you think do you think Pixie thinks like that? Do you think that thought ever rattled around her head like, that'll be able to get me a lawyer? Do you think Pixie? I think she's got that little, just like Nazi, like gene to her.
Like, I don't think
she looks like the type, right?
Even though that's bad, it's like,
okay,
as an example, a shitty example, but let's say that me and you are in a relationship and you've sent me your dick pics and we've been sending dick pics back and forth, and then your Discord gets hacked and someone leaks it. Like, how much are you at fault there, right? For
right,
like,
but the point. But the point is that Destiny also, which you seem to think
that's very true. That's very true, Anina. That's very true. There are clips of Pixie going crazy,
and I've seen your cock, and I send it to Nicholas Diorio, and Nicholas Diorio gets hacked. At which point you find out I've been sending pictures of your cock around.
Yeah, exactly. That's not good.
So just to be clear, this is true, right?
What's true?
That he leaked her nude without her consent.
That's what Pixie says on this type of thing. I don't have any inside information onto that front besides what.
Wait, did he really not? Maybe he didn't. Why? I don't know. Why would he be saying, "Oh, that's rough," right? Like, why would you say you should settle if you don't know? Why would you go like if you didn't think it happened? Why would you be talking about like how you could do the legal thing? That's pretty rough, in my opinion.
What's this? What's this? We've got a Ryle clip here. Jace Extreme earlier.
Right now, right? We're trying to argue. Is Destiny like a piece of shit that kind of like deserve this? Or right now, right? We're trying to argue. Is Destiny like a piece of shit that kind of like deserve this?
What? Wow, great clip. Wow. Thank you, Ryle. Wow. I'm so glad I keep clicking this guy's links. I'm so glad I always click Ryle links. It's always a treat. Do I jump in for a bit? I don't know if I think I will. Hi.
Hello.
I'm still streaming.
Different Jewish guy.
You're Jewish?
Sort of.
Very literally Jewish.
About anyone else, about as Jewish as anyone else online. Okay.
We're just thinking Dan might be joining. We're watching the Turkey Tom Dan call right now.
Oh yeah.
Heard you had some content. Heard you might have talked to Andrew Wilson.
I talked to Andrew Wilson. I talked to Dan. I talked to Nick. I talked to.
Nice. We'll see if Nick wants to hop on here.
Counterpoints
I feel like
as well. I argued counterpoints quite a while.
Yeah, the counterpoints one was interesting. We'll have to watch some of that tomorrow. We had Darius hop on here, and he went off a little bit. Okay.
I heard. I didn't see.
He was very. It was pretty crazy.
I always love to hear what Darius's thoughts are.
You should meet him.
Oh, I think.
I actually will never
invited
put
Max to
myself
join.
in a
He might hop on
position where
shortly.
I meet Darius in real life.
Hey, Lav, do you want to meet me IRL? I promise Darius won't show up.
I'd meet you IRL. I would not meet Darius.
I promise I won't bring Darius along. Pinky promise.
Yeah, good. I'd love also to meet Adriana.
All right, you'll probably get along with Adriana, but
I think I would too. Yeah.
Let's keep listening. See what else Dan says.
I guess my question is based on the
The
messages
thing, like,
that
why am
he
I conscious to say anything is because I just don't know what could have been the case. Like, I'm not going to say.
That's fair, and I understand that for sure. I guess for me, the reason why it seems to be the case to me is because in his DMs with her and Kyla's with
Again,
with her
I'm not.
as well.
I'm not sweeping for Kyla or for Destiny. I only sweep for myself. That's it.
That's fair. Just ignore chat. Ignore chat. I don't think you're sleeping. For me, it seems to be the case because of the direct acknowledgement of wrongdoing, right? And like, for example, Erudite saying, "Oh, well, Steven needs to understand nothing like this will ever happen again," and he feels so sorry for what happened. Like, if there was consent, why would there be acknowledgement of wrongdoing if Pixie had previously consented to the DMs, right? Or to the news being sent around, right? That's kind of my conclusion. And I assume Kyla wouldn't be trying to imply that unless that was the case.
I know this sounds strange. I actually speak.
Please, for the love of God, just say yes. That seems reasonable. Just say yes. That seems reasonable. I think that's the call here. Yes, that seems reasonable.
I know this sounds strange. I actually speak with Kyla like almost never at all. Like, it's very rarely. It was for booking stuff, and now we actually have. I'm finding new.
I don't even know who that person is. They're from another country. I know very little about this person.
Person for doing
Oh,
booking,
boy.
not because of anything, because of this, but like I
Yeah,
just
that Kyla's
genuinely
not the
don't
booker.
know
Yeah, stuff.
about that situation. I talked to Pixie one time because she wanted legal advice. That was it. One time.
Yeah, Jason,
okay?
did you hear
No
that?
point did that.
Kyla got
Was that your
fired.
what?
Or Kyla quit booking. She's not a booker now.
Oh, are you saying because he said was the booker?
Yeah, he said that she's not anymore because of stuff unrelated to this.
Oh.
He actually spoke more about it on my stream earlier, so I can fill you in if you want to know. Apparently,
I mean,
she
now I'm
basically
interested.
said
I didn't catch it, but
the money that Dan was willing to pay was not worth her time. She's too busy apparently. Lots of stuff going on.
I mean, I
probably
could see
that feminist podcast that she's setting up.
Yeah, that's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. Where do we have? Fuck, I had a meme around this. Give me 1 second. Oh, also, okay. Where are we at in terms of capacity in here? I think we're. Give me 1 second. Feminist podcast, you say? Don't do that one. Do this one. Boom. Kyla, just like Joe Biden and black people, Kyla's the true arbiter of feminism. You love to see it. You love to see it. Yeah. I mean, to be clear, Dan, sometimes I feel like Dan's kind of known for this, okay? He used to brag about it, right? Like slave wages. He pays slave wages. He used to brag about it. So I could see that. It's just not worth it. Let's see here. Meanwhile, she's setting up to be Amaranth's new horse girl PA. Something administrator? I saw that the streams with her.
Was I doing anything along?
Oh, sorry. Did they say it was just that basically it wasn't worth her time? That's
Yeah,
it?
that's what Dan told me earlier, was that
Kyla.
it wasn't worth the time. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kyla and Amaranth, personal assistant. Oh yeah, I mean, I knew Amaranth had horses. I knew they could bond over that.
About
for sure.
that situation. I talked to Pixie one time because she wanted legal advice. That was it. One time. Okay. And at no point of that was I doing anything along the lines of suggesting she didn't do anything or anything else. That's all that I'm really speaking to here on my front. I'm not retarded. I've met you. I'm not going to throw myself under the bus telling someone that they shouldn't do that. Like,
that's fair.
Jesus fucking Christ. That would be insane. Like literally nuts to do. So that was it. She asked for legal advice and I gave it to her, even though it was probably to the detriment of Steve to a certain extent, the things that I was saying. But
was that today? I believe that was today. Yeah, I had that image up. Yeah, I believe that was today. Lena posting about this.
You know, I was just that's what I did.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I haven't seen any evidence of you doing anything fucked up, so there's that.
You won't. You won't because it doesn't exist. Mainly because well, yeah. Oh, and I'm trying to think what else might come up with me specifically. Yeah, like I did the thing about Kiwi Farms. I said it was stupid to sue Kiwi Farms, and I stand by that. I think that's a lose situation across the fucking board.
Yeah, that wouldn't go anywhere. Yeah.
Like the only winner in that situation ever is going to be lawyers and attorneys. So that's why I said that.
I mean, and Kiwi Farms eventually.
Well, I mean, no, not necessarily, because they might lose the lawsuit, right, and fuck it over. But I mean, then Destiny will be fucked over by public perception because he's done irreparable damage to the internet in a way that his fan base won't be okay with, and no one else will be okay with. And yeah,
I feel like I think at most you could probably get like a restraining order to get them to take the images down. I don't think they'd like lose.
Sure, but I mean, I think what Dan's saying is that even in a hypothetical where Destiny has a crazy win against Kiwi Farms, he still loses ultimately, right?
Yeah, sure.
Like, yeah, that's it. So I don't want to make this a whole fucking thing or anything else along those lines. I don't know. There's a lot of people in this situation right now that are also like I see Lauren De Laguna made the fundraiser. President Sunday fucking hates Steve. Like, I'm just.
I mean, to be clear, there are a lot of like weird intentions around this, and even beyond that, anybody who's ever associated with Destiny is about to be accused of sweeping. And that's.
I literally don't. Why are they? They're saying so many. The I don't cares per second right now is like off the charts. Like completely irrelevant statements. Oh wow, they're gonna accuse us all of sweeping. Oh wow, they're fuck. What did Dan say? Dan just said something completely.
I mean, to be clear, there are a lot of like weird intentions around this. And
it's like Sunday hates Destiny and it's Lauren De Laguna who made the fundraiser. It's like we're just pointing to things because we don't want to confront the primary thing. That's what's happening. We don't want to confront the primary thing. I'm not saying they're sweeping. I'm saying they're pointing at things that are not relevant, right? Like the fact that Sunday made that video is relevant if the content of that video is incorrect. I didn't even show the Sunday video on stream because I knew people were going to push back instantly just from it being Sunday. I showed the Beckett video on stream because I know Beckett's got like less of a reputation. He's not known as somebody who hates Destiny. I don't have to push back against any of the narrativizing. Like he was also trying to be as neutral as possible. So I appreciated that.
Beyond that, anybody who's ever associated with Destiny is about to be accused of sweeping, and that's going to happen. But realistically, I think that stuff will die off as the sort of more important factors come into play regarding the people who are actually involved, which, as far as I can tell right now, seems to be Destiny, seems to be Kyla. And, you know, as far as anybody else that did anything wrong, I maybe I'm misremembering. I can't see anything yet, but yeah, it seems to be pretty fucking bad, dude. It seems to be pretty fucking bad. Apparently, Steven is making a statement in a few hours. I guess you don't have anything to say about that because you're.
I genuinely don't know what the fuck he's gonna say, but I assume it'll be like every other statement.
Excuse me, trying to get a TLDR on the Tiny situation? If he wants to join the Discord, it's discord.gg/JSTLK. Could easily drag him in if he joins the Discord. I doubt he's going to do that. Yeah, could easily give him an explanation.
Blogs and all sorts of other shit, because that's what Steve does always. So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you.
Awkward fucking spot to be put into, but.
Yeah, for me too. But yes,
Sagi Senpai, he did respond.
Are in a very awkward position.
What do you think about that as a meme? That's too much to post, right? Publicly.
You want me to click on this?
Yeah, you can click on that. You can play that.
Okay, let me see this.
I need a new dust filter for my Hoover Max Extract Pressure Pro Model 60. Can you help me with that?
Oof.
A pickup. How hot? Red hot. I know where that is. I'll be there.
I mean, I think you can post that if you want.
That's crazy. That's
pretty
crazy.
It's pretty nuts.
No, it is what it is.
You already sent it to me.
This response was just the Reddit response, guys.
Like, what's the
well, no, now it's out there in the Reddit.
So I understand Destiny's mostly like he's not really going to be able to respond tangibly to a lot of this because of legal concerns. But honestly. I said today, probably a bit of an emotional stream, so I might have a hard time. Over the coming days, we'll tease out exactly what's like provable, what's not provable. We'll do like a deep dive into it. I won't just leave us with like my impressions of stuff. We'll actually go through all of that stuff. But I am very confident with the overall. Oh, what's up, Dan? With the overall accusations of the non-consensual sharing of sexual imagery, that is just like open and shut. That happened. That's really bad. We can focus on that. How's it going, Dan?
It's going fine. You know what? I thought maybe I was a little bit too unclear, and I hate being unclear earlier.
You do hate being unclear.
I hate being unclear. So I think I should be crystal clear. At no point did I ever do anything besides answer Pixie's questions. At no point did I ever suggest that she shouldn't do anything she doesn't want to do, ever. Okay? I can't be more crystal than that. Ever.
Yeah, I'll help you out even. I think so with regards to that, I think some of your statements in here were a little goofy when Tom asked you like what you think happened, but it's fine. With regards to Pixie, I think you probably my assumption is, unless I get DMs like controverting this, based on what I've seen, is you probably just knew that she didn't want things to be public. And you took that into account when you were like, hey, here's like maybe your best approach, in my opinion.
It didn't even get that level. She was like, hey, if I sue, what should I do this? How should I do that? And I was like, it was questions along those lines, all that type of shit. So I just wanted to be clear, because I feel like there's too much. I don't know how I got dragged into this. I had one call after speaking with Lonerbox. I don't know how the fuck this happened. How did this happen to me? Okay, God damn it. Everyone, as you said, everyone goes to the fucking Jewish friend when they need legal advice. It's so fucked up.
Yeah, it happens. It's a common thing. Yeah, if I ever accidentally kill somebody, I'm calling Kuihman immediately. What do I do? What do I do? Nothing to do with the Jewish thing. I just assume he's got a lot of experience there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But also, I'll defend my other shit there. He's asking tough questions that I don't want to give an answer to until I know the facts. Like if I'm like, hey, so man, this is really fucked up. Steve's like a evil dude, and it's like, well, based on what has been said, if that's true, that's true. I'm not gonna just, fucking be like, yeah, well, the evidence there is there. Fuck it. I don't do that. Just like if it was my kid or my dad that fucking is being accused of murdering someone. You know what? You know whose side I'm on? My dad's side. My kid's side. He murdered someone? I don't think so. Let me see the evidence. So
Yeah,
but
I already said that's how I see it. Is like people, if you're like this person's best friend, I don't expect you to make strong statements like the day of. I think that's unreasonable.
It's not even making a strong statement. It's just waiting for information. Like Steve, like all I can say is if this stuff is true, as people say it is, that it's bad and that he's a fucking sex addict and shit should change if that's the case. But if it's not the case, I don't want to be going and making a statement that's going to be held against him as a result of it. He has enough shit.
Okay, Dan, I wanna give you just a bit of a little bit of advice here. Don't say stuff like he's a sex addict and needs to change. That sounds like downplaying. That sounds like you're just saying, well, the problem is he's just an addict. When really it's like the issue is he repeatedly violated women's consent in theory, right? Hypothetically, allegedly. Like it's not about being a sex addict. He can have a lot of sex. No one's really complaining about having a lot of sex or being a coom or being a goon or whatever you want to call it. That they're saying.
Well, I guess what you would say
you
in that,
repeatedly
right,
violated
nobody's
consent.
making. So the thought there is like nobody is shitting on someone for being a heroin addict or being like an alcoholic. Like they shit on you because you end up
because they're like scamming their family or
yes,
exactly. Yes,
right. It's the stuff that goes along with that. It's not the act itself that's bad. It's the other shit. That's all.
Sure, yeah. Just it'll always come off like you're sweeping if you say stuff like he's a sex addict and stuff like that.
What? The good part is I just genuinely don't give a fuck. As I said, I only care about myself. Really, at the end of the day. So that's the only man I'm here to protect. So,
Wait, do we have 3 Jewish people in here?
Could be 4 very quickly.
There's
We'll
one,
see.
basically.
Are we outnumbered, JSTLK?
All you guys are against.
I'm always. This is my
Steve.
constant state. Okay.
I have to.
Surrounded by these
I can't
people.
let Mrgirl come in here unchallenged.
Challenge unchecked.
I think we're outnumbered.
Yeah. You think? I assume you're on the other side as well, Ahrelevant.
Oh no! Oh no!
Is it not?
Wait, I'm on the other side of what?
Is it not me standing alone in this Discord call right here to protect against Max?
No, I imagine that. Well, actually, it depends on what he says.
Okay, I'm fine to do it. I genuinely like said this before. I don't know it was on this channel because my memory is so bad. When your memory is really bad, all you can do is like just not do retarded shit, and then you don't have to worry about having a bad memory because you know that your past self would never fuck you over that hard. That's it. My memory fucking sucks. That's it. I can't remember the shit that I've done, but I can remember that I would never be so fucking retarded to do like retarded shit. That's it. That's the easiest way.
I agree. That's something that I've done as well. So people be like, "You did this," and I'll be like, "I'm pretty sure I'm not the type of person to do that. I don't remember the instance, but I don't think I'm the type of person to do it."
Yeah, you can put faith in your past self a little bit.
Uh-oh.
What?
Who is it?
Hello. Oh, Darius joined, and then his mic's muted. So unlucky.
We're not interested in what Darius has to say, or what?
He spurred the fuck out earlier. He was just screaming the whole time he was on. So he kind of lost his.
That doesn't sound like Darius. That would be someone else.
Doesn't.
Oh, this is the sweeping people are talking about. So wait, I'm just curious. So hypothetically, the only way that Destiny didn't share these videos non-consensually is if either the alleged people or the people inside of the videos consented and are lying about not consenting.
There was 3 options. There's 3 things. I can only remember 2. So here's 2 options. Number 1 is that they consented. Okay. That's number 1. So that could be true or could not be true. Right now we're assuming it's not true because Pixie is saying that she didn't consent, but maybe there's a secret recording where she does consent.
Okay. Just a second though, because it's not just the Pixie says she didn't consent, it's the Destiny seems to accept fault in the DMs where they're talking about it, right?
No.
Destiny literally says, "I accepted. I violated your consent in the worst."
All right, so that weighs out. Number 1 out.
Okay. Yep.
All right, what's number 2 or number 3? Fuck, my memory is so bad.
Number 2, in my mind, is that the individual or he was somehow his own account was hacked, and then
I can't. That's out from the Reddit posts. That's out.
No, it's totally out. It's not true. That's not like we have a strong like chain of how this first got leaked and like everything that happened there. Like we don't. It's not confusing. It wasn't his account that was hacked.
I can't fucking remember all the. There's like yeah.
Okay, so then somebody else then with more information than me. Can you give me the greatest sweeping you've ever seen in your entire life? Greatest sweep job.
It would have to be.
Pick up the broom.
It literally has to be
one last
multiple.
time.
Yeah, sure. It literally has to be multiple. Good
job.
one. Fucking loser. Get this guy out of here.
One last time,
so
JSTLK. For all time's
multiple
sake.
women basically coordinating amongst themselves to propagate this. I believe we have 3 that we're aware of like people who have in some way like been a part of this leak. They would have to essentially be coordinating, at least. So at minimum, Pixie and Melina, and then possibly now Cherry would be independently like coordinating to say that this happened. And I find that very unlikely. I find that extreme, right? They're okay. I mean, you can go, so they'd have to be coordinating. If you don't know, some of these people don't necessarily like each other very much.
Yes, but they
also,
may be united in their common hatred.
Sure, that's possible. I think.
Well,
I don't think so. I think broadly we don't even need to entertain this so much just because of the tweet, right? Where he says, like he explicitly says,
yeah.
I just didn't want this to come off like, hey, bitch, LOL, I know I violated your trust in the worst way ever, but here's some money, have fun. Is like when he's talking to Straight Raid about giving her some money.
Okay, so in regards to, so that was, just to be clear, a Discord message in response to the leaks, including with Pixie being a part of those leaks, right? That's what that is? Okay.
Yes.
And how was that? Did Straight Raid just link that? I'm assuming Destiny didn't.
I think so. This was a part of the Straight Raid leaks, yeah. So Straight Raid leaked messages to Sunday and a couple other people, and this would be a part of them, the ones that she.
Okay. Yeah. Again, with the best sweeping possible, I don't see how you can avoid that he sent those messages or sent the videos without the consent, which, in my opinion, is the biggest indictment. Am I being retarded? Is there any way to avoid that?
I don't again, he would have to be retarded in addition to them collaborating or coordinating.
Yeah, he would have to have retardedly accepted fault for something he didn't do, and then them coordinate.
Just if it's not clear, we're trying to make it clear how retarded it would be to think that this didn't happen.
Yeah.
And what about
conspiracy
for Cherry?
brain? We're trying to make it clear that it's like completely fucking retarded.
And what about for Cherry?
I'm not gonna go into that. Listen.
But did you hear the
I think
recording?
this is true. Nope. I've said that. I didn't hear the recording. I will verify it at some point in the near future. Nope, I didn't. I explicitly said I didn't.
Oh.
So how much have you spoken about the Cherry stuff? What's been said about the Cherry stuff and stuff surrounding that? Where are we at with that?
So this is basically there was an audio recording. Somebody reached out to Cherry. They DM'd her and said, "Hey, I was sent things from." Okay, get out of here. I did not say that. That's an insane clip to make. Get the fuck out of here. I just made that clip. That's fucking insane.
What was said?
It's a clip that's titled like I said the victims were coordinating. Somebody clipped me out of context, okay?
Yeah, ban him. That Sugarman guy? I don't like that guy.
Okay, I get why you wouldn't like that guy. That guy's name is Dan Sugarman. Okay. Need to not meme. No memeing mode. Okay. So what happened with this was Cherry was reached out to by somebody. They said I had obviously implying they had a relationship with Destiny. They were given, I believe, I can't say they were given at least a minimum recording that was they thought sounded like Cherry. Cherry said, "Oh, I'll listen to it." Cherry listened to it, realized it was of her. It was a recording of of them having sex, and seemed to be like something she recognized, and so she said, I didn't even consent to this being recorded. Right? Random person? Are you saying we know who sent this to her? Because I don't. I was not told who sent it to her. I don't know if it matters, right? Yeah, I don't know who sent it. How did that person get that recording? They claim that person, so this is serious. The person who received the recording from Destiny was not aware. I did not consent to the recording. They recognized me by my voice and messaged me today out of concern. I don't feel comfortable sharing more right now.
Is this Lauren De Laguna vindication? Is that what's happening here?
It could be.
Wow. That would look bad for you.
We'll see. I literally said in my Discord, it looks like I might owe Lauren De Laguna an apology. But it's not like I would owe her an apology, although she didn't have proof or even like what she meant. But I'm guessing there are a lot of weird things going on there. I think there's a lot of issues here around people having like feelings and not wanting to burn this person, right? That seems to be the case to me, is like nobody is ever like 100% out of these situations. They don't want to like burn someone on the way out. They don't want to ruin maybe future prospects or something, right? Yeah, it's just like there's a lot of reasons she might not have been willing to prove or say like very precisely what she meant when she was talking about the recording stuff. But I think if I remember correctly, I feel like it was pretty clear that oh, hold on. I feel like it was pretty clear that she originally meant like the Faro recordings. But then oh man, yeah. No, it's a bad situation. I think I was like, oh, I think she's implying Destiny recorded sex, and that seems insane. Yep.
So
I
okay.
feel bad for that now.
So, what did you reply to the RTBA message about you?
Nope. Which one?
Oh, you didn't see that.
I haven't looked at anything from DGG. Nobody sent me stuff. I like RTBA. I think as we go through this, that's somebody who's had like a 10-year relationship with Destiny. I'm not going to take the things they say and say like, I'm not going to say that they're like this is a thing that was like calculated or anything. Might be just emotional or something. I can look at it if you want to link it.
I'll send it to you.
Sad to witness JSTLK throwing away what he's built. He's lacking information. It's from the people he's trusting to give him a truthful picture. Not Cherry, just to be clear. So if he hasn't got any info from other people involved, it's just Schizo KF post, then bro deserves to burn down his own house. Oh, yeah. Trust me. We filled out every form in triplicate here, okay? I'm not concerned about this. This is like a conditional thing too. So he's saying if I haven't gotten any info from the people involved, and it's just Schizo KF posts, but that's not it. So I think that I probably agree with this, right? That like if I haven't talked to anybody, I would agree with it too. I would like agree with this. So but that's not the case. Yeah. Okay. Where are we going next? We hadn't quite finished this, I don't believe. Dan, Turkey Tom. We got Dan here now. I don't even know where else they're going. Yeah, I saw that.
Where is Mrgirl?
How'd that go?
Yeah, it was okay.
I think he's a little concerned about the tone that this conversation's taking.
This is like a 5v1 against Destiny. I think he'll be fine.
I just think he has the way he looks at things. I feel like it's listen. I think he's a little less. How do I put it?
Listen.
He doesn't like joking about stuff like this. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like, and like the hypothetical, like, oh, give me the steel man for how this could not be true. I think that not cool to that guy, which is fine. I said when I first invited him, I was like, hey, the tone is probably like, it's not a super serious show, so we might be joking at points. I understand if you don't want to participate. So
yep, fair enough.
Listen, he can join whenever he wants, if he wants to. I might have said he was thinking about coming on. He didn't commit to coming on. He said if I do come on, it'll be around here or something. So if he doesn't want to come on, that's up to him. That's totally fine. I just figured I'd ask. I'd see.
Max, if you don't come on, you're gay and your whole family's dying.
Jesus.
That's what she said.
Well, he's got to come on now. He has no choice.
Almost certainly. Okay. Where are we going from here? We've read the legal arc post. I think the unfortunate thing here was, so I do not believe I violated any laws, and since Pixie admitted, so I think with the Pixie thing, I'm pretty sure he hasn't. We'll see how the Cherry thing plays itself out. We'll see on that one.
I hate it. I
pay Mrgirl to come on. Not sure about that. I don't think he takes money for this kind of thing. Go ahead, Relly.
I was gonna say I don't like it how whenever there's like a situation like this, everybody turns into a lawyer and everybody knows exactly what's legal and illegal and stuff like that, and then people are like weighing in. This is obviously illegal. This is obviously not illegal. So cringe. It's like you don't know, Lou. None of us know.
Yeah, true. Pisco might know. Yeah, that is
Yeah, Pisco might be interested in.
I don't know if I feel like Pisco's probably not going to want to come on and participate in this.
Did you see his clip?
Is this chat N-word friendly? That depends on what you mean by that.
No.
I feel like so. Don't type the N-word in that chat. But if you are just a racist person, you're asking if we're friendly to other races, then yeah, we're friendly to all races in this chat. Do not type the N-word in my chat though. Well, hard R. Okay.
Did you see the Pisco and the Conor Boy and all that clip? Or
nope.
Wait, what?
I've been mostly going through and catching up on the day, like the parts I was sleeping during. So
yeah,
I am.
Do that too.
Any betting men in here? Kuihman?
No, not really. What's your bet?
Depends
Like,
on the
pitch it.
bet.
Yeah, pitch it.
Me 100%. I'm a degenerate.
JSTLK is a fucking freak. Okay, if you want that.
Okay, here's the thing. So we lost Lily Pichu today. Okay.
Wait,
Did she make a statement, or is it just that they said them saying that
the
she
unfollow on Instagram and the unfollow on Instagram and
That's devastating. That is devastating.
the question is, do you think that
right there.
Pisco and Josiah can survive the storm?
Like, will they not jump ship? Is that what you mean?
That is pretty much exactly what would they survive the storm. Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know
well-
if you mean like they're gonna get canceled by proxy or something.
It means will they jump ship? How about that?
I think Josiah's got to go. I think Josiah's got way too big a thing built for himself to risk it on this. I think he's got like 400 or 500,000 subs or something. He might be up to 600,000 now. I think he's got way too much to risk it on this.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he will.
Will Dan survive the storm? I'll just fucking go on Kuihman show. I'll be fine.
Based. Josiah's already said it's disgusting. So
not good.
It would depend. So I think for all of these people, I think it's going to depend a lot on how honest like Destiny was with each of these people individually, right? Like Destiny was just doing a bunch of work with Pisco. If Destiny was if Destiny's very honest with Pisco, like, hey, I really fucked up, here's the things I did, and Pisco was able to like process that before he had a mob breathing down his neck, maybe. Hitch and Akana Boy said it was bad. Oh shit, they're live right now.
Camera, bro. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. I don't know if
you need to
wanted
do that. You need to unmute it and keep it like camera on when you do that.
That was rough.
Pixie, content creator that we are all familiar with, made allegations about another content creator that we all know and have collaborated with, Destiny, that he shared non-consensual images, explicit images of her non-consensually. And there's litigation going on right now, so it's pretty complicated as far as that goes, but we've been asked to talk about it, so we're going to very quickly address it and then move on to what the topic of Live and Learn is, which is politics, which is our milieu. So,
okay.
I don't know who wants to go first, but
I can take it
oh
away.
man,
yeah, Pisco.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for introducing it. Obviously, I'm very good friends with Steven. I also met Pixie in Miami. I thought that it was great conversations. We're gonna go get dinner. It sounds like there's been a lot of really bad damage that potentially has occurred, that these leaks and situations have been very, very impactful. But the reason I'm being cagey is because I'm a lawyer. I know these people, and it is certainly not appropriate for me to talk about it given my position at the time. And I like just being 100% real with you guys.
I think Pisco's got the absolute out here of like, this is legal. I literally have an ethical guideline that I have to like abide by.
Yeah.
He
to be honest, I like respect that. Though. I like when I saw that, I was like, you know what, people saying you sweep him, but like I'm totally fine with this happening.
Well, like,
you know what? I'm gonna say I won't. Okay, because I'll tell you, unless he's Steve's attorney, lawyers fucking speculate on shit all the fucking time. Fuck that. Get in this shit with me, Pisco. Fuck out of here.
Real.
Dan's the drowning man, and Pisco's
I'm literally,
like, on the
I
edge
will
of the
fucking
ship,
pull
grabs
all
his
these
hand.
motherfuckers down with me. All right. If you're Steve's attorney, yeah, you can shut the fuck up. Otherwise, get in the fucking streets and start commenting. Do you disavow Pisco? Do you?
Real.
Guys, you're not gonna bully me to give a more,
Oh shit!
Subjective
He's talking to you,
about
Dan.
my beliefs on this. And
He just responded directly to you, Dan. That's crazy.
so
I am
definitely
bullying.
not gonna get into the nitty gritty specifics. I think it's a bad situation. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Hutch, Akana Boy.
Wait, stop. As an economics professor, it would be impractical for me to comment on this due to my deep mathematical insights on this. So as a result, I got to really wait to see how the statistics look on this type of situation before I can give a nuanced take on this. What the fuck,
Hutch so
man?
excited. Hutch is so excited.
These guys
right
better
now. That's
fucking.
crazy.
They better sweep or destroy. That's it. I accept nothing less.
Dude, nothing gets Hutch interest like revenge porn. Clearly, it's just like raring to go.
He's into it. Damn.
Yeah.
You want me to go?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess Hutch and I are a little bit, and Josiah as well, a little bit more detached from the situation than Pisco. I mean, look, I read as much as I could. similar to what Pisco said, with some sort of vague amount of legal situations going on. I mean, I guess we'll probably get more information about this eventually to come to a more concrete opinion of it. But obviously, look, a total
Oh, is Vito in
just
chat? I
complete
didn't see
sympathy for Pixie. Anybody who's ever known anybody who's been the victim of revenge porn, however it originates, just however, porn of people gets leaked onto the internet. It's obviously a really terrible situation. And, I have no reason to doubt that she's gone through a lot of anguish with regards to this situation. And so tons of sympathy for her.
Vito's watching.
With regards to Destiny specifically, I mean, look, insofar as, if he was sharing nudes of people without their consent, that's just obviously super fucked up. But we don't necessarily know all the details about it. And I don't want to have like an outsized, strong opinion on it without all the information. So unfortunately, this is just one of those things, like you have to wait like probably a year or more, depending on the pending legal stuff to
maybe
kind of see all the information.
TLDR for Vito? Is Vito here? So Vito's watching. Was Vito confused or is he caught up?
Is that Vito from
I feel like
Dick
Vito's
and
caught
Vito?
up.
Vito from Dick and
Yeah,
Vito?
it is.
Hey, Vito, fuck you rescheduling fucking retard. All right? Like 10 fucking times you've tried to get this dipshit on the show.
Vito
and
knew.
He keeps fucking... You know what?
Hashtag Vito knew.
He didn't fucking know.
Vito
He knew and
knew.
he fucking said nothing. He said nothing. He only cared about himself. Okay? He kept pushing it off and pushing it off because he knew what fucking happened. Fuck
Not
you,
only
Vito.
that, Dan, he let Dick go on the show a week before he was supposed to go on.
Yep.
Didn't even give Dick a heads up.
I hope
He
your
was like,
fucking
"Yeah, go
comic
ahead,
book
Dick."
burns up. The only fucking copy. Fuck you, Vito. Fake ass fucking Amherst motherfucker.
And so that's kind of my thoughts on it. It happened today. There's just not a lot of information about it. Sympathy for Pixie. Obviously, if anybody shares anybody's nudes unconsensually, that's really condemnable. And that's kind of how I feel about it overall. That's all I really have to contribute.
I'll just say that again, my heart goes out to Pixie. I can't possibly imagine what this must feel like. My heart breaks for her. Sharing images, explicit images and videos of somebody non-consensually is super fucked up. And if that's what happened, that should be just openly condemned. That's so fucked up. I don't even know what else there is to say on this. Again, I know there.
You just hear it everywhere. Once the phrase is in your head, I feel like it's just everywhere. Yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to say? It just happens.
It's bad.
Just,
what do you want me to say?
What do you want me to say?
My understanding is there's litigation. I know one way, maybe both ways. I'm not sure about like the legal intricacies, but again, non-consensually sharing images of like explicit images and videos of people, super fucked up. My heart breaks for her. Hutch, what about you?
Yeah, we spoke about it briefly before the stream, and I told you that Pixie is like, if you met her in person, she's just such a sweet, pleasant person. I've never had a bad interaction with her. You made the point that even if she was a terrible person, it would be fucked up, and I agree. But it's just it is that much kind of more difficult because she is so sweet, and so I think there's a lot that we don't know about what has transpired, and we'll learn more information as the facts emerge. But I think what we do know right now is that her privacy seems to have been violated in a way that she's going to have to deal with for the rest of her life. And the stress that she's going through right now, it could be transformative for her forever. And so like, I don't think we can really underplay the significance of that kind of violation. So I feel really bad for her. I'm going to wait for more information, but I think she deserves some support right now. So yeah.
100%. Yeah. So that's that. That's all we're going to discuss about it on this stream. In the world of politics, a lot happened today. Again, the 45th president of the United States.
Goddamn. All right. It was a good one from Hutch there at the end.
Listen, Josiah and Pisco, man, those are rough statements to walk back. They were doing a little bit of
say anything.
They were doing a little bit of like, what do you call it? Couching it a little bit, right? Like couching, like,
Sure.
As it stands, that blah blah blah. Granted, I know plenty about couching statements. That said, hedging, a little bit of hedging. I think it's fucked up that these guys are not in the call right now.
Okay,
personally.
Dan, perfectly no hedging, okay? Since
Yep.
you're a big advocate of this.
Yes. I hate
What do you think
hedging.
happened here? What do you think occurred here, Dan? Your wild speculation. Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one.
There ain't no fucking shot. That man just left, bro. Ain't no fucking shot, dude.
He knew he was about to get pressed. He knew it.
That was weird.
There he
I'm
is.
having
That's
something on
funny.
my internet.
That was very
Anyways,
funny.
so we were talking about Pisco and someone else.
Pisco, Josiah. Yeah, I thought like the Hutch one was good. It's so fucked up because I'm pretty sure Pisky. I do that sometimes. Pixie. I do that sometimes with their name. I'm pretty sure, like from what I understand, Pixie was not cool with this coming out just yet. That she was probably like all going down this way, but like the precise timing was not within her control. I just think it's pretty fucked up that like Hutch talked about how awful the trust violation is. It's pretty fucked up that her trust got violated multiple times here. It's crazy. Like she didn't want stuff. She didn't consent to stuff coming out.
I was saying this earlier. Didn't Sunday have a whole debate with Mrgirl where literally the whole point
Yeah,
of
he
the
did. You wanna
conversation-
wait? Are you interested in looking at that? I want to leave that for another time almost. But yes.
Yeah,
yes,
the whole point of the
which was-
conversation was Mrgirl, you have violated Anna's consent by going ahead with this. And then Mrgirl says,
because
okay,
you want to be that guy.
Because you want to be that
Because
guy.
you want to be the guy.
And then Mrgirl says, okay, regardless of any issues you've got with the circumstances of it being released, can we engage with the content? And Sunday basically repeatedly says no. It's just crazy looking back. But whatever.
It is. Yeah, I got that too. I think broadly that opinion from Sunday, I agree with that opinion. Like that you should, like within reason, right? Obviously, you got to you got to protect other people. So there are other considerations. But I think this probably didn't have to come out at this precise timing that Pixie was not moving too slowly that this was required. But yeah, shit happens, okay? It's a bit different. So I think there are arguments there, Pensive Goat. Like Sunday can have arguments that he needed to release it when he did.
No, I don't think so. I don't think Pixie wanted this, and like it's good drama content, and Sunday is a drama farmer, and that's fine. But I feel like she had her fucking hand 100% forced in this fucking situation, and it's not like Sunday is like Pixie's best friend in this situation. He's basically, is from what I fucking read before in the shit in there, he's like, oh, Pixie is fucking trying to extort Destiny and fuck Pixie and all this other shit. Like, Pixie, Sunday is not Pixie's fucking friend. He only cares about the fucking drama.
Okay,
and
so
he'll do
did
anything.
you see
What?
the clip of Sunday talking to Nick about 4 days ago where he says to Nick,
No.
if I was a psychopath, I would just go ahead and release this anyway.
Yeah, and he did release it anyways. Yeah,
that's
so
awesome.
like, I just want to be clear, because I hate being unclear. I fucking hate it. Sunday is not a good guy in this situation. He is just as fucking evil. Okay, maybe not just as evil, but fucking close.
Just as evil. That's
Close.
we are no, not
Close.
close.
But Dan,
We are-
you should Dan, do you want to be here, right? Jesus Christ, buddy.
Dan, here's what
Gotta chill.
here's what I'll give you. Okay, ultimately,
go
this
ahead.
was motivated by a
Hatred.
endless blood feud between Destiny
Yes.
and Sunday, where they're
I
both
concur.
constantly escalating, and that's the true motivation. It's not because he really
Yes.
wants to protect Pixie. Yeah.
So yeah, that's true. Okay. But just as you guys are giving like a lot of like, I'm trying to think about another situation. Like if a victim came to you, Kuihman, and they're like, I've been molested by Ahrelevant like daily, but please do not tell anyone because I'm not ready to deal with the stress of this yet.
I would never even
But
if with the victims go
did
ahead.
that, if you decide if you put out like a big fucking video piece, like that's fucked up in my mind. That's fucked up,
Yeah,
right?
that's the
like
wrong
you're
thing. Yeah,
using a
absolutely. Yeah, I
victim for
agree.
your own fucking benefit. There's no
I agree.
fucking way around it. Like
I totally agree. I said as much earlier. I just saying it's almost as bad, like or whatever you said. I don't think is accurate.
Okay, fine, but still, I don't like that. Like all this, like I'm having to come on here and like defend the fact that I'm like telling Pixie don't self Steve. I'm having to defend that, but fucking no one's saying fuck all about Sunday, who's the one who caused the situation that Pixie didn't even want to be in the fucking first place.
I said it. I said Sunday last night when I found out this was coming out. I messaged him and I said I don't agree with leaking this. You know, I'm going to criticize you if you do this. Feel free to talk to me about it on stream, and he said I'm taking a long walk in the woods after this. So he's not interested in arguing with me about it, I guess.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, it's clear that that did happen. Like I've been told explicitly. Like I have DMs. Oh fuck.
That what happened?
Wait, Kuihman, did I send you this? I might have sent you this.
The DMs.
I did send
confirming
you
that
part of it.
Sunday did it.
Yeah,
on his
yeah,
own. Yeah.
But oh man, like it was like I just feel like there's no excuse for taking like even if it's valid anti-Destiny information to Sunday and then expecting him to stay private about it. It's like that guy literally. It is.
What
like
he
it's
is
a
like,
bloodlust
I
right
said
there.
this to Nick earlier when we spoke. He's a means to an end guy. Okay, he's in a endless like battle to the death with Destiny, and he if you give him material, you can't expect to stay quiet. The Brianna Wu stuff, you only have to look at a few things of his history where he's leaked a bunch of shit on people.
Well, that was. I mean, I don't know if he's done it to me, but that was something that I felt. I don't know. You know, the thing is, he has this view. Maybe like I got suckered into it early on. I don't know, but he has this vibe, like this is someone that's researched, that's happy to talk with you.
You bought into it.
Yeah, that's what I just fucking said.
Not good. Not good. You should be able to read people
hey,
better.
I was talking to him and trying to. I mean, this was months ago, 6 months or more ago, and yeah, I don't know. He just. Yeah, I mean, I feel like he could have the vibe of being someone that's not going to do insane shit. Okay, so
that is in itself insane, but
I don't
know where you got
think
that vibe from. Who told you? Who co-signed that vibe?
I don't think
That's
he's ever.
insane.
You know when they talk about like if you are just charismatic that people will like just believe you and like follow exactly what you tell them about yourself, and they're like NPCs who do that, and everyone's like, no way, there's not really people who do that. Dan is one of them.
Okay, Lav. By the way, I'm trying to think about how mean I want to be right now. You know what? I'm
So
not
go ahead, be as mean
no,
as
I'm not,
possible, Dan.
I'm not going to. It's fine. He hasn't leaked he hasn't leaked anything about me, as far as I know. I just think this was fucked up. That's all, personally. That's it.
Kuihman, you want to look at that DM real quick?
Yeah, I'm just reading it.
I think I can.
Wow, that's
Or
incredibly.
I can just Photoshop
that's
that.
incredibly dumb stuff that I've just read there. That I'm disappointed.
Do you think I can? The only thing I don't want to show is the fourth to last line.
I want to see
the post.
I mean, the third to last line.
Third to last line. Yeah, that's
yeah.
what
I would say probably censor that and then
show me.
Everyone's
me,
leaking
me
anything
next.
anyway.
What the fuck?
I just there's yeah. That's I'm gonna show it on screen. There's a piece of this
so
that I probably
stream gets to see it before we do, huh?
You see it at the same time. Who is that?
Oh, that was
what the fuck?
Pixie. That was literally Pixie.
It was. What the fuck?
I don't think she means to be here right now. I think she was probably just watching
a
the stream.
misclick. Probably a misclick. Oh
my.
Getting ready for Mr. Girl to come in here.
Okay. I really poorly censored this, but I mean, you can't tell what's there. I think.
That was actually Mr. Girl with Pixie's screen name.
Okay. Here.
I mean, if it was Pixie,
so
sorry
that I'm like I don't have. Listen, straight we're cool after this. I'm just gonna leak this one thing because I'm sorry. You need to take a little heat, and then I'm fine after that. Okay. But I was just like, oh, I'm talking about how straight leaked my shit. And I'm like, all I did was show support. That's all I did.
No, scroll
Sunday
up.
fucked
Scroll
me
up.
so
No,
hard, dude.
scroll up and
No,
read
kill
your
yourself.
messages. Read your messages. Don't
No.
fucking do that. No, you're a snake, bro. Read your messages.
I'm a snake? What do you mean
Yeah,
I'm a snake?
you just
What do you
tried to
mean I'm a
worm
snake?
out about it. You've just shown that on screen. You're trying to worm out reading that because you know it looks
Worm
a little
out
bit
what?
bad. Because it looks a little bit bad for you. It looks. Just read
Oh
that.
no! Hold on. No. When it's appropriate, I'll totally go and cheer about how I was just a good person and good people don't get fucked in situations
Read the
like this.
messages
Yeah,
now.
I was a
Read
better
the
person.
messages.
That's
Read the
my
messages.
line.
Good. You can go read them on your own stream.
Bro, I won so
Sunday fucked
hard
me
just
so
by
hard,
being a
dude.
good person.
He didn't have
Hey,
any
Pixie, I know
permission to
everything.
do any of that shit. Are you good? All right, he didn't have permission to do any of that shit. Laughing. He said he wouldn't. I know. Dumb, stupid, naive. Every similar. Oh, but I was also bragging because she leaked my DMs to Sunday. Yeah, I was like, you can't
Straight
catch
Raid
me.
and Sunday are probably still
Ain't catching
friends
me.
right now. Absolutely.
Ain't catching me like that. Okay.
Wasn't she the
Said he
original
wouldn't.
Sunday friend enjoyer?
Yeah, she was. It's fine. It's a tough situation. Okay. He said he wouldn't. I know. Dumb, stupid, naive. Every similar adjective. Blah 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 blah. I mean, I thought I could trust him, and I was like, Destiny did this thing to him. What did you really think he was gonna do? She said, I didn't even factor it in. It's like, bruh.
Listen, Pixie, you're out there. I saw you join. I know it's by accident. It would be pretty helpful if you came in and talked, said what was going on.
No, it
Well,
wouldn't
I
be
mean, for me, it would. So you
No,
could
Pixie
say
shouldn't
that.
come on
Then
here.
you can talk to her privately, Dan. If you
Yeah,
really
yeah, the last
cared, you
time I
wouldn't
did
need
that,
to
I
come on
almost
a
got-
fucking drama stream to talk
Listen, the
about
last time I talked to her, I got fucked because of fucking straight
He's
rage.
literally about to start legal proceedings, so you should not be in here. In fact,
No.
I would probably actually remove her at this point if she joined, because I like silencing victims. Okay.
Great.
You
Yeah.
heard it
No,
here
I
first.
don't
Clip
think.
Clip it.
Yeah, I don't think she should be here. I think that would be really bad for her. I don't think there's any reason for her to be here. Why? Stop. Okay, I can't. I have to be more sensitive than this. Okay, I have to be more sensitive than this. Yeah, but I did. Listen, I did cheer. I was pretty delirious this morning. I was like laughing about stuff, and it was very funny to me that everybody around me was like engaging in negotiations, and I was the only person that like apparently not trusted by either side. Couldn't get a leak from anyone. The fuck is that about? Everybody on the DGG side thinks I'm on, I don't know what we call this side, but like Pixie side. Everybody on Pixie's.
Was there negotiation?
Sunday side, maybe?
What were the
Yeah, where people were like all
Ahrelevant
talking
was
about, where
negotiating.
people were all,
Yeah.
wait, where people were all talking about like, hey, we need to like do, is this going to be money? How do we show restitution? Like, it was like all these conversations going on.
Holy shit.
I mean, you were alleged to have done this, Dan.
Yeah, did you not read the Kyla Maxwell logs, Dan? Really?
And I'm just saying
not in
that
those.
I didn't
Listen,
get.
I'm a good
Those
person,
people
and I did
didn't
nothing
trust
but
me.
try to help Pixie. So fuck, just like you said, good people don't get fucked. I'm a good person. Not getting fucked.
I'm sure
Don't care.
Ghislaine told the judge that she tried to help those girls too, Dan.
Fuck you! You're such a motherfucker.
What did Sunday say?
And I don't think that she said that she was trying to help those girls.
Sunday just
Sunday.
Giga Chad's anything you say about him
Fun
negatively. Jay's talk is a misogynist. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't think it's a good idea for Pixie to be on here. I really don't.
I didn't see Eridate's texts. Are they bad?
I haven't read the full thing yet. That's a little I have not actually read the whole thing yet. I said we will go through like a lot of these things. I trust Beckett's like classification of these things. I did find that he leaned more into like what Sunday and Straighteraid thought about Eridate more than like exactly what was being said in them and how it was really bad. But I think the Fairy Queen thing was the thing he more like cooked Kyla for, right? The Fairy Queen thing looked pretty bad. Oh, show XQC's reaction? Sure. Listen, that's what this stream usually is, okay? XQC reaction. XQC reacts and our reaction to them. XQC shares thoughts on Destiny/Pixie lawsuit.
The claim is that
Look, it's Deli.
he sent nudes to X random person without her knowledge. X person got hacked. A hacker leaks it. Oh, yeah. I wonder how that works. That's kind of shit behavior though. That's absolutely cooked. If allegedly true that you send to somebody pictures of somebody else, that's absolutely boiled.
Not good.
Absolutely boiled.
That's disgusting.
Wait, is cooked not good enough? We do boiled now? What the fuck?
There's no excuse for it. There's no excuse. I'm sorry, there's no excuse.
Totally boiled.
If you get hacked, it's a different thing. But
I have this meme up.
willingly, and then they get hacked. You're still liable. It's still your fault.
Oh, I see why they get into a legal versus moral discussion after this because he said the word liable.
He admits that he showed somebody else. Oh yeah, then cooked then. He's cooked then. Cooked man destiny. Cooked.
Oh, there we go.
Elon! Man destiny.
I love Quinn so much.
Yeah. I guess legally, I guess not morally. Morally, I would say this is cooked and stupid. Yeah, it's kind of scumbag. It's scumbag. It's disgusting. I think legally, if it's a private message and somebody hacks, I think that's like I don't know how that would work legally. I don't know how it works.
Wow.
It's scumbag behavior though. Oh wow.
Scumbag behavior. Yeah, that's true. It is scumbag behavior. It's okay. All right. Wow, there's XQC's opinion. And I mean, lots of these people have not had time to really come to terms with it, right? He's just giving his opinion on like the hypothetical presented to him. And had a lot of time to go over like a lot of the evidence and stuff.
Yeah.
I
think that's probably going to be one of the only saving graces, probably for the general public's opinion, like other streamers' opinion, is that they might not go through the steps to substantiate.
Yeah, Yeah, I think that's true. And I think I think both of these videos, so Sundays did this better, but I wasn't sure. Queen, did you watch Sunday's video on stream?
I watched everything, okay.
Did the Dario Sunday call and DMs? Oh, sure. So we do have to look through those DMs as well. Did you, with the blue tea thing, I always forget between the blue tea thing and one other thing. Was that nudes getting leaked with the blue tea thing?
People say, because I've heard conflicting things.
You told me
I feel
bikini
like
pictures and shit.
So okay, bikini pictures is the 15-year-old thing. That's the 15-year-old. He sent bikini pictures of a 15-year-old in a Skype group chat and said how fucking big her tits were and how he found it so hard to say no. With Blue Tea, I thought I'd heard him deny sending nudes and say that he just said she looked like Shrek. Now, other people have been telling me there's actually posts of him acknowledging that he did this. I don't know. I haven't looked into it past that, so.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I thought Sundays was like it had a clear motivation to it that I probably would have had a hard time watching without pausing and pointing out like the narrativizing. So I just avoided it entirely and watched Beckett's. I'll probably watch it at some point here. It didn't need to be done at the start of the stream because I wanted to have people on. So Blue Tea leaked him first.
No, I don't believe that to be true. Because Blue Tea was in retaliation to the comments about Shrek. It's just in dispute whether when he called her Shrek, he was showing her nudes or not. Blue Tea was absolutely, she leaked his dick in retaliation to him doing whatever he did. That is 100% the story.
Like,
no, Dan, say what you think, Dan.
No,
we want to know what you think. Dan, I'm really interested to hear what you think about this.
Wait, about who?
About the situation. About the Blue Tea thing. You were just about to say something, weren't you?
No, who asked? I'm sorry, it's not the right time.
Okay. Dan, everyone wants to hear your comments.
I've been giving them throughout the night.
Yeah, but all of them.
Out of curiosity, Dan, what are you waiting for to formulate a opinion?
I have an opinion.
Okay. What are you waiting for to be able to make that opinion more public, I guess?
I feel like I've said it. I've said it's absolutely, if everything that's alleged is true, as it states, it's bad. It's fucked. It's not good.
Yeah. I mean, to be in a more affirmative position as to what has happened.
What do you mean?
What will it take to convince you that it absolutely happened?
So Steve has it sounds like from that post that he's admitted that he sent nudes without consent. So that's fucked up. That's bad.
So okay, so you think it has happened?
Blue Tea thing was without
bad.
consent
Okay.
too.
I don't know. I can't fucking remember what the fuck.
I don't know anything what the Blue Tea is either. Yeah.
That's not like sweeping or anything along those lines. It's just and unironically don't fucking remember what the fuck that is. What year is this?
2012 with the Blue Tea thing. It's a long time ago.
Oh Jesus.
So basically, her allegation is that nudes of her were leaked, and they were not only leaked, but the people in the group chat were talking shit about her. She found it, had email and password and shit, and changed all of his shit and posted his dick on Twitter.
Yeah, that's not good either.
Long and short of it.
A lot of fucking bad stuff. How is it that so many people are so fucked over by like sexual shit? How?
That's
Why?
what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying.
Irrelevant, bro. I could go my whole life without fucking, and I'd be fine.
I know, right? And I'm like sitting over here. It's like
I don't know why you're acting like this
careers.
is normal for people. It feels like you're running defense for Steven again. Like it's not
I know that
regular
feels
people.
like
It's
that for
people
you
who do
because you're
this.
trying to drag out some fucking drama.
No,
I'm not.
it's people. I have barely talked this whole fucking time. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say.
You're trying to look for a little bit of an opening to like.
No, Lab was doing that earlier. I think she's been reasonable now. I think
Okay.
she's.
Oh, I
I
don't
think
think
she's
so.
been more reasonable now. She was being, I thought, unreasonable earlier, and then I asked her to stop, and then she stopped.
Okay. Well, I don't think this is,
in my opinion,
saying that like sexual deviancy is the undoing of a lot of people, and I don't get it. If you want to call that fucking sweeping, then you're just retarded. I'm not going to say that's your right. I'm just going to say you're fucking
No,
stupid.
you're saying how you know how this happens because
No,
there are
I said I
people-
don't understand because I am not that person. And Irrelevant
You
said,
said,
yeah,
how do
I don't know
you said,
either
how do
because
you
we're
get
not
in
those
trouble?
people.
You said, how do you constantly get in trouble for something like this? The answer is when you become a predator. That's when you get in trouble for something like this.
Oh, sorry, no, Lab, you're misunderstanding. He's saying that, like, I don't need sex. How are all of these people motivated by sex so much that they make all these bad decisions and blow their shit up? Like, I don't understand. I have no empathy for that person because I just don't get it.
Yeah, probably because
outside
you're
my
not a
experience.
psychopath. You probably, Dan, as much as I don't like you, you probably wouldn't ever send nudes to someone
Never.
when they were like unconsensual. Never. Like that's
I
not
don't
something
send
you do.
nudes. You know what? Because I know how the fucking internet works. Okay, I know how you can't really truly delete anything from the internet. Ask me how many times I've sent a dick pic. Ask me. Ask
How
me,
many
Kuihman.
times?
Ask me. Ask me, Kuihman.
I
Ask
know
me.
zero. Dan, zero. I
Zero
know.
fucking
Zero
time.
times.
That's
Dan.
fucking
I
right.
get it,
It's a
Dan.
lot of times.
It's 0 fucking times. All right, because panorama mode doesn't fucking go that big. Oh yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
Nice
Anyway,
one.
sorry. No, I just, it's not my. I don't know. I guess I grew up in a fucking different time, and like, I just don't get it. I don't know.
Not much
Like,
of a different time than Steven. Aren't you guys similar ages?
he's 5 years younger than me, so.
Yeah, I think you guys grew up at the same time. I think.
No, very
it's a
different.
matter
Very
of-
different. See, he grew up with computers, like self.
I
He grew up with
plenty of people
56K.
grow up with computers
No, you don't
and
understand.
do this.
He grew up with 56K from day one. Probably had cable internet pretty soon on. By the time he was in his early teens, he already had cable internet.
Okay,
Me,
plenty of people are that way.
I grew up with an
but-
acoustic coupler. Look up what that is. That's when you have a fucking phone and you have to fucking attach something to the headset and to the fucking microphone. And that's how you fucking get on the internet. Don't fucking tell me that we're the same. Those 5 years are a fucking big difference. Okay? Forget fucking like 9600 baud, 14.4, none of that shit. I'm talking about fucking telnet. Okay? Using IRC. I still remember the commands to connect. Connect irc.fnet.org space user space A space A space A space A. That's how you can connect with telnet. Private message space channel. Yeah, I knew because I was there. Okay, he wasn't fucking there. That's the difference. And because he had that instant access, he's not like me.
Sounded like he was fighting demons, bro. He's fucking casting spirits away. He's casting spells with that fucking.
Look up what an acoustic coupler is. It
Bro,
sounds like
literally,
it sounds like
we
a
talked
sex
about.
move.
It's like that's like grandma telling you about how they had like horses and stuff back in the day. They did take the horse
No,
carriage. To
it's not
fucking
like that.
school,
I'm just
okay?
saying this is how we got
Crazy.
online back in the day. An acoustic coupler. It's a cool thing to know.
Is it?
Yes.
Listen. After this, Dan, I'm probably gonna bring Max on. We're gonna have like a serious conversation about this.
Yeah, we can
I don't-
chat, Max. That's fine.
Well, hold on. I don't think
You were
Max wants
disinvited.
to be on for it. I think Max is
Evil
explicitly
goal
like
smile.
Dan's goal. Okay, I'm sorry that I have to leak this, Max. He's like Dan's goal is to not talk about this. He's going to talk about things like this.
How
by
am
the
I
way,
not talking?
he said this.
That's not fucking
He said
true.
this before the acoustic coupler bit. I'm just saying. He said this before this. Now I'm
And
looking
the
up an acoustic
coupler bit
coupler.
did not make you look good, Dan.
That's not even a proper one.
This one?
Oh wait, no, that might be the right one. Mine was like the first one that said star.
The mode of communication. If you remember earlier, it would send the letters documentation a tone, and it'll actually hear its own tone, and it'll play back. What
Listen,
was,
you don't have to.
recorded
I'm
off
not
the
trying to
screen.
derail. I
use
don't
this
care.
to
I'm just
tweak it
saying.
To like out just where I wanted it.
Okay.
He's trying to win now. It's over. The allegation here.
Why are you keeping this going when I say you don't have to keep it going?
Full duplex.
Oh, okay.
I claw back a win so hard. It's crazy.
Fuck you, Kuihman. We're gonna have words after this, all right? I'm messaging you right now in the Jewish Discord.
Okay.
And I'm fucking removing Max's roles. Well, I mean, I'm gonna make the petition to remove his roles. Okay.
A lot of bureaucracy over there.
So I can be serious, and I will be serious, but I also think that it would be that Max was pretty fucked up, I think, without knowing the full details, contacting every single person in Steven's life ever, saying the crazy shit. And I kind of feel like I don't think it's responsible to just let you platform him to like 3,000 fucking people.
Holy fuck. Yeah. God forbid someone thinks that
Without any
someone is
pushback,
doing
yeah.
something wrong and
yeah,
they
and
do
then
something
contacts
about it.
and contacts everyone in their life. Yeah.
Yeah, God forbid. Yeah, when you think someone is doing something wrong, that's what you do.
Okay.
Isn't that what you
So-
did, Dan? Isn't that what you did with Twitch?
Not to everyone.
Literally,
The
literally.
people at Twitch, yeah.
But when it's Destiny, it's different. It's different because he's a
that it's
baby.
different. No. Not that at all. I think that if there's evidence of like talk about the pixie shit, that's fine. Talk about Cherry. Talk about yourself. All these things are fucking
Yeah,
fine.
why would you go looking for more? Why would you go looking for more?
Why would you go looking for more? Because Mrgirl's kind of a little bit unhinged, I would say.
Okay. Okay.
Well, why are you laughing? Do you think that's someone that's been like banned from every
I don't
fucking
think that a
platform that
normal
there is?
person. I think a normal
Yes,
person would
Mrgirl's
see.
not normal. Correct.
I didn't. That's not what I was saying. I was saying
Oh,
I think
sorry.
a normal person would see what Max did and be like, "Oh yeah, this guy has like sexual impropriety claims. Why isn't anyone looking into this more?"
I
And he
think
was
it's
doing this-
crazy
he
to
was being
co-host
diligent.
with Destiny and then go, you can't platform Mr. Girl. That sounds.
I'm not saying you can't platform. I'm saying
But
that
it's
you guys
irresponsible
are
to
all
let
going
you
to
do
probably do it
this.
with no pushback whatsoever.
Yeah, I will glaze.
I mean,
problem.
I think I trust Ahrelevant is actually like, he seems a little detached, but like I feel like Relly is close friends with Destiny. I don't think he has any incentive to like just try to sewer Destiny in some way.
Also, to be clear, I'm not close friends with him. I want it noted. He made that clear.
Distancing himself fast.
No. Okay, I want to bring something up.
I'm in a unique spot where I can push back against fucking Max. I don't care. Like if I lose this fucking show, it doesn't affect my fucking life in the slightest. I don't give a fuck. Okay, but like I remember how fucking
there to push
insane it
back.
was what Mr. Girl did. So
Okay,
you guys can
Relly
all
was
like
about to
forget
pop
about
off.
it.
You just cut off
No,
Relly's pop off.
irrelevant. Go. It's fine. Pop
to
up.
be clear, when I went on his show, I asked him directly on air, "Are we friends?" And he said, "We are friendly." Okay, so I want that noted. Okay, that was on the line.
Gonna be a pop off.
No,
All
no,
right,
no,
fair enough.
We're not popping off of that. But I will say that I kind of share similar concerns as Dan in regards to Mr. Girl coming on. I don't want this like co-opted in a similar way that I've seen other stories or allegations against Destiny, where it's a bunch of random shit that is really tertiary to the primary thing gets tacked on. And it just makes it so that way it's easily snipeable from orbit as just being like weird or unhinged. So I actually am with Dan on that idea for sure.
But
Yeah,
your show,
I'm
JSTLK,
sorry,
you
I
can
was
just
arguing
you can
that,
just you can just kick me off the show if you
No,
don't
I
want it.
can't
But
do that. I can't. I'm a big listen. You'd have to do something pretty bad for you to like help me come on my show a whole bunch, and then for me to kind of sewer you. Okay, you'd probably have to do something pretty insane. So I'm not gonna kick you off. I just said, hey, he just want to be here with you. So I'm letting you know. Okay.
I mean, I'm not
letting
stopping
you
him from coming on, and I'm fine being serious and talking about this seriously. I'm just not fine with him saying that every single fucking woman in Destiny's life of all time has been molested and destroyed and everything like that. Like, you can talk about shit that Steve's done that's fucked up without making it seem like he's Hitler. That's all. And I'm not letting it go to the Hitler level. And that's where Mr. Girl went. So
I don't remember him ever doing that.
okay.
Can you tell me what I said that you think goes to the Hitler level?
I think that you contacting every single person that he'd ever been on stream with ever and saying, hey, I'm doing a piece on this guy who I think is a rapist. Have you ever been raped? Essentially, in so many words, was pretty unhinged.
Do you have a screenshot of me calling him a rapist or asking them if they were ever raped?
I'm being a little bit flamboyant, I guess I could say here. An abuser would probably be the exact word you used. No, I don't have a screenshot of it. No.
Okay, so it sounds like you just made something up completely then.
Okay, well, we can ask Max. Max, do you feel like you contacted as many people as you could from Destiny's life? And how would you open those messages? Let's get it direct from the source.
No, I did not contact as many people as I could from Destiny's life. I didn't contact anyone from his personal life. Obviously, there's a lot of overlap between his personal and his professional life, which is kind of perhaps part of the problem. But I did not contact any non-streamer people or non-public people or people about which information had not been made public. So
okay. I mean, I remember hearing from Steve, without saying names, that people that hadn't been on stream in probably over 6 to 7 years getting messages from you. People that he just like follows on Twitter getting messages from you. So like, did you contact his neighbor? No, but I think maybe you would have if you could. Did you contact his ex-wife?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. If I did, it would be because he talked about choking her on stream, but I don't think I contacted his ex-wife. No.
Okay.
I think I contacted one of his exes I definitely talked to one of his exes at length.
Okay.
Had a pretty friendly relationship with her, but she was a part of his like career and streaming and stuff. But I did not like contact his family. I didn't contact private people. I was pretty careful to keep my contacts and my criticisms to his professional life.
So
that's why I didn't.
So no Melina, no wife, no ex-wives.
So if you're saying that Melina, who
his
I
wife wasn't family.
If you're saying that
Okay, you're-
Melina is
yeah.
not part of Destiny's
You're just-
professional life, he met her
Well,
on
Melina's
stream.
just not a good option because Melina reached out to a lot of people about some of this
I was all
stuff. to
Melina.
begin with.
Melina is the person who told me about the affair with Lauren Southern. So the idea that I wouldn't contact Melina and say, "Hey, if I know," I mean, I can tell you what I said to Melina. I said, "Hey, listen, I know you probably don't have anything you want to say about this, but if you do, you know, the door's open. Let me know."
Okay. Someone's saying you contacted Hafu. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Did Destiny know her? Well, I thought we're still on the did I contact people from his personal life question.
Yeah, well, we're
Did
already
you-
past that because you contacted his ex-wife, right?
Okay.
Or are you
I don't-
saying you
I-
didn't? We can go
I-
look.
This
We can
is
go
this
pull up
about
the
Max?
report.
I'm sorry. When did we start litigating Max? And like,
so this is my problem, Dan.
This
This is why I was
every
hesitant.
single time. This is
This is why I was
Max,
hesitant to come on
Max,
the
you-
stream.
You came on and engaged with the point. I would say you came on and engaged with the point.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
How am I like Hitler?
Yeah. I just want to point out that I don't think Dan cares about anything he's saying. I think he wants to prevent us from having this conversation. He's running interference. So Dan doesn't have to make a good argument or a good counter argument. He can say things and not back them up. He doesn't care, like he said earlier. He doesn't really care if he loses the stream. He doesn't lose anything by losing an argument. All he is here to do is derail the conversation and make it impossible to talk about what I think we're all here to talk about.
I don't. First off, that's not true because unlike you, I did reach out to Pixie and did give advice that was completely against. Like if Steve heard the shut the fuck up, Lav.
Or
if
what?
Steve did heard
What will you do, Dan? What will you do if I don't?
What do you mean, unlike me? Why are you saying I didn't reach out to Pixie?
Because when you reached out, you were just doing it trying to destroy Destiny. When I reached out to Pixie, I was doing it to try and fucking help her. That's the difference.
And that's why you wanted her to come on here to litigate. You wanted a victim to come up on a drama channel and litigate because you care about her so much. Give me a fucking break, Dan.
I do care. Yes.
Right.
Oh, you're saying you want me to turn my mic up? I can do that.
If you can, turn your mic up a little bit. That would be
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so it's hard to take anything you say super seriously when I watched all these old streams. Anytime someone starts talking to Anna, you pop up on the stream and just start rambling and accusing and saying stuff. And it's like there's no direction to the conversation and nothing goes anywhere. You can throw out accusations like unlike you, I reached out to Yes.
Okay. I stand by
Anavoire.
everything from Anavoire. She was fucking insane.
You don't. I think you don't understand what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what you stand by or don't stand by because your goal is to prevent a conversation from happening. So your position isn't a real position. You don't have a position.
You're incorrect. And you can't just say it so factually as to make it true. As I said, I contacted Pixie. I said things that Destiny would be like furious if he knew that I said them when I was giving advice to Pixie on what to do on this situation. I did not say things trying to protect Destiny. I said things literally trying to make Pixie's life better solely, okay? So I do that when I reach out to people, I try to help them. The problem is that when I see you reaching out to people, you do it because you fucking hate Destiny. That's it.
Okay, even if that were true, that doesn't change the fact that this is something that Destiny did. Even if Max hates him more than anything, even if Max thinks he's Hitler, even if he's said publicly he's Hitler, it doesn't change the fact that Destiny has done something like horrific.
I'm not even paying attention to what you're saying, Dan. It's not a response to what I said. What I'm saying is in this
Lav talking, not me. Sorry.
Yeah, I am paying attention I pay attention to everything that Lav says.
Thank you.
She's your daughter, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yes.
Where
but,
did I
you
say
know,
that Destiny didn't do anything bad?
You didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying that you are here to prevent this conversation from happening. You even said that. You said you don't. You said you're getting on the stream partly and staying partly because you don't want me to be uncontested. And
Yes.
your method, yes, and your method of pushing back is not to actually talk about the topic at hand, which I think is Destiny non-consensually leaking nudes. Your method of pushing back is to talk about anything else and to make it impossible to talk about that one topic.
Then why didn't he do it prior to you joining the call?
He did. He's
did?
been doing
We
it.
talked about it.
Not
I
really.
even asked him questions. Yeah, no, I even asked him questions about it.
Okay. Well, what I heard was Dan kind of rambling and equivocating and saying things like, well, maybe he secretly did have consent and we all just haven't. It's like Dan's in a time machine.
I'm sorry,
It's like
when
it's like Dan is a day in the past and we have to tell him what happened today so that he can understand what we're talking about.
Okay, maybe you were confused like I was a minute ago, because I was confused as to where Dan stood, and then Dan clarified aptly and quickly when I asked Dan just a moment ago, hey, what would it be needed for you to be able to give a concise answer? Then he just ran me down the track that it looks like the log that was leaked that had Destiny saying, yeah, I did this, I leaked it, and I fucked up really bad, right? To Straighter Aid. He said that, yeah, that's bad. He admitted it on his own. Are you saying that like he didn't mean that?
Again, either that you want me. No, I'm not saying he didn't mean that. I'm saying that it's not really participating in the conversation to have to be shown something that he probably has already read and then acknowledge that yes, it says what it says. Destiny appears to have admitted this. So now Dan is caught up on what happened. But that's still not really talking about what happened.
Yes, it is. You're speculating. So right now, what you're doing is you're speculating whether or not he saw it before and came in here on false pretenses.
What about this? What would be sufficient for you, Max, for Dan to say to where you don't think he'd be doing that?
I think that we would need to be having a conversation about the topic, not just whether it happened or not, since we all know that it did.
Mhm.
And I think we all knew that it happened about a month ago.
Mhm.
I don't think there was any question in any of our minds, genuinely, about whether these nudes were leaked consensually. It's pretty obvious.
There's like
that,
preponderance of evidence, absolutely. Like you might not say.
I think we all knew that
sure.
these nudes were leaked non-consensually a month ago. So, we would need to accept that as a premise.
Wait, wasn't this? First off, weren't these leaked over a year ago, like in 2022?
Sorry, he's saying that the hack or the whatever happened where the account was compromised.
Okay.
That was
I'll
November
just say it
20th
again.
and then
We
November
all
29th.
knew that Destiny non-consensually leaked these nudes a month ago. So we don't need to litigate whether
No,
that
first off, that's not even true what you're saying. Destiny non-consensually leaked this shit 2 years ago.
we knew it a month ago. I knew it a month
Okay,
ago.
then
I don't know
speak-
when you knew
speak
it.
clearly.
He did.
Okay, I'm
You're
sorry. I'll say
retarded.
this again. We knew that Destiny non-consensually leaked these nudes a month ago. We knew it a month ago.
Okay, that he did it 2 years ago. Yes.
Sure.
I knew it a month ago. Again, I'm
We knew that there were logs of Destiny leaking nudes
So we don't
non-consensually
need to
from
spend-
2023 or possibly 2022.
We don't need to
We were
spend
made aware of
any
it.
time litigating whether they were non-consensually leaked. So anytime you spend talking about that is
I don't feel like we're
obfuscation.
spending a lot of time talking about
we're
that.
not.
I don't know where you're.
So so we all are on the same page. Destiny non-consensually leaked Pixie's nudes.
Yes, it seems that way. Yes.
So wait, it seems that way or it is that way?
So
Do you agree
unless
that
something
happened?
comes out
I said
with
yes
a fucking
3 different
pixie comes in
times.
here and says
No,
JK,
you guys are definitely being slippery about it.
it's not really being slippery in the slightest.
It's kind of confusing. So it seems it seems that way.
Let me
So
say, unless Pixie comes in here and says
said yes
JK,
3
it didn't
times.
happen, then yes.
Yeah, you can just say yes.
great. So what do you think about that?
That's not good.
He's bad. He's doing a very bad thing to another human being, a group of other human beings.
It's bad. It shows a level of recklessness that's completely unacceptable and probably takes away his ability to like have certain serious roles that require
He
trust of
completely
him.
self-sabotaged
Like, I think-
on that shit.
Yeah,
If
I think
that's what it
it's-
is, yeah, it's fucked up. Absolutely.
Self-sabotage is also a weird way to say it when you victimize someone. Self-sabotage is very strange.
Okay, let me throw something out there. Okay, in Pixie's allegation, she said that she confided in Destiny about her lack of sexual experience and thought that because of his position as a streamer who talks about consent and sex so much, he would be a good person to experiment with. Does that? How do you feel about that idea? The idea that there are people, young women, who have looked at Destiny as some kind of guru on this stuff and have unwittingly ended up getting their consent totally violated, and you guys have been kind of mouthpieces the last couple of years and helped prop up that
I
image.
need more
That
evidence
is
of that
not
precise
fucking
pattern playing
true.
out.
Show me.
Like I would just need more evidence of that precise pattern playing out.
Sure,
Why would you say that?
Like I'm naive and I think that that just seems like I mean, I can do a whole bunch of like.
Dan, you're
just
literally the
things as
co-host for
well.
this guy. What do you mean? You absolutely help.
Yeah, I
help
understand
this
that, but it doesn't mean that I'm fucking there. Like,
okay,
what you just said, that's fucking wild.
Okay, well, whatever issue you have with the framing, you're his co-host. Okay, let's just say that. All right, Dan.
I do a show with him. I am his co-host.
It
on
makes,
that show.
it makes Dan more comfortable. Just focus on me. Talk about like the Lauren De Laguna thing. I clearly attacked this woman and she said he records things illegally.
No,
right?
I think you should focus on Dan. Actually, now that you said that. Okay, no, you
I
can do
mean,
whatever you
I'm
want.
I feel like I have a show with him. That's true. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good point, Kuihman, and I think Leah's making a good point too, in that referring to this as self-sabotage when you sexually violate someone else's consent, electronically in this case, referring to that as self-sabotage does seem like you're sweeping.
Okay. I can see how you would feel that. I could see how you would feel that way.
I think it's a fair point.
I don't think what I'm saying is unironic, or sorry, not unironic, untrue. I think I'm trying to put this in a way.
Well, sweeping doesn't accuse you of saying something untrue. It accuses you of using a dishonest framing.
Is that dishonest framing?
Can I still mend that point?
Disingenuous framing, yes.
Can I go for that? Because I see where Dan is coming from on that. So I totally
No,
see
no,
where Dan
I want to
is
hear.
coming
I want to hear. No, I want to hear what Dan thinks. I want to hear what.
Well, it's a good thing this isn't your channel. So
Just
the
let
issue with
Relly
what-
speak. Let him
with
speak.
what Dan was saying was or at least the essence of what I got from it, because I'm not saying that Dan is like a foreign operative here. Dan was trying to say, even from a purely selfish point of view, this is a self-sabotaging thing. Even if you're going from like a very selfish, like a me thing, and you disregard Pixie as a human being, it's like, dude, you're giving this material to a fucking 19-year-old who you have very little understanding of their reliability to be able to keep these things. This is ridiculous. You are self-sabotaging here. It doesn't make any sense. So even if you disregard Pixie as a human being, or any of these other people as a human being,
Well,
it's
I'm not really.
self-sabotaging,
I think
and
that's
it's
the
talking
problem.
about he's talking about the motive. So he's not necessarily sweeping, from my point of view. He's talking about even from a selfish motive. It's weird. It's weird.
I think making that argument is a little weird, because what we're talking about is someone's consent being violated, and then you're saying, well, let's disregard her just for the sake of argument. Let's disregard her as a human being so we can make the point of even if
I wouldn't say
even
it's
if
that
Destiny-
aggressive.
This is the type of shit
finish.
I wanted to make sure wasn't
wanna
fucking happening when I
I
came
just
in.
wanna-
here.
I just wanna
No, yeah,
finish
I
what-
understand
I
that
just
you
wanna
want to
finish what
fucking
I'm-
say
I
that
just
we're
wanna finish-
disregarding her as a human.
I just want to
That's
finish. I
fucking
just want to finish
retarded.
what I'm just going to finish
Max,
what I'm
like
saying.
15 more seconds. Go ahead.
I think that introducing a frame in which we're disregarding Pixie as a human being is sweeping, because it normalizes Destiny as a self-interested psychopath hurting other people and not caring about other people's well-being as a jumping off point for the discussion, which it sidelines the entire problem that we're talking about, which is that he's
I think you
harming
can
other
sideline
people.
the problem, but can I give you a less aggressive? I think probably what this reveals to me is that Dan, and I'm not. This isn't a shot, Dan. I think you're more concerned about Destiny, the person you've been friends with for a long time. That's the person you're concerned with, and this just reveals like your base level of concern is about Destiny. I'm not saying that's like wrong. I'm saying you are friends with them.
I don't think
I think
that's
it's putting Destiny above Pixie in the conversation.
I don't think
You say
that's
he's just
entirely.
self-sabotaging.
I don't think that's entirely honest, because I've watched this cycle. I think we all have watched this cycle happen a lot, where Destiny does something reprehensible, but he's not called out morally. Instead, he's called out for being stupid or being dumb. And this is a very common thing for people to do when they get caught doing something bad, is to say, it was so dumb of me. I threw away everything. I betrayed the trust of all my fans. I blah, blah, blah. And it very sneakily reframes it, not as a moral failure or an issue where you've harmed another person and you're acknowledging and focusing on that harm. It reframes it as self-destructive, stupid. I shouldn't have done this to myself.
Yeah, so I just wasn't going to include other parts about depersoning Pixie.
Okay, this is just, I understand that you could be that way, but I reached out to Pixie at great risk for my friendship with Steven, because I didn't do shit that was like, oh, let me help out Steven here and try and steer this in a way. I wish Pixie was here because she could tell you herself. And I understand, you guys don't want her coming in, fine. But like
Wait, are you
nothing
not
that
allowing Pixie to come into the call?
not me.
Pixie, I think,
G-Star.
accidentally joined, and I said I don't know if it'd be smart for her to be here.
Yeah,
given
but
she
it's
has
not, you're not saying you don't want her to come in the call.
That's
No,
what
I don't.
literally
I
they said.
want to talk to Pixie. Obviously, I just
Definitely
don't
a bad
want.
idea.
I don't want her speaking publicly right now.
Yeah, well, I wish
on my
that
platform. It just
that
feels
she
weird.
would.
She hasn't
because,
asked. She hasn't asked, to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah,
The whole point is that what I told Pixie was not stuff that benefits me or benefits Steven. Like, as an aside, she was like, oh, I think I want to ask for this number. And I was like, that seems really fucking low. Like, in this idea that I'm doing shit to try and sweep for fucking Steven from people like you that are fucking insane is like crazy. Okay?
Yeah, well, I just, again, even changing the subject to whether I'm insane is sweeping.
Okay.
I really think that we
No,
should
that's
talk
not-
about
Well,
the
what?
leaking of the
That's
leaking
not
of the
true.
nudes, and the effects that
Which is
has.
bad, and I said it was bad. And I stand
also
with
think
Pixie
you
on it.
wanted to come in and point out that Dan was not being genuine. I think that was
No,
a
I didn't.
primary
I wanted to
concern of
wait till
yours.
Dan was going to leave, but then I
Yeah, I
realized
know you do,
he's-
and that's why I fucking stayed. Yeah,
I
because
know,
I don't want to
realized
let you
were never
have.
going to leave.
Yes.
And so I came in to just say that I think it's impossible to have this conversation if you have one or two people in the call who are trying to prevent it from happening.
Yeah, you're like Hassan.
This
It's
isn't
like
right.
people
This is-
people need re-education
like
camps.
Hassan.
Is there someone who disagrees? Yeah, we need to get rid of them. So it's only people who are complicit with me.
What do you
that's
disagree with?
crazy. I disagree. What do I disagree with? The whole point of you basically saying that, like my intentions here are anything but fucking honorable.
Wait, you stayed
For
in
the
the
start.
call because you thought that I was going to say your intentions of staying in the call weren't honorable?
Just because I think that Destiny just because I think Destiny absolutely fucked up with what he did to Pixie doesn't mean that I'm gonna let him be like destroyed by you.
This is getting FK
How would I
and
destroy
awesome.
him? What do you think?
By inferring a lot of
I wanna-
bullshit, like
I'm
you tried
curious
before, like you tried to do
I
before.
want to know what you think what I would say if you weren't here. What would I say? And then I want to hear what your pushback is.
Man, I don't know. I'd have to go pull up the report, but I think
Pull
it
up
would
the
be
report. That's a good
okay.
idea.
Yeah.
Can I compound off of Dan's thing while he's pulling up the report?
No, I've got it up already. Actually, I want to just say I think I started with 4 main criticisms of Destiny. One is that he has unequal sexual relationships, often with small streamers who benefit enormously from their.
You know what I
associations with
realize what I just dislike about this
Are you
situation
gonna let him
is we
stop?
have someone. No,
Actually, you should let him finish, Dan.
No,
You
I
should
think
let him
there's
finish.
a good amount of
And
talking.
then 2
time.
are routinely pitted against each other in emotional gladiator matches. And number 4 is narrative control. He silences critics. So you were worried I was going to say one of those things?
Nope.
Okay. Well,
I was
then-
worried that you were gonna. This is here's the thing. This is a story about Pixie being harmed, and you want to turn it into a story to make Mrgirl relevant again. In my mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And I will never be fucking moved off of that point ever because
Okay.
it's true. That's why you're here. You haven't been on this stream in fucking months. You're like, hey, yes,
he's here because
it's
I asked him.
Mrgirl's
He
fucking
didn't,
time.
He didn't reach out to me. I reached out to him.
Yeah, and have you not reached out to him before a few times?
Yeah,
Holy fuck,
I
this
have.
is pathetic and desperate.
Not really.
Well, he had
I-
notable in this Discord. He had notable.
And
in
I
this
know
Discord
pathetic
before
and
this. We've had
desperate.
other
He doesn't
convos.
give a shit about Pixie. He gives a shit about winning. It's like so fucking obvious. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm-
what I just want to say
And that's
again.
true. We'll be able to. We'll be able to tease that out over time. if
I just
that's
want to
true.
stick back to this last point. We went through the report just now, the 4 main contentions. You said you didn't think I was going to say those things, or you didn't disagree with them.
No, I don't
which.
want to get what Pixie's real claims are against Steve to be dragged down with your through the mud bullshit that nobody gives a fuck about.
Oh, so you're
That's
here
what I
to
don't wanna
defend.
have
You're
happen.
here to
Thank you.
you're here to defend Pixie.
Yeah, like I already fucking did, reaching out to her, which you didn't do. You knew for a month. What did you do? What did you do to help out Pixie? Did you give her advice or talk to her? Or were you just trying to get more shit for your
I
fucking
actually
report to
can't
go somewhere?
believe that you're older than 13, Dan. I actually can't believe it.
Well, that's because you've done nothing with your life.
So
I'm not
what is-
surprised.
so you, I thought you said that I was going to say something bad about Destiny that you were going to have to argue against.
No, I thought you were going to try and make it dragged into your story and make the story about you. And it's not
Okay,
about
what
you,
would-
Max. It's
okay,
about
what-
fucking Pixie.
What would I say to do that?
Exactly the shit you're doing right now. Let me
I
pull
think
up my
what-
report.
Here, hold on.
Exactly.
I think what
Wait, you brought up my report. You
Yeah,
brought up my
that's
report.
the reason
Shut
of the type of thing you would
the fuck up
do.
for 2 seconds. I just need to ask if Max's goal was to say, "Hey, I think this is an example of the exact pattern I laid out." Like, can he believe that without being totally negatively motivated?
That
Or do you
wasn't.
think
Don't put
believing
words in my mouth. That wasn't my
I said
goal.
if.
No, I don't
Okay,
want to
go
hear
ahead.
if. I want to hear what Dan thinks my position is that he has to argue with. What is it that that I'm going to come on and say I'm relevant?
I think that you were made to look like a fool with your Destiny report. Okay. Look, I'm not. Oh no. Okay. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So I want to know what you think
this is my position. My position
Well,
is
no,
you
what's
put a
my
tremendous.
position that you disagree with?
Okay.
That's what I'm asking. What was I going to say that you had to stay on this stream to disagree with?
It was more so that you were going to try and tie this entire situation to yourself so that you can become relevant again. What do you mean how? That's why you're fucking here right now.
I'm not. That's not an answer. How would I do it now that I'm here?
Guys, look at this thing. Look at what happened fucking like with Blue Tea in 2012. Look, I was here. I wrote this thing. Do you see? Like that's how.
But I didn't
exactly like
Blue
that.
Tea. You
know what
the
the problem is? You literally don't give a fuck about. That's why your shit didn't go anywhere. You don't give a fuck about victims. You only care about your fucking story. You want to drag down Pixie's very clear, very obvious shit where she was harmed and try to tie it to all of your obfuscated bullshit. Wow, Pixie is fine on her own. She doesn't need your bullshit weighing her fucking down with a guy that's known online as a pedophile that has fucking videos of him like being insane to his wife fucking Shaylin, right? That's what we don't need, having that shit tied to fucking Pixie's legitimately honest fucking claim that was nothing wrong.
Don't get a hey.
Oh, so who's fucking making jokes now?
Yeah, who's making light of it now? Yeah, this is ridiculous.
I am making a joke.
Way to not make light of this because you got obviously Dan is being insane. Like
why am I being
insane?
Everything there was perfectly lucid. What are you talking about?
It's ridiculous to say that.
Okay, so let's try this. Dan, you're here. And
that's true.
You're ready to defend Destiny from
no,
me
that's
trying to
not
take
true. I'm ready to defend Pixie from you
Okay,
fucking up her claim. How about that?
Okay, hold on.
Me fucking up her claim. So
that wasn't what you said earlier, Dan. That wasn't what you said earlier.
Well, I'm clarifying.
You said I was going to destroy Destiny. You said I wanted to destroy Destiny, and that's
okay. I'm clarifying then. Sure.
You're clarifying by switching to a different thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very clear.
Okay.
All right. So now that you're here, and we know that Destiny and or Pixie are safe because you can protect them.
Yes.
I would like to have a conversation about these leaks and these I don't even say allegations because he's saying he did it. So I guess happenings, behavior. And
I think it's fucking. I think it's bad. I think it's bad to do it.
And when you feel
not bad, it's disgusting to do it. Okay. And
when you feel you need to push back against something I have to say about it, you go ahead and push back. Let's just have the conversation. You're ready. You've got your counter arguments all lined up.
Let's make it about what's happening today, as opposed to, I think, when you drag more shit into it. Let me give you.
You keep bringing up other stuff.
Okay.
I'm not bringing up other stuff. You are.
When you do that, if you choose to.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Go fucking nuts. Go ahead. Let's have the conversation.
But I'm rich Jew, but I think my mommy's on the pedo Jew this time. That's a good comment.
Jesus Christ.
That's a good comment.
I mean, this
I
is
was going
part
to
of
point
the
out to
problem.
Relly that we're significantly more outnumbered now.
So now that we're not, now that we're focused, I think I don't think Destiny's response. I see him. We've all read the response from Destiny.
This one, yeah,
I believe everyone has. I believe
on the
everyone.
subreddit.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should put it up on screen.
It is.
The first sentence is, sometime in November, extremely sensitive and personal material of mine was leaked. Actually, the first sentence is the subject. Legal arc beginning in mysterious ways, such wow. Now, at first blush, this seems like kind of a irreverent shrugging off, but also acknowledging the seriousness of what's happening. But it is also, beneath that, a kind of reframing of what's happening as just another crazy, zany Destiny drama arc. Now it's the legal arc. But also, with this such wow, it also screams to me that he's a victim somehow. That he's framing this
That's
as
reaching.
something.
I'm pushing
something
back.
bad.
You said to push
something-
back when you said something that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
reaching.
Let me just finish
That's
my
reaching.
sentence, and then you go ahead. I think he's saying that this is something bad that's happening to me, which I think is backed up by this first sentence. Extremely sensitive and personal material of mine was leaked. So that's my initial criticism, is that the framing is that Destiny is the victim here.
Okay. He was a partial victim because there's videos of him jerking off by himself that got leaked. So that would make him part of the victim here.
We've already kind
He
of
is
spoken
one-
about that stuff, though, right? The conversation's now about Pixie, yet he's chosen to reframe it to be about him and how he was victimized, right, Dan?
I'm addressing Mr. Girl saying that he's not a victim. He is
No, I didn't
also
say
a
that.
victim.
That's a
Oh, okay,
straw man.
gotcha. You said such wow implies he's a victim.
Yes.
So
Okay.
is he not a victim?
Max, do
He
you
is a
think
victim.
he's a victim?
Okay, yes, go. Sleeper team.
Destiny is a victim in this situation. Absolutely.
Okay, great. So also, I push back on the idea that adding the word such wow indicates that he is saying he's a victim. It's literally from the Doge meme. Such wow, much amaze. Like, are you familiar with this?
Do you think it's appropriate when you're being accused of something this
wait, it's not
serious
that-
to say
I mean,
something like that, Dan?
I think that when
it's not-
something
it's-
this serious happens, sometimes people naturally try to bring a little bit of levity into
it's
it.
absolutely appropriate to say
Naturally.
something sarcastic like such wow. It's absolutely appropriate when something bad happens to you. Like I got cancer, such wow. But if the post is about something bad that happened to somebody else or something bad you did, then it's not appropriate. So by using that phrase, I think he's framing himself as the victim. To respond to your straw man argument that I think he's not a victim, no, I think he's a victim. I think his personal stuff was leaked, and that's embarrassing and uncomfortable for him on some level. I also think he kind of likes it on some level and set this up to happen. But he's
Objection, assuming facts, not in evidence.
Sure.
That's like fucking
Whatever.
like
sure,
Jesus.
whatever. Sure, whatever. Keep going.
Well, either he's reckless or with his own nudes, or he is.
Thank you for your service,
and
Rabbi.
I have a lot of
Speculation.
Thank you, Lord of War. Hugely appreciate it. Thank
Listen,
you for $20.
I don't disagree.
From a logical-
he's
from a
actually,
logical-
yes, it's
from a
fucking,
logical point-
it does make sense to me, or to you. Okay, both of us have long-term
No.
relationships.
No,
I
no,
understand. It doesn't make sense.
It does
It's
make
crazy. I
sense.
would never send shit online to people, anyone's ever.
It makes
never like
well,
that.
Dan, it makes sense to me. I think I understand
I don't.
this fairly well, but I don't think Destiny's retarded. But for everything I've said about him, I don't think he's stupid. So I think we can assume that he knew that there was a high probability that this would be leaked, that this is risky behavior he's engaging in. Anyway, my problem. See, we're still not even past the first sentence, but
You told me to object when I had an issue. That's what I'm fucking doing. That's why I'm here. Am I not?
Yeah, but your objection is fake. You said
Well,
that
we
I
actually
said
don't
It's
know
not
why you're
fake.
here, Dan. You've said a couple things.
you.
Dan's doing his job.
Okay, so my problem with this is that he's framing himself as the victim. Not that he isn't a victim, but that we are supposedly he's making a statement on his non-consensually leaking the nudes of Pixie, but it starts to sound like a statement about himself and how he's the victim and how something bad's happened to him. This doesn't sound like he's taking accountability for his bad behavior. It sounds like he's pointing the finger at somebody else, passing the buck, and not taking accountability. What do you think of
Can
that?
I ask you? So I want to go ahead and just give a devil's advocate here. Can he do that when he does have pending litigation? Can he go, yeah, I feel bad. I non-consensually leaked this stuff. I did wrong, and I need to take accountability. Can he do that? So he
Well,
can, but like, will
said
he?
it-
Will
he
he
said
do
it
that?
in
Will
a
that be the
DM
advice
to,
of
he
lawyers?
said it in a DM to her already, so she already has him cold and acknowledging that he did this. So yeah, I think so.
I thought that was to straighterate.
Well, he's still cold. He's still caught. Whether whoever it's to, he said he did it.
So I think we can all agree that I don't know if like the Discord message like that. I don't know if that would be like stone cold proof in court. I don't know. I'm saying like it might be that in his own words that like here on his subreddit where it could be
You're
like
saying that in
verified
court
that this
he's-
is real.
In court, he's gonna deny that he said that in a Discord message.
Mr. Girl,
I don't know.
Let's be,
I don't know
let's
if you
be
can use
realistic
stuff
here.
like that.
Okay, if you're being threatened with litigation, would you expect him to act differently than this?
Yes.
How would okay? If so, in your world, Mr. Girl, if because I know you talked about this type of stuff. If someone has committed a crime, should they get the best defense possible for themselves, or should they just admit to the crime?
That's a false dichotomy because I don't think this is either.
Okay, well, so you don't want to answer that one then?
It's it's a false dichotomy. Why don't you ask an open-ended question, and I'll just tell you what I think they should do.
Okay. Let me be more specific. So we have a man.
This isn't the best defense. That's my point. I don't think he's making a good defense.
Okay. He may
Legally
be limited in
or
what he
from
can
a
do.
PR?
Well, you're not an attorney. You have no fucking idea. Neither do I.
Okay, so he may be limited in what he can do. So is that you conceding that this post does not take accountability for his behavior? And now you're explaining why it doesn't take accountability for his behavior. So
I would say, is it like
are we in agreement that
go
he's
to
not
your
taking
go to your
accountability?
knees apology? I can't believe I did this. I'm going to rehab everything. No, but I'm telling you why it can't be like that. Right?
That's fine
No
if
shit.
it can't be. The question is it that? Is he taking accountability, or is he shifting the blame to other people and framing himself as a victim? I get why he would do that. I'm not saying I don't understand why.
You're
the question is
saying like
he...
I get why you would have a defense attorney, but I don't understand why you wouldn't just come out and literally say that you fucking beat that woman. Like what the fuck? Like what do you want me to say in this situation? This is very
really. Do you want me to answer what I think you should say?
Yeah, I guess it's have like no defense and just like say fuck it, YOLO.
No, I don't think that. That
Okay.
wouldn't.
So
be a good
what should
strategy.
so how should Destiny respond to this?
Thank you. Yes. How should Destiny respond to this, Max? How would you have responded to this?
How would I have responded to it? Well,
how do you think Destiny should have? How do you think Destiny should have responded? I don't care how you.
At what
how
point?
You think
You
Destiny
mean
should
right
have
now,
responded.
today.
Starting today, what should he have done?
Yes.
Yep. Today.
Yep.
I think he should say. I think he should make a. Well, I don't. The morally correct thing to do is to come clean.
So for every person that's accused of a crime ever, just don't have a defense attorney. The better thing to do is to come clean right away.
I want to finish, Dan.
Okay.
I don't like this question too much because it forces the psychopathic, amoral self-preservation lens, and then I have to disregard what's right for Pixie to answer it. So it feels like a bit of a trick question when my criticism is that he's posting about how he's a victim. So even from a self-preservation standpoint, I don't think he should be doing that. I don't think his lawyer is going to like this post. I don't think the judge is going to like this post. Nobody's going to like this post. I don't think Pixie.
You have no idea. I mean, you can say that. You think that. You don't know.
Oh my god.
I'm not saying I do.
Okay.
This is pure speculation. I am just saying my totally uninformed opinion. I have no idea if this is true. This is just my opinion.
Okay. Well, Max, I would agree with you that in a world, the moral thing to do when you fuck up is to say, "I'm sorry, I did it. I can't believe I did it. I'm going to get help for every crime." But there's more things than just a moral
now
thing,
in
right?
the self-preservation psychopath.
No, it's not self-preservation psychopath. It's that everyone deserves defense, right? You would say that?
No, I would say what I'm about to say, which is different from what you're saying.
Okay.
What I would say and what I will say is that if he really wants to defend himself and maybe try to walk the line of maybe being partly moral, I think what he should say is, I know you've all heard about the lawsuit. I know you all have a lot of questions for me and criticisms, and I appreciate you sharing those things out of respect for the parties involved. And of course, to protect myself from future litigation, I can't talk about this right now. I know I owe you guys an explanation. I hope you understand that I can't give you one, but if you hang tight, an explanation.
Yeah, this is a response that Mrgirl can give. This is not a response that Destiny, who's like a million times. Yeah, but that's what you would say as you. Destiny is literally one of the biggest political content creators. He can't say, "Hey guys, I'll get back to you in a little bit." It's not going to fucking work. He has to give a statement, or the fucking world is going to come down on him every day, nonstop. Look at Virgil Texas, who said nothing. Okay, he has to say something. He has to be something substantive. And he's walking a fucking line between trying to put out as much information as he can, while also defending himself, while also acknowledging that he did fucked up shit. It's a rough spot to fucking be in. Okay, what you would do is irrelevant.
He should have just admitted to doing it and say that he's getting help and that it should have never happened.
Well, that's why you have no fucking money and no fucking career and no anything, because you don't know anything about anything.
What are you even talking about? That's obviously the clear thing.
Obviously the clear thing. Any robber ever should just like admit that they did it and like go to jail. Like,
a
I can't
robber,
believe.
like yeah, someone who did this to pick, like someone who unconsensually sent nudes should absolutely take accountability and never do it again and get help psychologically. Yeah.
Okay,
Communism
so-
should work, but unfortunately, it's just not the way the world works. It's really
Okay, I
not
know.
worth our time
I'm
to
so
discuss.
sorry for wishful thinking that Destiny could be like a good person, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My bad.
So it just feels like if when Pixie wasn't suing, he didn't say anything and didn't take any responsibility. He did not speak about it.
I think that was for both parties were trying to do something there, as far as I know.
But the world
I don't
didn't
know
come
that
down,
to be
the
true.
world didn't come down on him. His career didn't end. He was able to basically ignore it, and it.
Let me
kinda
ask
went
you,
away for a
how
while.
do you? I personally, I don't think Pixie wanted this to go down like this. I think Sunday forced her hand.
I think we're changing the subject a little
No,
here, Dan. I thought you
I'm-
just
I'm-
said that if you were silent and just said, "Oh, I'm not going to talk about it," that the world would end. But he just did that for a month, and basically everybody kind of moved on.
No,
I
I'm pretty
don't
sure
think that happened.
Yeah, I don't know why you're just saying shit and you say it with this voice, so as if it's to be believed as a fact when it's just
Yes.
bullshit. Yeah, it's not.
Okay. How are people not moving on?
I think
for
what
the
was
last
happening
month?
in the background was that Pixie was getting.
I'm not talking
a-
about in the background. I'm talking about the public.
See, I
perception,
give a shit about the fucking victim here. I don't give a shit about.
Dude, you weren't
you guys
talking
are
about
saying-
the victim when you said the world's going to come crashing down on him. I thought you meant he was going to face public repercussions if he didn't defend himself. Is that not what you meant?
Sorry, where are we going?
I'm
with
sorry
this now?
too.
Yeah, I know you are. You're trying to like basically push this thing into a specific vision that you have of where this is, where it comes
Dude,
down to.
I'm just clarifying what you just
Oh,
said.
gotcha.
You said that if Destiny did not
If he gave this
lash-
answer that you did, yes, which is
and,
like
and then no, then you said if he didn't say anything, that the world would come crashing down on him.
if he gave an answer like you did,
No,
yeah,
you
it would
said
be
if he didn't
constant
say
speculation.
anything. You said if he didn't say anything, the world would come
Yes.
crashing down on him.
Yeah,
You just said that.
after okay.
Okay, no, when
Do
you're
you want me to
referring
answer
the
now, or
world,
do you? No. Fuck that. I get to
when you're
respond to
referring
this
to the
bullshit.
world, are
No,
you referring to?
I can actually
are you
talk
referring
over
to
you at the same.
Pixie,
It's quite easy.
where
You
his
just
or
put my
his
head-
public
can
or
we-
the
can we
public?
let Dan go this time?
Speaking.
I've
And
taken
it's like
go
a
where?
couple
He's
students
not-
hour.
he's
let Dan
I can
go.
just
saying
talk
anything.
through two
Just let him
Jews
yap.
talking over each other. It works out fine, actually.
It works out fine for you because this
so
is your goal.
basically,
You don't want us
the
to
way
get
it
anywhere.
is because this whole accusation is now public now, right? It would have been for Destiny to say nothing would be
A
a
month ago.
situation
A month
similar
ago?
to what happened with Virgil, Texas back in the day. And with
A month
Virgil,
ago?
Texas back in the day, what happened was
This all
he
became
got
public
accused
a month
of
ago.
having some shit happening and he did nothing. He said nothing, he did nothing.
Yes, I know
And
what
as a
you're
result
saying.
of that, it
I
fucking
understand what
destroyed
you're
everything
saying.
from him. So it's
Yes.
required that he actually
I got
comes
it.
out and he says something. And he's trying to
hear you.
walk the line between
Destiny
getting
has
a legal
created a
response at the
situation-
guise of his attorney, and he's also trying to walk the line of appeasing the community, and he's also trying to walk the line of maybe doing right by Pixie. I would fucking hope.
I totally
And that's
get
the
it. I
problem.
get everything.
And it's
I
not
get
like
everything
Mr.
he's doing.
Girl who's being mean to Shaylin and doesn't have the answer to fucking anyone. He can just like go and do crazy shit and not have to answer anyone except
Also,
fucking
you're
like
poor.
30
Also, you've never
psychopaths or
made
something in
anything
there.
for yourself.
That's the difference in this situation is he has a huge presence online. And he
Yes.
has to fucking do something.
I totally
Okay?
get it.
That's
but,
it.
But what I'm confused about, Dan, is that
Okay.
you said that if he didn't do anything,
If he said
that
nothing.
the world would come. If he said nothing, the world
Yes.
would come crashing down. But that's what
If
he
he
did a
gave no
month ago.
He
But
didn't
he
do
didn't
it
give
that
a
month
response a month ago, and nothing happened.
I believe a month ago, what was happening is that Pixie was trying to get attorneys to probably sue Steve.
Freud.
Okay,
Again, I'm
stop.
talking about the public perception of Destiny. Took a hit a month ago, and then basically nothing happened.
See, this is where
publicly.
we're getting to the issue right now. Thank you. You care about the public perception. I care about Pixie getting justice. That's the difference.
great.
Yeah. See,
that's
that's
the
where
difference
we've
between
come.
you
we've
and
come
me
down.
is that you care
It
about
is.
Pixie and I don't.
There we go.
And that said, that still doesn't really answer the question of how what you just said doesn't make any sense. Because you said that if Destiny was silent, that everything would come crashing down. But he dealt with this with silence in this case, and he's done this before. He just isn't saying anything, and Destiny's.
I don't know them personally.
This is an amazing thing where you're like, yes, that's true, and now I'm just going to keep talking and say the same thing again. This is
Destiny's
amazing.
strategy for handling these.
What I don't give a fuck about Destiny's strategy. I give a fuck about
Can I
about
finish? I
Pixie
was gonna
having
finish
the
a sentence
No.
without you
I actually
changing the
just want to go
subject.
next because I know where you're going, Max. Right, I'm pretty sure I know where you're going. So I'm
okay,
just
so no,
going
I
to
just
respond to this and say,
I want to go where I'm going.
well,
And
okay,
so
I need to respond to what you said before, not what you're currently saying. I need to respond to what you said before because I don't think it was handled correctly. And I just want to throw out right now
I don't
that
want
the
you
public
to,
response of Destiny of just being silent. I need to explain this to you because you're not listening. You're not listening. Dan's not listening. That's fine.
I want you to
have
let
to
me
turn you
finish
down
what
because
I'm
I'm not as good
saying.
at Dan at
I
talking.
want you to let me finish
I
what
need
I'm
to
saying.
talk. No,
you don't.
No,
You
I don't want to
actually
let you
don't.
finish what you're saying.
And I don't want to let you
that's
finish what you're
I
saying.
want to silence you.
Then do it.
Max, are you a victim? Because I'm about to silence you. Okay, please
Do it.
stop.
Silence me.
I mean, I'm not actually doing it. I just
Great.
wanted to
Then-
say that the public perception, the public response makes
I
sense,
don't
and it is
care
probably
about what you're
following
saying,
Pixie's
and
wishes.
I don't want to listen to what you're saying. I don't.
Do you think Destiny was following Pixie's wishes?
It doesn't matter.
Because he doesn't care about
There's two
Mrgirl.
versions of
He
there's
cares
two
about
versions of this
Mrgirl's
there's two
outcome.
versions of this conversation. There's one where I incessantly point out that Dan isn't responding to the last thing I said, and I will do this over and over and over and over again.
You can't just
And he'll
say I'm not responding when I do. This is such
Okay.
this is a basic bitch debate tactic. You got to back that up with receipts. Let's go. What am I not
Okay.
responding to?
You're not
you think I'm
responding
new
to the,
around
you're not
here?
responding
Let's
to
go.
the logical
Tell me what I'm not
contradiction.
responding to.
The logical
Let's go.
the logical
contradiction. Well, you're not responding to the logical fallacy. You see how stupid this fucking sounds?
And then yes, I do. And
Yeah,
then
good.
the other version of the conversation is where we get through this and we can actually talk about what's happening.
No, the other version of this is where you can somehow find a way to make it about yourself and your vendetta that you have against Steve, instead of having it be about Pixie.
I still haven't heard him
Yes,
do that.
please,
so
Lab,
I'm
let's
waiting
go.
for that to happen. Maybe
Yeah,
you
there's a
should
long
let him do that so that you are
with
proven
Mrgirl.
right.
It takes a
You
while.
should
Yeah,
let him do
let
that.
me get to the part where it's about my vendetta, and then.
Well, no, that's the whole reason is I'm not trying to do that because I don't want Pixie being tied to someone who's best known online.
Okay, Dan,
for
it's
being
just
a
this is
fucking
like a
pedophile.
total cap, Dan. This is like a
He's
total
actually
bullshit
best known for being my
excuse.
dad.
Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Mr.
Well,
God talking about
there's some
something isn't
overlap
gonna.
there,
It's not gonna tie.
Also, I think
Pixie
Pixie
to
would
it.
have to embrace this for it to be tied to her. I
Yeah,
don't think somebody
right.
else.
Okay,
Just
I mean,
someone
if you,
talking on
if you,
screen.
if you
Random
have someone
meth
that's
addict on
your
the side of the
champion,
road,
if
rambling
you want
about Pixie's
Mrgirl as your
allegations is
champion,
getting tied to her.
Okay. I feel like there's definitely people that got absolutely fucked because of the way that Mrgirl.
Because it was
did the
he
last-
posted it. I mean, that's a bit more of an argument there, right, Dan? He posted it. He wrote it. This is just someone talking on stream about allegations Pixie made.
Yeah, if you really cared about victims, Dan, you would have written a report about Destiny about Pixie.
Nah, that doesn't work too well. Like, I care about like people being indentured slaves, but I still buy Nike shoes, right? Like, there's a level of like how much like
Okay,
culpability
so
that everyone
your
has.
problem is that Max
You
cares
knew
too much.
too. You knew. Why didn't you do more? Why didn't you literally like every day go do something? Why didn't you do it?
Do what?
Yeah, exactly. Do what? Do what? You
No,
knew something. You
keep-
knew.
I don't care that much about this. You seem to really
so
care
you
about
don't-
it.
I got
No,
you.
I don't care that much
Why
about
do you
this.
care so much? Perfect. I love this.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
think we
best
could
response.
if we just talk through the response that Destiny gave here, and we just started getting through that a bit more. Right,
I
Dan?
think that's a good idea.
I love that, Kuihman.
Okay,
Thank
I think
you,
let's
Dave.
get back to that.
Okay. So, I think we can all imagine the reasons that Destiny believes he has to respond this way, but I think we should probably exclude that from any evaluation of whether it is a moral or good response or what kind of response it is or what he's really saying. When someone does something that we think is bad and they, let's say Andrew Tate, when Andrew Tate says, "Oh, she's a liar. Oh, they're all liars. The Matrix is out to get me." It's not really a sufficient. It's not really an analysis of his statements to say why he's saying that. Like, we know why he's saying it. He doesn't want to go to fucking jail for the rest of his life, and he doesn't want to lose all of his money, and he doesn't want to lose all of his fans and all of his power. We know that. So I don't think we need to keep pointing out why Destiny is saying what he's saying.
12-hour
What I'm
stream is
interested in
Brazy
doing
my
is
wigger. No one can doubt
analyzing
your
what
love of the
he's
game.
saying.
Hugely
Shine.
appreciated.
Because I think
Hugely
object to
appreciated.
that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We don't have a lot of examples of Andrew Tate going like behind closed doors and trying to offer to make this person whole in some way. Like, and we can argue about why that was happening too. But I'm saying that there's
the comparison is not
you're
that
comparing
Destiny
to
is-
somebody that's not really a fair comparison. So I just want to correct that. I do think you're correct that we don't have to analyze why he's making those decisions, right? We can
It's
analyze
not the
whether or not it's
comparison
moral
is
in a
not that
vacuum.
Destiny is like Andrew Tate. The comparison is that
I know.
when you
I know. I can understand.
when
the
you're in a
mechanism
position
that it's not an
to-
important thing to you.
Well, I just don't think this is I think this is a little disingenuous because the analogy is not saying that Destiny is as bad as Andrew Tate. I'm not saying he's a sex trafficker.
I know.
I'm saying that when Andrew
But
Tate,
it's confusing for the people watching, and that's usually what I'm thinking about. So
Okay, so why don't you get him to clarify for your audience if you know what they're gonna think?
I didn't hear what that you just said.
He did clarify. He did clarify.
Okay, then we should go back to going over.
Yeah, we can. I just wanted to make sure Max understood why.
Because Dan has done a very good job at derailing from that. But yeah, that was
unfortunately this is just every convo with Max, and I'm fine with it. But I'm just like I do have to actually.
It's Max's fault. It's Max's fault.
Like.
I mean, this conversation was much more on the rails and leading to a.
I don't think it's bad. I'm not judging it. I'm saying
that.
that this tends to be the way that combos with Max go, and that's fine. I'm fine with it.
Okay, so I want to be clear. The leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. When he says the leak happened, isn't he defining the leak as the second party, the 19-year-old girl disseminating the pornographic imagery, but not himself?
I think he would be referring to a public leak. Yes, that would be correct. Not a private leak. That's pretty fucking obvious.
So he's not
yes.
referring to the leak that Pixie would be referring.
Right. So that's kind of odd that in response, I mean, not odd, but slimy that in response.
It's kind of what you would expect to have happen when you've been like said that a lawsuit's coming your way, but that's fine. Keep going.
Well, if the lawsuit is about Destiny leaking pornographic material, then when he says the leak, you would think that he'd be referring to the same leak that the lawsuit is alleging, but he doesn't bring that up at all.
Is the lawsuit not alleging a publication? It's making it public? I'm pretty sure it is.
The lawsuit is alleging that Destiny non-consensually shared her news or leaked in.
I believe the specific statute refers to a public dissemination, does it not?
What statute? We're talking about the lawsuit.
The one inside of the Substack.
The one inside of the Substack.
It would depend on what public dissemination means, and I don't know that you.
Well, I don't know.
Does that mean?
Are any of you guys confused about what Pixie is suing him for? Do you think she's suing him for what someone else did or what he did?
Civil action relating to the disclosure of intimate images and for publication of private facts in Florida is what she's specifically looking for, at least according to her Substack.
Do you think that she's suing him for him leaking her nudes or pornographic materials, or do you think that she's suing him for someone else doing?
I believe she is suing him for doing this. That is what she stated in her Substack.
So what I find disingenuous is that when he says the leak happened, he's using passive language. He's not saying I leaked it. He's saying the leak happened, as though the leak happened without my knowledge. So he's clearly not referring to the same leak that everyone's talking about when we're all saying Destiny leaked Pixie's pornographic material. He's reframing it as something that happened to him without his knowledge, without his consent, without his authorization.
I'm responding directly to the statement that you were responding to in regards to Dan about specific legal language regarding his response to it. Dan was saying, if you are responding to this as in a legal manner, you would respond to the legal allegations. The legal allegations, as I've read this as a totally not read legal person, like I'm a civilian, have no legal experience. It's referring to the publication of materials.
Okay. So would you say this sentence is not accurate?
Pixie, I would say.
No, I'm going to say the sentence. I'm going to say the sentence. I know you're going to say it. I know you're going to say you don't like it. But let me say it before you respond. Before you respond, let me just
control that you love being I'm going to have to mute and talk to everybody else. I literally have to tell you guys right now that the accusation in the article is that he used a proxy to disseminate this material while claiming deniability. And so her actual accusation is probably not what happened. And I think we can almost all agree that that's probably not what happened.
In the public consciousness, the thing that Destiny has to address is that it is just
you have to admit that you just changed your position. You're changing your position. So you were arguing that he wasn't materially responding to the allegation.
I'm asking you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Here's the question. It's true or false. In the public consciousness, Pixie is suing Destiny for leaking her nudes. True or false?
Are you talking about legally or like for a layman?
Yeah. We're just confounding. We're just intentionally confounding.
For a layman, yes. For a layman, yes. Correct.
Okay. And is this Destiny's response? Is this aimed at lay people or the court?
I think
I
it's
would
a mix.
trying to do both. With
Yeah,
the
I
court
would assume
with
it's
not
threading a
fucking
needle.
himself in court as a primary objective.
Yeah, threading a needle,
So,
for sure.
Lauren has had a negative sentiment toward me after I rejected her romantic advances earlier in the year. This is a statement that Destiny wants to be read in court.
That's a
No,
statement
it's-
that is
it's a
wild to put
public
in your
statement.
shit.
It is a public statement that is meant to address the public while also simultaneously not fucking him over in court. So it's meant to have the court be in mind while also making a public statement. I can just skip to the end here because it's actually very upsetting what you're doing. Let me actually address the point that I feel like you're trying to make and should be made. So when he's referring to these leaks, what he's doing is he's saying, oh, these leaks, they were not made by me. I didn't make these things public, when in reality, that is technically true on a technicality. However, he leaked them to another person who he had no reasonable expectation of privacy with, and that was something that is wrong. So he's very specifically trying to say, well, I didn't leak it publicly, but he should have known better, and he's leaving that part out. And that's important. We all agree that is bad. That is shifting the narrative. I just did your job for you, that you're taking a year, because you're taking a year and a half to do something that takes 2 seconds. And that's why
I
agree.
I don't.
To be clear,
understand
I
why-
thought he really obviously said that in his first sentence, but maybe it was.
No,
I
the
thought that
problem
was
is
the first.
no, because he's going back and forth with Dan when Dan is making a point specifically about how Destiny is framing this in a legal manner, and then he's trying to wrestle around with that. It's very simple. He's speaking in legalese that also can be portrayed to the public,
I don't
and
think this
he's
is-
simultaneously shifting the narrative so that way it doesn't look like he did any type of a sharing or leaking of any kind. When in reality, he did share it with another person who he was not. It is not reasonable to expect privacy from.
I don't think this is legalese. Again, I'm going to read the sentence again. I want to be clear.
Oh my god!
It's because you don't know that much about law.
Why would you even bring that up?
So
if this is supposed
I
to
just
be,
need to get to Max's core criticism. Are you mad that he's hiding the actual moral criticism that's being made of him with this statement? Is that what you're upset about?
I'm not.
so
My
he's
criticism
going
isn't that.
through it line by line.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well,
I'm
on
not
this
saying
line, I'm just asking what the criticism
I'm not
is.
saying I'm mad.
This line is
I'm
obviously
gonna be honest. I'm gonna be.
Okay, hold on. I will
I'm
back
gonna
all the
be-
way off of that. I will not go into a conversation on calling you mad. Okay.
I'm gonna
Holy
be
fuck.
as. I'm
What
gonna
is
be
what is
pretty-
your issue with this line? Can you say?
I'm gonna
can you
be.
state it
I'm gonna
once
be
again in
frank.
plain English?
I'm gonna be frank with you guys. I'm having a pretty good day. I don't feel mad right now. Okay. Here's the sentence.
Thank you.
I want to be clear. Oh, okay. So I'm going to tell you my internal monologue as I read this sentence. Oh, Destiny wants to be clear. Wow. He's about to say something really clarifying about the situation. The situation being, of course, the Pixie suing him for leaking her nudes. Okay. So I'm reading this statement. Destiny's going to address it. It's all coming out. Other posts about it have been removed because Destiny is going to address it. So here it is. I want to be clear. The leak happened without my knowledge. The leak. What's the leak? I thought at least there might be 2 leaks, but I think we're really concerned about the one. I don't think anybody's going to be suing that 19-year-old girl.
Okay.
The leak happened without my knowledge, consent. or
He's getting away
authorization.
with it.
He's getting away with it. Yeah, in the first sentence, he's saying, not only am I not going to address...
Should I do this legally, or you just don't know? Yeah.
Not
Like,
only
it's
am I
easy
going to
do.
not address
That's
me
fine.
leaking Pixie's nudes, I'm going to pretend it didn't even happen. And I'm going to pretend that you guys are all waiting for me to address a different leak, which is someone else leaking her nudes that I leaked.
That is the
them to
most
this person.
insane thing that you've ever said.
Really?
Yeah.
DGG
Okay,
down
so
4.
to answer that, all right, let me put it together for you.
Let Dan make his case.
No, hold on. Let's
Let
get
Dan
more.
make his case.
Please, for the love of fucking Christ, can we get a timer on who's talking
No
how much?
agents
Because
ever.
it's Mr. Girl Strategy 101.
It's literally you, Dan. You win. Dan, you win.
Huge appreciate, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Max is
Get it
definitely
out.
talking the most, but it's fine.
That's
Just go,
not
Dan.
true.
It's
That's
definitely
100% true.
It's
Bet
delusional. If
me,
you don't take that
bet
seriously,
me,
that is delusional.
bet me $500 right now, Max.
I'll
if
bet
we
you any
analyze
amount
this,
of money, Max.
I will literally bet you a blank check as well. I want that action.
Come on, Mr. Girl,
Okay.
you're confident?
I'll
it's
tell you
fine.
how much
I'll-
the bet was for afterward.
That doesn't sound like you're taking
got you,
yourself
bro.
very
You just
seriously.
got
Well,
so
he
that's
doesn't
fine.
have as much money as you, Dan. You are the most important person in the room.
That is true. Okay, so let me break this down for you technically, legally speaking. And
I thought
again,
that you weren't a lawyer. You could speak to this.
well, I
Lav,
am.
you last chance, Lav. Okay.
Okay, so
Dan, go.
Do you think it's curious? Let me ask you this. Why is it that Pixie has chosen to say that Destiny is collaborating with a leaker when we all know that, of course, that's not the case? No one here.
Well,
everyone
okay,
is kind of,
she didn't
like,
say
not thought
collaborating.
about
That's
that.
not
Why?
that.
Why
She
would
didn't say
go
collaborating. She didn't.
and
Okay.
say such a weird.
She didn't say
claim?
collaborating. She didn't say
Because
collaborating.
She said that she is
that's what
secretly.
the statute is. No,
Exactly.
she said
That is
she said
the issue.
collaborated. Hold on.
What?
I'm
No,
almost
no,
positive
no.
she said collaborated.
I believe that what is basically implied is that he is he's
I think that
sending
he
these
used
out
her
with-
as a proxy to widely distribute
make them
the
be
sale
public.
with
that doesn't-
deniability.
that doesn't mean collaboration though, does it?
That is.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Come
Well,
on.
no, because
Kuihman.
okay, listen.
You're sleeping, Kuihman.
Do you want to
Yeah,
stop being
and-
retarded?
No, no,
Do you
no,
want to stop being
Queen,
retarded?
technically, we don't know if
it
these
does-
things were released non-consensual yet. Like technically.
Okay, so
No,
so
if you listen to what I'm
for
saying,
example-
if you listen to what I'm saying,
example-
he could be deliberately sending them out to lots of people in the hopes that they all get published, right? He could
yes,
be.
and that's still a
Sure.
proxy. but
All
not
right. So as I'm
collaboration.
gonna keep talking here, so you guys understand what's happening, because I like this point is lost. No one's talked about this. Why is it that Pixie is focusing on that issue? Why does she have to do that now? First off, it's because President
of the
Sunday
statute, yes.
has forced her into this fucking position to do this publicly, and it's a weak argument. And without that claim that Destiny has collaborated with this person to have them be publicly disseminated, okay, and there is a difference between publicly and privately, okay, without that, there isn't an actual claim, okay? If I send my wife's tits to Mrgirl and he doesn't send it anywhere else, that is not publicly sending anything out. That's what it is, okay? Public is publicly available.
Yeah,
Privately is different. There's a technical term.
This
Is
is
that-
this is sweeping.
just-
This is
It's-
sweeping.
I just want to.
This is the law, Kuihman.
I want to
This is the
remind the
law, and
audience.
Yeah,
if you
you're-
want, we can.
yeah.
You know, I pay my bets. $500.
I want to
No, I'm not
remind the
speaking some
audience
law.
that this is Dan's response to me
It's
saying
not my.
that.
Hold on. It's not my
this
response.
is-
I'm explaining why this is like it is, and you're literally saying that this is why Dan's doing it. I wanted Pixie to get maximum effect with what she was doing. You want to come in here, make it about you. You want to make it like, why is this first statement? Why is Steve?
When has he made it about him?
Him being here is literally having it be about him.
Okay, well then you're making it about you also.
No, I'm coming in here and explaining what the situation is versus you guys essentially coming in here doing wild fucking shit. Like
yeah.
literally wild shit. We haven't gotten past the first paragraph, and you guys are like, "This is weird that Destiny hasn't said I basically completely molested Pixie. I intended to do it, and I will now put myself into rehab, and I'm wrong." Like, yeah, no shit, we're not getting that response. No
That's
shit.
the soundboard.
This is going to be a measured response. Like that. Like I don't
Well,
know what you want from
my
someone when they're
criticism- my-
accused of a lawsuit.
My criticism isn't that it's not isn't that it's measured. My criticism is that when he says the leak happened, he's
Yes.
referring to a different leak from the leak that we're all waiting for his response
Mrgirl,
about.
when someone is being threatened with a lawsuit, do you think that they should give themselves the strongest standing position for themselves, both socially and protecting themselves from that lawsuit, or do you think they should throw their fucking hands up and be like, ah, fuck it, take it all?
I don't want to use DGG vernacular, but it feels like we're looping.
Well, you don't want to answer that question, and you're having an issue with the
I
way that
already
he's
answered
trying
the
to protect
question.
himself.
What should someone do? Oh, we're not. I'm not. I think I said
In
before I
reality,
started-
not morally.
I think I before I started reading this.
Why
I
wouldn't we
said
talk about it morally?
I said in order to talk about what is being said in this statement, which is what I'm interested in doing, we would have to stop changing the subject to why it's being said. I know why it's being said.
So okay, great. So we all know why it's being said. So
Great. So you can stop bringing it up. That's not what I'm talking about. I just wanted to point out what is being said and that there is a reframing, or not even a reframing. It's just a total evasion of the entire topic. The leak happened without my knowledge. He's talking about the wrong leak. That's not the leak we're interested in. We're waiting to hear Destiny say, what the fuck is up with you leaking Pixie's nudes? And not
This was the
among
point.
other people. You leaked everybody's nudes. That's why everybody's mad at you. That's why you're being sued. So what about that leak? So to start out with the leak happened without my knowledge is talking about the wrong leak. That's not the leak we're interested in.
That's the leak. No, that's
nobody's
incorrect.
mad at
That-
this 19-year-old random girl for leaking this.
That's
not
first off,
what we're all upset about.
Well, that's not what we're mad about. But he's responding to a lawsuit. That's that is the legal claim of what's happening.
Yes, I know
there.
why I know why he's saying it, but do you have any contention with what I'm saying? Do you have a
Is this a
counter-argument?
legal case, Max, or is this like fucking two people fighting?
Do you have any
immoral
disagreement with what I'm saying?
Yes, I think the bigger issue is it being public, not that he sent it with a random person.
Do you have a? I'm not saying which is the bigger issue. I'm saying his audience, everyone, all these people who are upset with Destiny right now, they're upset because he non-consensually leaked these nudes. Do you see? But he doesn't address that at all. He doesn't refer to himself. He might as well have not even said anything.
You know he's being threatened with a lawsuit, right?
Yes, I know why he's saying it. I'm glad you brought that up, but let's stop talking about it. I'm interested.
Okay, so I don't. This doesn't make fucking sense though.
He's literally looping. So the point that Dan is trying to bring up, and the thing that you guys are not connecting on, is Mrgirl, you want to say that, oh, I don't care about the why, I want to care about the what. But Dan is saying that the why informs the what, right? And so with it in mind that he is being sued, get with that why in mind, what is an alternative that he could do that's realistic? So you can't just say, I don't care about the why. You have to care about the why. He has a lawsuit.
Well, I don't want to talk about.
So what is a realistic alternative?
I'm not a legal strategist trying to help Destiny figure out what to say here. What I want to do is talk about what he's saying.
Okay, that's what I did like 20 minutes ago when I gave that other example where I said this specific language is reframing and shaping the narrative in a way that pushes accountability away from him for sharing these things privately. I already said that like 20 minutes ago. I already said that. But you're wasting our time with looping on this nonsense. We don't have to take it.
Wait, how is Max on looping exactly? Wait. Dan keeps bringing up the same point. Dan keeps bringing up the same point.
The reason why Dan keeps bringing up the same point is because Mrgirl refuses to give a response that keeps the legal case in mind. So what Dan is trying to say is, hey, this specific verbiage is here. This specific.
How is the legal case not being kept in mind? How is?
I'm answering this question.
Okay, but you're not.
So this specific sentence is here because there's a legal case pending, with the idea that we're not expecting people to just not give a fuck about pending legal cases. What should Destiny's response be after that?
I don't want to talk about what his response should be.
I don't care what his response should be. I care about what it is. In
Well,
order
I find it because I find it
assess
immoral.
what it is, we have to understand why it existed.
I find it immoral and a little bit disgusting. Your and Dan's tendency, and not just you guys, all of Destiny's fans and friends and audience and supporters, to reframe his bad behavior in conversations about his bad behavior.
I didn't reframe shit.
I just want to finish this sentence, and then you can say what you think.
You're making an accusation, and he's obviously annoyed at it. Go ahead.
Oh shit! I actually can't hear you. I'm not lagging. I'm sorry.
Can you
there's an issue with my.
You said
speakers.
you and Destiny's friends and all of his orders or whatever,
too.
and that includes Relly and me and me.
You
so
guys
can you tell me where
all-
Relly reframed things as like to take agency away from Destiny?
That's not what he's saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when Destiny does something bad, there is a tendency on your part and all of you, except Kuihman and Leah, to reframe the conversation to no longer be about how Destiny has harmed somebody and how he's talking about how he harmed that person in a way that probably harms them further. How he's throwing people under the bus, smearing people, discrediting people, all of the things he does. That's not just the initial harm. There's more harms that come after that. You guys don't talk about that. There is a tendency to talk about, okay, but what would you do if you were Destiny? How is he going to protect himself? And in doing that, you shift the focus of the conversation away from immoral, horrible behavior. There's no real condemnation. It just becomes, let's put ourselves in Destiny's shoes and figure out what he should do. Like, yeah, if I put a bunch of kids in a school bus and then I drove them into a river, and then somebody asked me like, oh, did you drive that school bus into that river? And then you guys would be like, well, yeah, of course you would say no. Like, of course anybody would. Like, what would you do? Of course. And there's no like, well, let's talk about the part where he like murdered a bunch of children. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the immoral behavior the
Then
harm he's
can I
doing
ask
other
you-
people,
I already
the
did.
harm he's doing other people, and his
I already did that.
the
Okay, well,
dishonest
Max, do it now.
the
Then
dishonest,
why
slimy
are we-
narrative, the dishonest, slimy narrative control that is very subtle. And I know that some of us can see
It's
it,
not
but I think a
subtle.
lot of people see this shit and they just buy it. Because his fans are
Nobody
looking
here
for
is
some.
buying it. He's literally
his-
fighting demons. I'm actually not
his
going to sit here
fans-
and have
Yeah,
you
like I read this
frame
and was
us.
like, this is all
Yeah.
bullshit.
Literally,
but-
all of us in this call before you showed up was like, this is bullshit. This is reframing. This is nonsense. This is what Dan is talking about. You're fighting demons. You want us to be
Is
the
this
white
what Dan
blood
is
cells
talking
you
about?
talked about. Excuse you. You want us to be the white blood cells you were talking about previously.
Dude,
you want
I
us
ain't
to be these
making
people.
you act
We're
like
not
this.
there.
You are
Excuse me.
choosing to be a white blood
excuse
cell
me.
right now.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I am how in what way, shape, or form am I defending Destiny?
The defense is in giving toothless criticism that sounds like criticism, but it's not really. As you're even saying that he did something horrible, it's like, yeah, I think that's bad. I think that's really bad. I think that's really bad. But at the same time, when you're criticizing someone like Leah, you'll say, I think you're the worst fucking person to ever exist. You've done the most horrible, dishonorable, awful thing I've ever seen anyone do in making this false allegation about Hassan having sex with a
Thank you for
17-year-old.
proving Dan's point that this is about fighting past
my
demons
God.
and not current
No,
situations.
It's not. I'm
That's
just
what
giving an
current-
example.
That's
I'm
exactly
giving.
what you
No way
just
that you're
proved.
doing
I'm
this.
Exactly
giving an
what you just
example.
proved.
I'm
No,
giving an
because
example.
No way
because
you're doing
we went through this prior to you
I'm-
showing up. You just
He's-
proved Dan's point.
no,
Big
he's
Dan.
talking to you.
I'm giving
through
you.
this
I'm
entire
giving you.
document.
Really,
We
he's
went
talking
through this
to
entire
you.
document.
I'm
He's trying to
talking
help you
specifically
understand.
about
I'm
various
giving-
things
you
inside
asked
of
me-
it
Oh my
that makes
God.
not
Dude.
only Destiny look bad and is bad, but
you
also
asked
we
me-
talked about the implications on this and also future content. The idea
asked
that
me a
we are
question.
not talking about or properly condemning
He's talking to
Destiny
you.
for
He's trying to
his
make you understand.
and for
You
this other thing.
asked-
I'm not going
you
to let you
asked
control
me-
the narrative. You've done
Yeah,
it a lot. In fact, run
exactly.
back the
You-
clock. Like that's all
you
you're doing.
asked-
Irrelevant.
you
The
asked
funny
me-
part
you
about
asked
Mr.
me-
Girl is that he
okay.
actually, when he comes in here and he starts talking, he somehow makes it like worse for
I know,
Pixie.
that's the
This is like what I'm
problem.
talking about. Max is like
I
fucking
don't-
toxic. Anything
Yeah.
he
That's just
asked me-
that is
okay.
straight using. That is just using
Before
Pixie
he
to win
came
an
in here,
argument.
this was
That's
a conversation
crazy.
about, like, how
Irrelevant.
Destiny
Dan,
fucked
that's
up
crazy.
and like
Come on,
what should
Irrelevant.
happen, and now
You're
it's
crashing out,
basically
bro.
turned
Take it
everyone
easy.
against you, Mr. Girl, because
Okay,
that's how
Irrelevant.
fucking toxic you are.
Exactly.
Like literally,
I am-
you being
I am-
involved in
I
this
am-
situation, it's
I
like
am
it has to be
toxic.
about me. You know, I know it has to be
Irrelevant.
about you. When this first came out, you made a post. Since I've been proven right about Destiny on all fronts, making Smeth is the new meta, I won't say you fought well, but it's over. Let it go. Like, Mr. Girl, you want this to be your moment. You want this to actually be about you at this time. It's all you give a fuck. Just be honest with everyone else. Say you don't give a fuck about Pixie.
I
Say you
wanna
give
respond.
give a fuck about any victim.
I wanna respond to what Irrelevant said. So
Oh,
Irrelevant.
I'm sure you
just-
do. That's fine.
Yeah, just
I'm
really
sure-
quickly,
yeah.
I'm just going to echo what Irrelevant said and say that I don't know, maybe you just missed our coverage of this entirely. There was no
I
disingenuous
didn't miss
framing on
it. I
this.
heard it. You're doing it still,
Okay.
and my criticism stands. So,
Okay.
you guys have a way of giving toothless criticism of Destiny that even if the words you're saying technically are condemning, it's not a real condemnation. It's full of little signals to the audience and to Destiny himself. You know, this is like Fox
example?
News. This is like well, the example is what Irrelevant just said. I've heard Irrelevant give a full-throated, passionate condemnation of another person, including the one he just gave me just now. Irrelevant right now is more angry at me than he is at Destiny for leaking Pixie's nudes. He is more angry at me for how I'm talking about it. Even though he agrees with what I said, he's still more angry at me. I have
You
heard
want to have a
Irrelevant.
guess why I'm more angry at the person I am currently talking to than another
I am
person who I'm not personally talking to about their conduct and actions? No,
I've
it
thought
does
about
matter,
this-
Lav. It actually
I've thought
does.
about this. I've thought about this a lot.
Max, did you listen to him arguing with Darius?
I would like
Yeah,
to.
did you listen to me yelling at my
Yeah, Max, did
fucking
you-
friend and roommate? Both
you
of my
listen to
roommates,
him
by the way. Danny is
screaming at
another one of my
Darius?
fucking roommates.
I would like to finish what I'm saying.
Of course.
Okay, no,
he wants us to fit the
he's not
narrative
gonna
of people
answer it.
that'll
He wants us
protect
to
him.
fit the narrative. Yes, thank you, Dan. Yeah, he
I just
will
want you to
literally
answer that
manifest
before you
this
go.
narrative.
I think
real quick.
Irrelevant that you may be going through.
No,
some-
Oh my
Max. Yes
God,
or no?
he's about
Did
to
you
do the
watch him
meme.
argue with Relly? Did you watch him argue with Darius? Sorry, Relly argue with
No,
Darius.
no, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so he
I
didn't
think
even
that
watch
would
any of
change
my
your opinion on
conduct.
this specific
Yeah.
issue. Yeah,
so
I think that would
lame.
change
You
your-
come in. Wait. I want it
really
noted.
would
You
change it.
came in here to call me a fucking white blood cell, and you have no idea any public statement I made about it. This is why Dan was right for not wanting you to talk about this fucking thing.
But I didn't
You're
come
coming
in-
up here.
I didn't-
You're doing a fucking victory lap. Excuse you. Excuse
I
you.
did-
You
I
came in.
didn't-
I'm
I didn't
angry
come in here to
because I
call
had
you a white
somebody
blood
over
cell.
here calling me a fucking trying to put on these accusations that I'm defending
You
somebody when
just
I have
asked me a
done nothing
question.
but the opposite.
Dude.
You're gonna keep talking. I'm gonna keep talking.
dude,
He's
I'm-
made accusations against me that I'm defending somebody when I'm not doing that. I'm doing everything but the opposite. I literally went against both of my roommates who came in and I would argue took a somewhat defensive, pretty defensive actually position of Destiny, and I got in an argument with both of them on this shit. And you, without looking at any of the statements, just assumed that I was on the wrong side, what you consider to be the wrong side of this issue. Yes, it
Okay.
is. You have
He
no
did.
idea what the
Yeah, no,
public
he's
statements I
100%
made.
correct.
I want to finish. I just want to finish.
I know you want it. You don't want to acknowledge any of that shit whatsoever.
Well, I was in the middle of saying something.
Yeah, I know. So just completely disregard
I'm more
that.
important, so let me finish.
Hey, wait. Let Lab speak one time.
Oh, for
Just once, thank you. It is true that Ahrelevant has been very critical of Destiny. What Max was trying to say to you earlier when you started spurging out, really, was that it is clear even in this conversation, and he was showing you because he's speaking directly to you. He was showing you with your actions, like you have gotten mad at Lav for this. You've obviously have no problem giving full-throated condemnations of someone, but I haven't heard you in this conversation because you haven't since Max has showed up. Because you haven't since he showed up.
So what you're saying is I have to put on a fucking show for every single person that comes into this fucking. Okay. How about before you make an accusation about my positions on something, you actually look at my accusations on that specific person.
ask?
It's not my role. It's not my role to do a song and fucking dance for every single person who comes in when they're gonna make an assumption about it. He didn't even ask me about it. Like JSTLK said, he didn't let me speak my piece. He literally just said, "This is what you guys do."
And maybe that's true.
Just
And maybe
like-
that's true.
You guys
Maybe that's
just
true.
run defense for him in the most slimy,
The more drama,
malicious
hold
way.
on. The more drama, the more you spurg out, and the more that Max spurgs out, and the more that you make each other do this, the less serious it looks. Because then it becomes a drama thing.
That's why I don't want him in here. That is why I don't think he's good at having these conversations because he derails them into absolute nonsense. If me and Dan were having this conversation, we could have gone through this whole fucking document. I promise you that me and Dan could have shook hands on several manipulative things that are laid out in very manipulative ways in this document. We could have shook hands on these things.
Yeah, you know why they don't care, Ahrelevant,
you
because they
could've
want to make
literally
it
just
about
said-
themselves. They don't want to make it about fucking.
I am
Pixie.
definitely trying to make it about me. I don't think that Max is trying to do that.
He absolutely is. I literally just gave you a tweet where he's literally, or a Reddit post where he's literally making it about himself,
You
saying
could've-
he's right and he
You
won.
could have literally just said, I've already disavowed. I've already done this. I've been like, it's just a matter of
Did Max
communication.
actually make a post saying like he won?
Yes,
Max-
since I have
Max
been
actually
proven
do
right about Destiny on
Yes.
all fronts. Yes, he did.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, he did.
Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus, that's insane. You don't think
I
that's a
don't-
little
I don't think
insensitive?
It's because he doesn't give a fuck
And I think
about Pixie.
no,
Pixie, if you're out there, I know you're out
absolutely.
there. I know you're out there. I know you're listening. Please do not tie your fucking wagon to fucking Lav and Mrgirl. Anyone else? I don't care. Lauren De Laguna.
She was never doing that.
Fucking
She was
anyone,
never doing that.
please,
She
for
was
the
never
love
doing
of
that.
fucking
She was never
Christ.
doing that.
All agree.
She was never doing
I think
that.
Obviously, Max has done something way worse to Pixie at this point than Destiny ever did, which is tie his sister.
Hey, there's a strategy of what you did right there. It's called being outlandish so as to diminish another claim. That's smart.
Oh my god.
Okay, so anyway,
basic,
what I was
though.
saying, Irrelevant, is that you just asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. So the question you asked me is, but Max, I'm saying I agree with you. So why are you saying that I'm still sweeping for Destiny? And I'm saying there is a way that his community has of criticizing him without really criticizing him. And so I
For
was
fuck's
comparing.
sake.
Do you wait?
Are you fucking with me? I'm gonna
Can I
get
ask you-
lectured on the
just hold on.
subtlety
Can I-
of getting criticized from a
have a
guy that had his fucking
conversation with
girlfriend
this guy?
crying in front of thousands of people, where he says he wants her to
Right.
fucking say nothing? Get the fuck out of here! I don't need the subtlety of how
Again,
someone is being treated when you're
You want
overtly
this to be
treating
about
people
Max,
like dog
actually.
shit.
I think you
That's
want
you.
this to be about Max.
If
You want
think-
this to be about
yes,
Max more than you want it to be about Pixie, obviously.
Right.
If you think that my relationship with Shaylin makes it so that nothing I say about this has any merit,
No,
then
it makes your things that you say have low value.
It
Well,
doesn't.
okay.
As much
Well, then-
value as you,
Well,
who is
then-
his best
then-
friend and colleague.
Then
Like,
ignore
holy
it.
fuck.
That means a lot that his best friend and colleague is saying he did a really fucked up thing. You're right. Yes.
Yes,
That's a
she's
pretty
so.
big
So we
deal.
all
I don't
agree
understand.
then. So we all agree that Destiny did a really fucked up thing. So why does it matter if you're saying it or if he's saying it if you're saying the same thing?
Because Mrgirl is a fucking toxic cesspit of fucking getting banned on every platform, and anything he
Oh my
touches
God.
goes to shit. That's
Whoa.
why.
Okay.
Getting banned on every platform doesn't necessarily mean something bad about the person. Can we chill?
Okay.
Okay, so
I just don't understand why you keep throwing out a bunch of irrelevant shit.
What I
then.
was
Like,
saying,
what
what I was
is the-
saying is that oh, sorry, Kuihman, you want to?
Sorry, I was just saying I don't know why Dan's throwing out all this irrelevant shit. It's just like character attacks instead of engaging with the point.
Yeah,
Just-
no
just
kidding.
No, I
proving
did
the point
engage with
at
the
the
point.
beginning.
The point is so subtle. It's like
because he cares about
DGG
Pixie.
has this.
Because he cares about Pixie.
DGG has this habit of like subtly. They'll criticize really heavily, and they'll say they disavow and they don't appreciate it, and that he's fucked up, and that he's a retarded Coomer, and all this stuff. But it's like
Yes,
really subtle.
exactly.
Yeah, we're not like
That's
Max,
perfect.
who literally makes our
Yeah, the
spouse
Coomer
fucking
example is
cry on
great,
stream.
Ashton. The Coomer
I am
example
not
is
married to
perfect.
Shaylin. Stop fucking
yeah.
lying about me. I am
Yeah,
not married to
sorry,
Shaylin.
so are we deflecting to
just
humor now?
dating.
We're
living
deflecting to
in-
humor. You're right. It's a little bit different. So the stuff that goes on here, it's like very subtle, and you have to be Mrgirl to pick up on it. But for your shit, it's just making someone
Dan,
else
I want you to
cry in
stop
front of
making this
thousands of
about
people.
Max, and we should go back to Destiny's statement. Please stop making it about Max.
Okay, so
I just
No,
want
because I'm not
one
gonna
more.
have,
I want
like,
one
a
more.
subtle
I
thing
need one
coming
more
in
meta
here.
question for Max before we go on.
I just
want to say,
finish.
Max, you
I'm not
understand
even
that when
done
you,
saying. I just
you're
want to
not,
say
I know.
like
I don't
one
need you to
se-
finish. I just want to
You
ask
are
you a
done.
quick question.
But- oh
real
my
quick,
God.
real quick.
And not
when
just on
when you
Twitch.
make that accusation, you start talking about the subtlety. You understand that you're going to be going into a really complex conversation that we either have to accept, like we're just gaslighting people, or we're gonna have to like argue over this for an hour. You understand when you
You
make
don't
that
have to do either
accusation,
one.
that's
You
what
can
you're
just
doing, right?
understand the criticism. You don't have to respond to it. You can say, okay, I get your point, but I don't agree. That's fine. But I do
Okay.
want to finish making the criticism
Strongly disagree.
because Ahrelevant asked me what I was saying, and I want to explain it. You're asking me how is it that I can say Destiny did something bad, but you're still saying that I'm a white blood cell, and I'm saying that there is a controlled opposition that happens in Destiny's community and many communities, but especially Destiny's, that I've noticed, where there are people who are almost their role is to point their finger at Destiny and say, oh, that was really bad, but it doesn't have any teeth. It doesn't come with any genuine boundaries. Like no one's saying like, you're going to have to make this right, or I'm not going to be able to work with you. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It doesn't come with any genuine emotion. I understand, like, yeah, maybe you were yelling at Darius earlier. I didn't hear that, but I have seen you sweep for Destiny, Ahrelevant. We had a private conversation around the time I started the report, and I was like, this dude threatened to leak Anna's nudes. And you were like,
do you know? Do you remember what my response was? The reason why I didn't participate in that is because I didn't believe that you could handle actually making a report or anything like that in an ethical way, and a way that would be, I think, do justice to any of the people that you were claiming to represent. And I was right. I was vindicated. Thanks for bringing that up, buddy.
Okay.
Sure, you're welcome. But the part I was trying to bring up is that you were not incensed by that. You weren't angry about that. You didn't seem even particularly concerned that he had done that.
No, the problem is that you didn't have sufficient evidence to prove any of the claims that you were, and it's very obvious you were going into vindictive and vendetta-based.
He did it in public,
argumentation.
dude. You don't need evidence.
Okay, are we gonna go back?
He
are we gonna go
publicly
back and
threatened to
litigate all of
leak
this
Anna's
other shit?
nudes. He publicly threatened to leak Anna's nudes, and your response to that, I think, and if I remember correctly, I didn't record the conversation, I didn't take notes, but what I remember you saying is something like, "Well, if that happened, it's bad, but I don't know," which is another version of, yes, Destiny's misbehaving. Yes, it's bad. If true,
No,
it's
it
bad.
isn't,
But
because here in this instance, I am saying I have all reason to believe. I see the evidence right in front of me, the Discord logs. This thing happened. It is bad. You're doing exactly, you're doing exactly what Dan is saying that you're doing, which is, hey, I'm trying to bring up past situations to run your victory lap. I didn't even know you made that public post doing a fucking victory lap. Really weird, by the way, over an actual situation that happened. Very weird. But you did this fucking victory lap, and you're trying to do it right now. It's not happening. It's absolutely not happening. There is clear and solid evidence that Destiny acted entirely inappropriately and is in this, even in this Reddit post, trying to manipulate the public narrative to make it look like, oh, I wasn't responsible for these leaks, but he was responsible for sharing it, which would very consequentially lead to the leak. He's smart enough to know that that is almost certainly going to happen as a result of that
Okay,
behavior.
so-
There is
so-
in no manner or any way I am sweeping. You just want to be right about some past thing because you have a vendetta and you want your opportunity to do a
The
victory lap. And it's
misunderstanding here,
embarrassing, bro.
the misunderstanding here is that he held you to your old standard when I have even seen you today be more aggressive towards Destiny than I ever have seen you before, and he didn't see that. Max, he has been very aggressive toward Destiny
Why
today.
do you?
Okay, well
Why-
that's good. I'm happy for you.
Okay, great. So maybe before you make assumptions about everybody in here, and not even assumption, you exclaimed that this not only is the case, but it has been the case in previous instances. You actually look into the details of what's going on, and you look at how they differ from past situations. Okay. So
I mean,
I just don't.
dude, I
understand why
didn't
you're
know
doing
you
this.
had that conversation. I didn't know there was any conversation.
so don't
too
make an-
wide. It's not
there's a
like it's not like I.
accusation. So then don't make an accusation. So don't
Dude,
make the
I've
accusation.
known you for like 3 years, and you've behaved exactly
You
the
haven't
same way.
known me for shit. You've watched
Okay.
me on stream.
Oh my god.
I've
okay.
watched you
we
on
don't know
stream.
each
I've
other.
watched you make
Let's
public
go back.
statements.
Let's go back
on
to
stream.
Destiny's statement.
For 3 years, I've seen you make public statements on stream. You generally tend to defend Destiny, and I think you do it by making toothless criticisms of him when necessary, and then you just go right back to being buddy-buddy with him. That's what I've seen. If you're saying that's changed today, then that's great. But that you asked me why I think that about you. That's because you've been fucking acting this way since I met you.
I understand how you feel that way because
Okay.
we have differing understandings on exactly the merits of past interactions that or accusations that have been made against Destiny, right? This one I feel like has the most ironclad, airtight evidence and substantiation for, and even in his own words, his own public response, I feel like he has done wrong by manipulating the public narrative. Okay, so I already on merits, these are different, in my opinion, a different situation than many of the others. Obviously, we're going to have those differing circumstances. That doesn't
Okay.
matter. What matters is you came in with an accusation when you had less than no information. Not only you didn't.
I don't.
watch
Again,
the
I don't
video.
think
You
watching
didn't-
you navigate these situations for 3 years means I have no information.
No, it does
But I
because
understand.
you're making an accusation about me right now. So
I think
I
both
have
of you
prior.
understand where you're coming
Excuse
from.
me. Excuse me. I have prior. You may feel a certain type of way about my prior engagement with Destiny, but to make an accusation about my current engagement with Destiny when you didn't even watch it is ridiculous, and you have to admit it's ridiculous.
No, I think I'm making a criticism of your engagement in this conversation, which I am obviously watching because I'm having it with you.
Even prior to me even really starting this engagement at all, you were speaking to Dan about the behavior that I and others inside of this call, with the exclusion of Kuihman and Leah, your statement, that the people in this call portray, and you didn't even know what I did. You didn't even know my conduct in this conversation. You didn't
Well,
ask
I think
either.
you're still doing it now in a way.
I know you think that because you think
Yes.
anybody going against you means that they're not
Aries moment.
agreeing
Aries
that
moment.
somebody
So
could
Max
be
is having
wrong.
an Aries moment right now. You guys both understand what you're saying, and I think that we should move on back to what we were talking about with the Destiny statement.
I understand.
Hold on.
Now, that's
Important question.
sweeping.
Wait. Important question. Lav, what kind of moment is Relly having if Max is having an Aries moment?
A Virgo moment.
Please, I want. Okay,
No, is he
Jesus
a Virgo?
Christ.
I
Okay,
actually
fucking hell.
I feel like
Okay.
he is a Virgo.
Don't ask her questions like that
no,
on
I am
YouTube, JSTLK.
Oh,
Okay,
are you-
thank you.
Well, you're having a Virgo.
Wait, what did you think she was gonna say, Kuihman?
I wouldn't want to guess.
Relax. Oh my god. Okay.
Okay.
Back
so
to the
you're,
statement.
Okay.
So very
Okay,
simply.
so you
Oh my God,
agree-
We're past it. We're past it. Back to the statement.
Okay.
Okay,
So
you,
if you want me to criticize Destiny more, I can.
I would
I
like
don't
it.
know what you're looking for out of this.
He would love that. He would actually love that. So definitely.
I've been
try
wanting
to do
you to
that.
criticize Destiny for
Okay, let's go through this
a couple
document.
years.
Let's actually go through this document in a way
Okay.
that actually allows us to get through it.
We're
Let
up
me
quickly.
lead. Let me lead this time, and then I'll get your input as we go through it. Okay?
Yeah, sit down,
All right.
white man.
Yeah, sit down. Okay,
Hammer,
so where
monkey,
exactly
hammer,
were we?
Star of David,
we're at
smile.
authorization. So now I never had any intention for any of these images to be published.
Why?
I'm
Why?
sorry, don't say
Why?
that. 1 second.
It's in the second.
Oh, okay. I never had any intention for any of these images to be published. I have it. So again, we all agree that this is framing that makes it seem like he had no responsibility or no reasonable knowledge that something like this might be disseminated publicly, and escapes the accountability for sharing it privately when that is unethical. We all agree? Yes? Around the class?
Yeah, I think he's engaging in what he knows is high risk behavior and has a high likelihood that these images will in fact be published.
Correct. And he is, trying to evade that through specific language. Okay. I haven't spoken out publicly regarding this situation for a few reasons. Number one, I'm actively pursuing criminal and civil litigation on these matters against multiple parties. I don't know who the multiple parties are, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just uninformed on that. Two, speaking publicly about these matters brings more attention to them, which harms all of the victims involved. So we could talk about the framing of this as well, right? And I imagine Mrgirl is going to have a lot to say about that. But the framing of, I don't want to talk about this publicly because it does harm the people involved. That is true. Talking about these things publicly can harm the people involved. However, it is also the way that he would be held accountable amongst his peers in this situation, or at least allow his peers to be able to have conversations like this publicly and let the broader public know. So it's framing it as though he's doing it for them, but he stands to benefit greatly by not having these conversations out in the public.
Well, also,
anybody disagree with this?
Contrast. I feel the way you're doing this feels kind of weird, but I think that if
Let's
you
just take a breath.
Yeah.
Everyone inhale and exhale.
Okay.
That's Jewish magic, baby.
I think that the in the context that he leaked their nudes, him being like, we don't want to bring more attention to them, also feels like hey, I'm the guy trying to keep the nudes private. And it's like, well, that's not really why we're here. We're here because you're the guy who didn't keep them private.
Yeah, who could have reasonably, beyond reasonable doubt, could have interpreted that your actions would lead to them being public. You are the main reason to do that. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 3, I've been trying to move on from covering drama, quote unquote drama content, as it has had an increasingly negative impact on those in my life. Now, this could be true, but when it comes to, I think all of us can agree, when we're talking about political commentators, talking about situations where they're potentially morally indictable for an action, you should have this type of conversation. This is a conversation that you have. So I don't really count this as like an issue. If you did something wrong as somebody who is a political commentator, you should be responsible for taking accountability for that action.
I have
If I may.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that what he means to say is I've been trying to move on from covering drama. I think that he has only done that because the tides have started turning into more negatively and explicitly his bad behavior instead of just drama. If it were other people's drama and he was barely involved, he would absolutely be covering it. But it's clear that like as time has gone on and these specific dramas are like very just like things that he will not take accountability for. And whether that be because legally he shouldn't is sort of neither here nor there. But that's obviously the case.
So I
If
would
only someone pointed that out while they read that. That was
So
me, by the way.
I would
Go ahead.
So I would say that there were several different opportunities, personally, from my point of view. There were several different opportunities for him to cover other drama content that was potentially pretty beneficial to him. Namely, actually, was the one regarding the Hassan Twitch leaks Twitch situation, where he did cover these things some of the time, but it was primarily Dan really getting on his platform and doing it. He even, I think at several moments said, that's more Dan's thing, that's not really my thing, and stuff like that, where that was peak drama, peak shit, and he wasn't really indictable for that very much at all. So I would say that I understand your interpretation, but I think it's a mix there. But either way, I think that's like it's a side thing, right? There's more main criticisms that I think we can all agree with.
Sure.
Yeah, I have my
one person involved. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My issue here is that the word drama, I think, gets used to, diminish the severity of what's happened, and it makes it sound like it's just normal relationship stuff, like who's having sex with who,
Sure.
or somebody lied about something or cheated on somebody. I think that serves to downplay the seriousness of this.
I understand that interpretation. I don't think it's quite that simple either. But again, I don't think that anything that I give there is super material or be worthy going into. So number 4, one person involved has expressed suicidal thoughts in relation to the matter, and I did not want to exacerbate the situation by talking about it publicly.
You would never do about. You would never do that. You would never do that.
Yeah, again seeing Destiny tell Leah that he literally hopes she herself.
After he knew I went to the hospital. After he knew I went to the hospital. So I don't.
So maybe he just wants certain people to themselves, but it does.
Yeah,
it
I
feels
think that
a
would
little
be
bit,
the idea.
it feels a little bit like using her as a shield, kind of like.
Yeah, the
Dan.
idea. I think this one personally. I think this one can be. I personally can buy this one. The expressing suicidal ideation of somebody that one you don't dislike to kind of stray away from the Lav example because didn't like you.
I
didn't
deserved
care if you
it.
killed her.
Yeah, I
He
deserve. In
probably
the eyes of
thought it would be
DDG, I
good thing.
deserved it. So it
Right.
meant less. That it meant less.
Sure. And so for this person that he probably does care to some degree about, I think we can all agree that there is
I don't think it's care. I don't think it's care. I think it would look much worse for him.
Self-preservation. Total
Absolutely.
self-preservation.
Because Pixie's seen very well in the community. So
we could speculate on that or whatever. I personally believe, and I still agree that what he's doing is bad. Just to be clear, very, very bad, very, very horrible. How many, of those? I think if Pixie were to have ended her own life, I think he would feel bad. I don't think he's totally devoid of all human emotion.
I think you are
That's speculation.
Dead wrong. Yeah, and also to add my own speculation, no, he would not feel bad.
Okay, I disagree. I think that he would feel bad in some sense. I'm sorry, I was reading it off the.
He would feel bad that his pockets would dry up.
Yeah, I think this is another issue I have with kind of the discourse around this behavior, where I think Destiny's a psychopath, straight up, and so when and I've been reading books about psychopaths, partly to try to understand what happened with Destiny, and also to understand my new documentary, which is about
self promo.
No, well, I'm
Dan,
working on a documentary.
Are you getting this? Dan, are you getting
I'm working on a documentary about someone who I think is also a psychopath, and I have a friend of mine who is knowledgeable about such things, and the first thing she said after the falling out with Destiny is she texted me and said, so you still don't believe in sociopaths? And I was like, well, I do. I think I didn't. And you can watch my denial in those earlier streams with Destiny where I'm like, no, I think deep down you care, you have emotions, you care about other people, you have a chocolatey, mushy center. And there might be something like way deep down in there, I don't know. But having learned more about psychopaths and their behavioral patterns, my view is that I don't think he cares who kills themselves. I don't think he would feel bad if Pixie killed herself. I don't think he would have felt bad if Leah killed herself. I think he wanted
that's
Leah to kill
indicative
herself.
by his behavior at all. Like Dan earlier was saying that he has no idea, like who. I asked him if he would ever send an unconsensual nude. He obviously said no. Most of us would obviously say no. We would never ever do that. You have to think about the type of person who would do that,
but Dan
knowing
went
the
to
consequences because he's not stupid.
Yeah, but also,
but that doesn't mean
everybody
that
just
he's
says no
devoid
to
of
that
all
question when
emotion.
they're asked it anyway.
That is
no,
true.
that doesn't mean he's devoid of all emotion.
Some of us are lying,
Don't trust
I guess.
any of us. Don't trust any of us with your nudes. Okay, don't do that shit. Don't trust
never
anybody
trust
unless
anyone.
you really know them.
That's true.
Yeah.
I just
Really
wanted to-
vet people.
I just want to say
Then
one quick
maybe
thing.
just even in hindsight, obviously we know that Destiny
I have
is
a
smart
black
enough
man is
to
talking.
understand anything that could go wrong in this situation.
White
and he
women
dealt
need
with
to
it.
sit down and listen. Please stop.
For real.
I just want to
Go
say
ahead,
one
Benny.
quick thing.
Yeah.
I was saying this earlier. I feel like a lot of people rationalize Destiny's behavior because he's able to make arguments, but he does so many things that like the vast majority of people will be like, oh, I would never ever do that, or I would never ever think that, and people just continue to rationalize it as if it's normal when it's clearly not. Like there's clearly something wrong with them. But that's all I want.
Okay, thank you,
I
Benny.
feel like
Bye.
that. I feel like that adds less than nothing. I actually think that hurts the conversation. It's just comments like that.
I prefer that one to
now,
you.
I think it's a great
now
point. It's super
anybody who wants to-
abnormal.
because now anybody who wants to have like run defense for these actions from Destiny can go like, well, look at these people. They're making all of these claims. There's no substantiation with any of those, what all of those
Well, I don't-
means. And then you would have to try and deal with that and all the baggage that comes with it. Stick to
I mean,
the
yeah,
points that we
I
know
think-
are good. Stick to the points we know are solid.
I mean, there's no point at which you know someone like incontrovertibly is a psychopath. If you think it's not worth talking about how this behavior reflects on Destiny or like what kind of person he is, I can understand that, but I don't think it's totally without merit to discuss it.
I agree. It's not without merit. This is an inappropriate place for it. We're here to discuss the merits of. We're here to discuss the merits of and the moral implications of his actions.
But you
Off
said
of that, we can
but
have a secondary conversation about whether or not he has some kind of psychopathy or sociopathy.
But it's brought.
Here
It's
we're
in the
talking
text
about
though.
the moral implications.
But it's in the text though, because he's saying one of the reasons I haven't spoken out publicly, because he knows that the audience feels he owes them an explanation. So he's trying to explain why he hasn't been giving one. And number 4 is that I did not want to exacerbate the situation. And to evaluate the truthfulness of this sentence, we have to evaluate whether he cares if people themselves. In which
No,
you did.
you have to. No, you don't. You have
the
to
first thing you
evaluate
said.
whether or
The
not
first
he cares
thing.
about
The
Pixie.
thing. Okay, whether he cares about Pixie herself. The
Yes.
first thing you said is that you think he does care, and in doing so, you are of course taking the default psychoanalysis of a person is that yes, if you have a relationship with someone of any kind, you would care for themselves because they're a human being and you care about human beings. But even in saying that, you still are making a analysis of his psychology, and I want to push back on that. And
What I am doing is I am not assuming anything that is abnormal outside of the
Yes,
psychology because it is not worth trying to deliberate whether or not that is the case and muddy the waters to be able to have somebody, a third party, be able to enter who might be running defense against these claims. Go like,
I don't
look,
think this.
all of the,
I don't.
so,
I don't buy this.
Excuse,
I think
excuse
this is
me.
bullshit.
So, okay, it doesn't matter if you don't buy it, but a third party coming in and being able to say, look at these people who are trying to criticize Destiny for their actions.
What do you mean it doesn't matter if I don't buy it?
I'm finishing my sentence. None of them think that he gives a fuck if anybody in his life himself. How ridiculous! These people are like obsessed, deranged fucking freaks.
Okay,
I don't
so-
even want to deliberate that. I don't want to even
so-
open the conversation to that. What I want to open the conversation to is the things that are beyond a shadow of a doubt that we can show right in front of our eyes.
But you
Then,
are opening
if
the
you wanna get into
conversation.
those
You said that you do
separate
think he cares,
conversations.
so I don't think
You
you
said
can
you think
prove
he
that
cares.
either.
You're opening that. You're making a public statement that you think Destiny cares if someone that he has some kind of relationship with commits suicide. You're making that statement.
Yes, I
are you saying that
do
because you
believe that?
Okay,
but
but you're also saying that you're making it for a practical reason.
Yes,
and that
there
you
is
want people
there is practical reasons.
So
for
on
making
top
these
of believing it, you also want people to think you believe it, and you want people to think that you're
Well,
not making
no,
a claim.
no,
You
no,
want-
more
you don't want-
specifically-
you don't. I know. I understand what you're saying. That
No,
you
you
don't want
don't.
people.
You literally
I
don't.
do. You think that it'll be easier to poke holes in the criticisms of Destiny if you overextend yourself. I do understand what you're saying, but I'm
no,
pushing back.
the issue is you're talking about there's a practical reason why I made the statement in the capacity that I'm trying to make this statement to make it so there's less muddied waters or anything like that. What I'm trying to say is if you believe that he is somebody who truly does not give a fuck about anybody in his personal life, themselves, save that for after we're done with reasonably putting out a message about, hey, this is his conduct. Save that for after. And then you can have a conversation after, a secondary conversation.
I think
this
this
is
is
part of the.
sweeping.
Just to be clear, I
think
I
he's
know
sweeping
that's
for Destiny.
to be okay. I'm gonna get real harsh here, and this is how I honestly feel. I think this is part of the reason why all of you fucks can't actually put together a proper manifesto. Is because you throw in all of these tertiary opinions, and then anybody who wants to be able to combat them or whatever has a million different strings that they can start pulling to be able to unweb the narrative that you're trying to draw.
Destiny didn't
Instead
even
of just
acknowledge acknowledged my. He didn't.
and I would back that up by how fucking long your manifesto was.
Okay, fine. It's
Wait, remember
Really,
when
really
you
didn't
told
say
Marina-
Destiny pulled apart your
remember when you told
manifesto. He said
Marina
a bunch
that
of
he
people.
chose me
Who pulled
and
apart my
Mrgirl
manifesto?
Yes, a
over her
bunch of
feelings
people.
and boundaries. I think
Chat
that's
Who pulled
Logic.
apart the
indicative of
Destiny
someone
report?
who's a sociopath.
Who has even addressed what is in the Destiny report and argued against
Pretty
it?
sure
Has
Chat
anyone?
Logic said it was like completely sloppily, like shoddily done, right?
Okay.
That Chud did a bunch of coverage on it and basically laughed out the whole thing.
Didn't
Is
Chud
that incorrect?
literally do a subathon to read literally all of it? I think
Yeah,
he did. I think he did, a
Did he
subathon.
disagree with what it said?
Yeah, he said, yeah, he had a lot of criticisms for how it was put together.
Okay. I don't. Well, how it was put together is different from the arguments I made in it.
No, that is a part of it. And that's my point, is how you synthesize an argument is a part of the argument. It's because people will stop reading this. They'd be like, what the fuck? Why are we talking
haven't
about
seen-
whether or not
I
he gives a
haven't
fuck if
seen-
they themselves?
I
I
haven't
thought we
really-
were having a conversation about the merits of whether or not
Yeah, I don't
he,
think anybody has made a
leaked
criticism of
these
the
or,
report that's
shared
like
these
that.
images.
I think you're making
Oh
this
my
up. I don't
God.
think anybody
Okay,
said anything.
we can change away from the report. It was just supposed to be an example, but there's been multiple
Well, it's
different
kind of a
instances.
loaded example.
Sure, whatever. So there's multiple different instances of people making accusations against Destiny. I think a lot of these things fail on their actual merits. That's why you haven't seen me have as heavy-handed of a criticism until now. But even beyond their merits, they have these other tertiary ideas that make it easy for opposition to them to be able to just pull them apart. And I don't want to be a part of that.
Sweeping.
Okay, I know, again, I will repeat myself. The reason why I think you
Stop
suck at
repeating
this
yourself.
is because you
I
think
think
it's
I'm
sweeping.
making this about Max.
I understand that. Yeah, by making it about me, I think you're sweeping, and by switching to the practical.
You're making it about me. What?
And by switching by switching to the practical and introducing.
I feel like you, Max, have actually brought you keep talking about like the pattern that Destiny Orbiters have, the pattern that Relly's exhibiting. You make it about him, and then he defends himself, and then you say the way you're making this about yourself is like sweeping. And
So maybe there should be a separate call. Maybe there should be a separate call for that, so that we could just go through this.
Sure,
and then
I've pointed that out multiple times now
but
that Max is continuing to make these complex accusations, these complex things.
It's not a
"Well, you should
complex
just say that's not
accusation
true
to
and
say
then
you're
move on."
sweeping. I don't think it's
Okay,
complex
that's not
to
the
say
only
you're
one you
sweeping.
made.
I don't think it take
you
very long.
look
to
at all the
explain
subtle
it.
manipulations they do with the narrative was the one I was referring to.
Well, I think the problem is that
But
when
you did just accuse Relly of doing it when he was responding to you, right? So you can't. I don't think you can just say you're doing something really bad right now, and then go, oh wait, if you disagree, don't explain why you disagree. Just say you disagree, and move on.
I don't think you
Like,
even understand
that's
why I'm saying he's sweeping. But if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
In this last instance, possibly not. In the instance before, absolutely yes.
Okay. So I think that you said what you think of this sentence, that he didn't want to exacerbate the situation. Then Lee and I said what we thought of the sentence, but instead of moving on to the next sentence, you said that we shouldn't be saying that. So then I think you are shifting the topic to not the text that we're supposedly trying to get through, but to whether or not what we're saying about it is good or responsible or airtight.
Correct. I think you are not responsibly covering this document.
That's fine. But if you're going to give me that feedback, I'm going to respond by saying, I think you might actually be sweeping and saying that. I don't know if it's intentional.
Right, and then that's when
But it goes back
with the idea that
it
I
goes
understand
back-
why you think it's sweeping. This is the reason why your document was 3 billion pages long. And I think had so many different things, threads that people could pull on to make it kind of fall apart, even outside of the merits.
Okay. Well, it doesn't change.
Like when he
what I-
thought Linus Tech Tips was helping out Steve.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. And then it all
Yes, I
falls
had
apart
one
'cause,
factual error that was fixed 30 minutes after publication.
Only one? Okay. Now you're gonna be like, well, what are the other ones? What else did I get wrong? Show me what else. And I'm not gonna have it off the hand. You're gonna be the whole thing was perfect.
Right on cue, Dan. Thank you. Can we
You're
get back
welcome.
to the thing?
Okay, so I think again, introducing the strategic, tactical element of this, of how should we be talking about this, serves to undermine what we're saying, and I think that
Sorry,
I
thought you were done.
it takes some of the bite off of the criticisms you're making to say that part of why you're saying certain things or not saying certain things or shifting the subject to whether Leah or I should be making certain arguments is that I don't say this bad thing about Destiny because it will weaken the other bad things that we're saying. It just seems to serve to muddy the water and change the
And now that
subject.
you guys perfectly understand each other in that point, the audience can decide what they think without you guys doing this every single time. Because I think
Agreed.
both of you definitely know what you're saying.
Because I'm going to respond to that. No, because I got to respond to that. Because you agree with the idea that you need to cover these things responsibly. It was supposed to be your whole thing with a lot of how you conducted yourself, right? This is something that you claim to care a lot about. How you discuss these things and the way that you present it to the general public is you need to keep in mind all of the claims that you're making, whether or not you have the reasonable grounds to be able to make them. All I am trying to say isn't like strategically and like tactically, we need to make sure that we're doing all these. It's simply, we should stick to the things that we can reasonably prove. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Then don't say that you believe that he cares what happens to other people, because the entire premise of this document is that the audience is saying to Destiny, wait a second, looking at your conduct, it seems like you don't care about what happens to Pixie. It seems like you don't care about her well-being. That is the charge. So you can't say, well, I'm assuming he has reasonably normal psychology, and I'm assuming he does care what happens to Pixie, when the very thing that we're litigating is, does he care about what happens to Pixie, or is he a fucking crazy person who hurts everyone around him?
No, it
for
has
selfish
to do with
reasons.
Degrees. It would obviously have to do with
I think
degrees of
it's,
care. This
I think
binary is a false
every
dichotomy.
single person can give their opinion on what they think Destiny is thinking right now, because that's all that we can do.
Well,
I think
okay,
it's
I
completely
think
normal
we've
to do that.
conclusively proven that. Like,
then we're not litigating the binary. That's fine. I think that's a good point. We're litigating to what
argued everything
degree.
but this.
But still, the question is, to what degree do you care about the well-being of the human beings around you? That is the question. That is what the audience is upset about.
Sure.
That's what
Yep.
she's taking him to court over. That's the question.
Yep, and I want to stick to the things I can reasonably prove.
I think that you can reasonably decide that someone does not care about someone when they release their nudes unconsensually. I think that you can also take multiple instances from Destiny's past, whether it be in the Mrgirl report or whether it be his everyday behavior always, and you can definitely reasonably say that you don't think he cares about other people. It's completely reasonable to say that.
It's about degrees. It's not about whether or
Sure.
not he cares about
Maybe.
other people. It's
So
to the
Max
degree
thinks
at
it's
which
a little
is
bit more than
right.
other people.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's about
let's move on.
degrees. It's probably
Okay.
about context as well. Like, right? Like,
Yeah,
like of course,
Well,
if
I mean,
Pixie's
Destiny
like crying
also
in front of you,
refers
you
to
feel
himself.
really bad, but
He refers to himself as a
As a sociopath. Yes.
So he's telling you he doesn't care about other people, but you don't. I guess you still think
believe him
that's
when he
not
tells you who he
admissible
is.
in
I'm
this
not.
conversation.
Trust me, I'm not arguing he cares a lot about other people. It's not my argument.
Okay, so let's move on then.
Well,
Yeah,
you
because
guys are
of-
arguing with Relly. That's not him conceding. That's my opinion.
Okay, stop trying to police each other in this conversation. I feel like everyone already knows where you stand. Everyone really knows why you don't think Mrgirl's right to do this. Everyone gets it. Everyone gets it. You've already disavowed. You've disavowed Max as much as you can.
On to
possibly disavow.
sentence number 5. Just
Yeah.
kidding. I think
Because
we're on
of-
number
but-
4 here.
No, we just finished with number 4.
Sure.
Because there are now multiple parties involved in litigation, it is unlikely I'll be able to answer any questions until pending litigation has been resolved.
That's fine.
I feel like that's fine. That's probably pretty true. It's just generally how legal proceedings work. That said, though I am limited in what I can say, it is important that people know about my recent communications with and regarding Pixie, someone who I was friends with and collaborated with on many occasions. Since the leaks were first circulated, Pixie had stressed to me that keeping things out of the public eye was important to her. These are, Mrgirls. I've always said I would do my best to not confirm or publicize anything, and I kept my word. This is, I guess, just any instant objections that you guys have to the framing of this?
Yeah, I think that this is the beginning of a smear against Pixie. I think that we know that keeping things out of the public eye is important to her. He does not need to show us screenshots of DMs to prove that. There is something about leaking DMs that is always embarrassing, regardless of the content of the DMs. It makes you feel like you're seeing behind the veil, behind the curtain of the person who is being exposed. And in this case, Pixie has been very, very careful about how she presents herself. She privated her account. She did not respond to the leaks, the news of the leaks, rumors, whatever. And when she is finally responding now, it's a very measured, careful, calculated response. And I think that this showing their DMs is pointless other than to begin to unravel her position and show you that she's desperate, mentally ill, flailing, greedy, whatever else he's about to say.
Maybe. I also think that he's
I don't-
covering his ass. He's just trying to make
I-
himself look like he has done everything since he did the bad thing to try to make it right. I think is what he's trying to do.
That's the only thing that I think he's trying to do in this paragraph is what Lav just said. I don't see the laying the groundwork for smears or anything like that. I think he's just trying to be like trying to double down on the previous foundation he laid about what was it? This leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. And here's even some things to be able to back up the idea that I was so vehemently against this thing.
It
And
does,
then
but it doesn't
anybody
back
who
it-
think, excuse me,
it
anybody who
doesn't back
thinks,
that up.
excuse me, anybody who
Dude.
thinks that he is that's like the big leak and the thing that we care about, or shifting that frame, it's supposed to give support to that and be like, oh
Yeah,
well,
I
no,
think
he
this is
reasonably does
totally contradicts. I have to talk about this the minimal amount that I possibly can. It contradicts that she is, mentally suffering or psychologically suffering because of what is happening. To say and to prove, what's he trying to prove with these DM screenshots? Pixie didn't want her nudes leaked. Yeah, no shit, dumbass.
Yeah, but he
And then
he doesn't post, like, there are none that say that really incriminate him.
And
in
then
any
the
other
second
way.
thing he wants to prove is I have always said I would do my best to not confirm or publicize anything. Like, what? Yeah, of course you said that. No one is doubting that you would say that, and no one's doubting that she doesn't want things in the public eye.
But he laid out, the point is, in the start of this document, he's trying to lay out that this leak happened entirely without his authorization, and is trying to frame it as though that leak is the bad leak. That's making it public is bad, and I had nothing to do with making it public.
know-
guys. Here's look, I had nothing to do with making it public.
Yes, he's obviously obfuscating.
I understand what he's pretending he's saying, but I'm saying that the real purpose of including these screenshots is to start to undermine Pixie's position and pointlessly invade her privacy.
I don't agree.
I think it's possible.
So I don't know if I agree on this part. I do agree that there was a pointless sort of invasion of privacy in some of the later screenshots where it's talking about suicidality and stuff. I didn't think there was any reason to do that. So
it is embarrassing and humiliating to have the audience see you saying to Destiny, please don't tell anyone privately either if they ask if it's actually me or not. Do you think you'll try to go criminally after the person, watching her try to align herself with him as if they're on the same team before she realizes the depth of his betrayal of her? Let me know when you figure the stuff out with the lawyer. He is clearly trying to just undermine her entire position and complaint and make it look like for things were totally cool. What happened? Oh, I guess you just realized somebody convinced you, somebody who doesn't like me because I wouldn't have sex with them.
Which is why the why the literal next sentence happens.
Yeah, and so I'm just trying to show that if you really read these DMs, they're embarrassing to Pixie. They undermine her claim, and they do not do the thing that he's saying that they do. They're not included for the reason
It might
he's
not
saying
be
they're
a
included.
smear directly towards Pixie, but it's gearing up for some sort of obfuscation of blame.
It's setting up a smear and getting you excited and used to like, oh, I get to read these DMs. The person who leaks the DMs always looks better than the person who didn't.
Okay, I don't want to be here going back and forth with like all of these different whatever things. Somebody else take over. Dan, I imagine.
You
I
can
don't
just
know if you're
disagree.
here.
You
or
could
whatever.
just-
Yeah,
say
no,
that
I
you could just
am,
stop.
and I'm letting. Yes, and that's what I'm. You guys
You
love
don't-
interrupting, don't you? Holy shit. I am gonna leave. It's enough for me. It's 3 a.m. Good luck.
Okay.
All right. Somebody else. Good
If you really cared
Thanks for
about
coming on,
Pixie, you
Remy.
would stay.
Wow. You put irrelevant on those people who
no, he
doesn't care about
definitely
Pixie.
He obviously
about
just cares more
Pixie
about
a lot.
himself than Pixie.
Yeah. Total self-preservation. And he's in the gaming. He left this to go to the gaming. Okay. He's in the gaming chat.
Well, this is to be fair, this is very
Well,
exhausting.
he hangs out here quite a bit. He
you.
might just be saying goodnight to some
No,
people.
this is obviously very. You woke up about 3 hours ago, Max, but for the rest of the world, this is actually the end of the night.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's true. It is a little late, isn't it?
that's pretty late.
pretty late.
On December 11th, I received a message from a mutual acquaintance named Lauren Hayden, known online as Lauren De Laguna. Just a quick little dox, who has a legal background. Lauren
I think she actually operates online under this name now.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
That was a cheap shot. I retract my statement. Lauren has had a negative sentiment toward me after I rejected her romantic advances earlier in the year. I think we all probably don't think he should have said that.
I just think it's like this entire thing was irrelevant. He could have just said, like, the goal here is to undermine like Pixie's legal fund, and I would say, yeah, there's some truth to this. That, like,
it only exists to
it's
introduce the
not-
idea that it's women conspiring against him. That's the only reason this paragraph is in there, right?
Yes.
Well, people who hate him. You could say women, people who hate him. Like
Well,
I don't know if it's like women specifically,
This is
but
what he
like,
did
we're
with
saying the
Anna.
same thing.
This is what he did with
Awesome
Anna.
sauce, thank you
Literally.
for the 5 gifts.
This is what he did with Anna too. Yeah, it sows the seeds of this person's only criticizing me because I
Because they're
wouldn't have
mind
sex with them.
controlled by someone who hates me because I wouldn't have sex with him. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, in this case, I wouldn't have sex with someone else, and now this person is suing me because I wouldn't have sex with her lawyer.
Yeah.
So I'd say the trouble we run into with all of these is that there are two ways to look at them, and I think probably just anybody who's looking at them all. Like, I'm just explaining that probably anybody who's looking at them all one way or the other, like in a pro-Destiny fashion or an anti-Destiny fashion, isn't really seeing the whole picture. I'm fine with talking through both sides. Like right here, I would say this is somebody who did have obvious romantic interest in Destiny. They did split up, but like, is that relevant to this? I think that's why maybe responding to the legal case is like weird.
But we're not
instead
saying
of
that it's
responding
not
to like
true.
the.
This is a not.
Yeah, I know.
you're
I
not-
know. I'm just happy.
So then why are you saying that? It's a
because
straw
I think in
man.
this
It's
one
fake.
case, and
This
by
is
the way,
bullshit.
okay, all right. I
Yes,
disagree.
It's a bullshit
Max.
argument to
We can move
imply
on.
that
I
we're
disagree,
saying...
Max. We can move on. I disagree, Max. We can move on.
What is the point of saying that you think this actually happened?
No, Max. I just disagreed, and we can move on.
Take
my
What is the
asked me
point
to
of
do that
saying that
earlier.
this
I
happened?
disagree.
As if we were calling into
14.99.
question
Huge
whether or
appreciate
not
that.
this actually
I'm
happened with
offering
her.
to do what you
signal that he
wanted.
hates Lauren. He
I
has to
just
signal that he
disagree.
also
We can
hates
move
Lauren.
on. Let's just keep going.
Okay. The same day, I received a message from Pixie where she suggested she would create a post about me that would go live after she committed suicide. This concerned me greatly. I genuinely believed she was still in mental anguish following the leak weeks earlier. Now, if we're, again, from a legal strategy point of view, the combination of, yes, I leaked her nudes without her consent, that he said in DMs, and then, yes, I am aware that this directly resulted in her being in mental anguish to the point of considering suicide, and I believed that she was actually suicidal. I do think this is going to hurt him in court. I don't think a lawyer has read this.
I don't know. I don't. I wish. I feel like, to me, I don't know why this is included. Like, is it maybe included to say this is why I had other people reach out, or I started talking through third parties, or
It's to paint Pixie as deranged and
sorry,
mentally ill.
Sorry, what I meant was I can't figure out a positive argument. I can only see it as like yes, like it's literally, in my opinion, it's painting Pixie as like unreliable.
Yeah,
I don't like. I just even if it's not that, it feels like I don't know. It's painting him in a good light. Like I responded in earnest,
But
and it
he-
starts to show like some of the stuff where he's like offering to pay for shit, and
He believes that he's doing a kindness to Pixie by doing this, by the way. He believes that he is doing a kindness by misaligning her with like someone who is controlling her. He did the same thing to Anna with Max, and he did the same thing with me with Max. He gave me an out.
And Shayla.
He gave me an out to align with him and go against what Max was saying by giving me the option of saying that I was being controlled by Max. And he believed that that was like a kindness to me, and he believes that this is a kindness to Pixie.
And it is an out. I mean, if she really wanted
is.
to,
Yeah, absolutely
she could
it
come
is.
back into the fold and say, "Yeah, Lauren made me do it."
All right. Well, as I
to
see
be
this
clear,
coming into
a whole other
the
reason.
full-on Mrgirl victory lap, I'm gonna go to bed. But yeah, this is about where I thought
Thank
the conversation
God.
would go.
Thank fucking God. Good night, Dan.
Okay.
Have a good sleep.
Have a good night, Dan. Love you,
I'll-
buddy.
I'll try to. Good night. Cheers.
Bye bye.
That wasn't
Bye.
very nice. Laugh.
Yeah, it wasn't. Bitch.
Yeah, kill you. I caught myself. I'm
Wow.
doing better.
I
I'm
think
doing
that's
better.
growth. I think that's
Good job.
growth. Holy shit.
At no stage did I try to convince her otherwise. I responded in earnest, doing what I could to reassure her and letting her know she had every right to pursue a legal course of action. At no stage did I try to convince her otherwise.
I think that's true. I think like the advice he gave. Now, do arguments around why he did, but like when he was messaging her back after this, I do think he basically gave the correct advice and said like you can check out all these ways to like actually sue somebody. Here you go.
But
right?
Was he thinking that she would sue him when he said that?
Yeah, I think he was absolutely thinking she would sue him.
Are we attributing Kyla's not so erudite's attempt to broker some kind of settlement between them? Is that at no stage did I try to convince her otherwise? Isn't she kind of acting on his behalf to do exactly that?
Well, I think with that it would be like what would I don't think she was ever looking to sue him criminally. I think actually you could I guess say that Destiny's controlling Kyla into doing that, but it seemed like Pixie was not interested in
I'm not asking if he's controlling her. I'm saying, is she doing that on his is that on his behalf that she is acting?
Yes. Well, I mean, I think it's to get it resolved. I think it's on everyone's behalf. I think it's on her behalf. I think it's right that whole.
I know,
group.
but I'm saying,
has Destiny said, Leah,
do
do
this
this? Like, is Destiny like on board with her talking to Pixie on his behalf?
Yeah,
like,
I have no idea
communicating?
because there were also parts where Kyla was saying, "I'm not taking this back to Destiny right now." So I don't know if she stepped in herself or if Destiny asked.
Okay, but
I don't think there's a solid read from any of this.
Okay. At no stage did I try to convince her otherwise. So that could be true. It could be not true. If he actually is having not erudite broker this deal on his behalf. This was a highly emotionally volatile time, and my main concern was her well-being. Obviously, I'm skeptical, but moving on. A few hours later, I messaged a mutual friend, Straighterade, who I knew to be particularly close with Pixie. We tried to figure out the best way forward in terms of making things right, or as right as they could be for Pixie. In that conversation, we spoke about things I could do to alleviate the toll on Pixie's mental health. I took Straighterade's suggestions and presented them to Pixie. I explicitly offered to help her financially, having had it communicated to me that she was also under financial pressure while dealing with this matter.
Do you think this is framing things in a certain way right now? Are we feeling like this paragraph
I think
so far
he's
has been
pretty
framing things in a
clearly
certain way?
He's pretty clearly saying, if you don't agree with what I did, I was just following the advice of Straighterade. Like, if you don't agree that offering money was the correct thing to do, I was just doing what Straighterade told me to do.
I think he's also...
Well, I think it would be... I think it, like, sorry, but the other side of that is he could also just be trying to respect, like, knowing... Like, in the world where... And by the way, I don't necessarily believe this, but I have to play this side of the argument now because all of my actual Destiny supporters have left.
You actually don't. We could all just agree.
No, I don't. I mean, no, I don't. I don't like having arguments where one side of the argument.
Yeah, we would hate to make the guy that
I personally just don't like
look
doing
like
that.
the bad guy.
Yeah, well,
sorry,
I don't. Again, I just
don't like doing that.
Okay, so you can defend.
I always
Destiny
try to
leaking
find
someone,
the other side
leaking
of
someone's
this.
news. Okay.
Yeah,
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
guy.
And when I explicitly feel like there is no defense or not like a devil's advocate argument I've heard, I have said that explicitly.
Yeah,
I'm saying
when
in
it's
this case,
unequivocally true.
I'm saying in this case,
your opinion is the opinion you should have. You won't.
No, I'm trying to represent things so people can think about them like from a fairly neutral place.
Why? Why do you want someone to look at this neutrally?
I want them because the whole thing is there's a whole bunch of people who are going to watch this and they're going to go, these two are fucking insane. I don't believe anything they'd say.
I don't think
I can go
that's
and
true.
give the sane argument. Yes, there are lots of those cases.
And who cares?
Even if that's incorrect,
It's more
I do.
important to
So this is the
Wait,
same.
hold on. No, shut the fuck up.
This is the sweeping. This is the same.
Do you never argue that DGGers are brainwashed? Have you never argued this once in your life?
This is the exact same sweeping.
So you believe it is
Ahrelevant
more
was doing.
important to disavow us than it is to disavow Destiny.
I think it's important to show that when I have a disagreement,
Right.
I'm still trying to remain impartial. That I'm saying,
Right,
here's the
right.
argument I've heard. Here's an argument
So
I
you-
could
so
think
you
of.
are
Right? That I'm not just sitting here
impartial to
trying to
someone
bury
who has-
Destiny.
who has
Because
done
as
this.
soon as I say, hey, we're all here to try to bury Destiny, there's going to be a bunch of people who tune out.
Okay,
I
so
don't- I
you
think they're
That's
gonna
not the
tune
purpose
out
of
when
this
they have
stream.
to listen
If you're
to-
just
you're-
here to bury Destiny, then leave. But I don't think, at least Max is here for that reason. Lav,
I am here to bury
mean-
Destiny.
oh, well,
I feel that
if
the
that's all you guys
stake
want,
is over his heart, and I think if just a few more people swing the sledgehammer down, it will destroy him forever. I am here, unequivocally, I'm here to bury Destiny.
okay.
Okay, do you not think it's an important part of that though for Destiny fans see arguments made and then knocked down in front of them. Do you think that's worthwhile?
I think if his actions aren't enough, then nothing is going
it
to
would
be.
get thrown out 2 seconds flat.
Range virtue signaling. Nobody cares.
Okay.
Oh God.
I respect
Yeah.
the contrarianism. Okay, JSTLK.
I'm just trying to say, like, hey, there's obviously this is what somebody would say here. And I think it's obvious
I
that,
think
like,
I think the problem with it. What?
No, go ahead.
I think it. The problem is that you're kind of just defaulting to. So, okay, the charge here is that this document is duplicitous.
I'm not defaulting. I've already gone through this and said when we evaluated this, I said there's no positive way to frame this. I can't think of one. This seems universally bad.
That
so
is
you can't say I'm
defaulting.
defaulting.
That means there wasn't an option to default to.
Kill
you
yourself. I gotta go
defaulted the other
go
way.
get water and a drink.
Okay.
I'll be right
well,
back.
Destiny's gonna be
go ahead.
destroyed by the
Drive
time
the
we get
stake
back.
in. Yep.
Okay. The charge is that the document is duplicitous. So there is a superficial, literal, textual reading where you say, okay, he's saying something, right? And then there's also the critical read, which is what is he actually saying? And sometimes these things line up and sometimes they don't. But if you think they don't line up, and then you're saying, well, I think they do line up, I think he's actually saying what he really means, but you're going to claim that every time you possibly can in an effort to play devil's advocate, I think it does introduce some confusion and, dare I say, sweeping for Destiny. When
Are
I
you
think
confused when I say this would be the argument people would make? You're getting confused and thinking that's the argument I'm making?
I think that
Are you worried about the audience
inherently,
getting
I think
confused in that?
think honestly, I think you are using Destiny's speech patterns and mannerisms, and one of his mannerisms is to say,
Never heard that
well,
one
this
before.
would be the argument someone would make. And it introduces confusion about what you're actually saying. Are you saying you agree with the argument? Are you saying that someone else is actually saying that? You're saying they would say that? It introduces so many qualifiers into the sentence that it can mean different things to different people in the audience. It's this like kind of vagueness that you can just project whatever you want onto. You're not really
I'm
ever saying,
essentially trying to give what I think Relly's opinion would be in these situations because he's gone.
okay, I'm essentially trying to give what Relly's argument would be. Do you see that you're not saying what you're doing. You're giving qualifiers about like you're saying what someone else would say maybe.
I literally
if they
said
were
I was
here.
playing devil's advocate. Do you know what playing devil's advocate is? Is that confusing?
I don't think Max knows what that is.
I do know what playing devil's advocate is.
I think you have no idea. I think you're a big dumb idiot.
The problem is that you're not really explaining why you're doing that.
I have explained exactly why I'm doing that. You're just lying now.
It's because Destiny viewers are watching and he can't lose money, Max.
Yeah, that's.
He's made it very clear.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Holy
so
fuck.
That's what you said, buddy. Like if you think something differently, clarify, because that's what you said.
I said that today?
The purpose of playing.
Yes, you did say that. You literally have just said, literally not more than 5 minutes ago.
Wait, when I said that they tune
all
out?
of the Destiny supporters are tuning out, and you
It's
need
not
to
about
keep
money.
No, he's not about
and you need to
stopping
keep it
watching.
more
That's not what he
impartial.
means. Come on, he just means that they'll stop listening to what's being said. They'll stop engaging.
And what is listens in this line of work?
sorry.
It's not a matter of tuning
It
out
could
the
mean
stream.
it wasn't a
closing the
money thing.
stream.
It was
Yeah,
like
it wasn't about viewers.
It was like
about
yeah,
them not hearing it.
Yeah.
When you play devil's advocate, you're shit testing a position by taking the opposite position. You're saying, okay, everybody's in agreement about this thing, but I need to present an opposing view just for the sake, even though it may sound bad, just for the sake of making sure that what we're saying makes sense. The problem with doing it in this conversation is that I believe the audience wants to hear what you genuinely think about this document. And so when you say, I'm just playing devil's advocate, it means you're talking a lot, but we don't know why you're talking. You're just talking anytime you think you can provide a counter argument.
I'll try to be clear. Let me try to be way more clear for you.
Why don't you just
I'm
say what
basically
you actually think?
Because I have gone through this and said what I actually think. You just go back and watch my VOD.
Well, I don't want to do that. I want to talk to you about it.
Okay. Hold on. Like, basically, when I go through this, I feel like when you're explaining your position, a lot of people are going to hear that and they're going to dismiss your position because they'll be able to easily think of questions that you're not even remotely addressing. So I'm trying to raise those questions as we go through this, assuming that you can knock
raise
them
it as a
down.
question. But again,
Okay.
it feels like the thing you're raising is what if he's doing what
I'll start
he's
phrasing
saying
it a
he's doing?
question. So I'll start
Okay.
phrasing it as a question. So
Okay.
Max, what would you say to somebody who told you, like, hey, if I believe Destiny does actually care about Pixie, and this is actually what somebody who cares about Pixie would do after the fact. Like, let's say they had brainworms and they just didn't know what they were lost. They were in a fugue state, okay, and they leaked those nudes, and now they feel really bad. Well, it seems like genuine remorse. What would you say to somebody who said that, Max?
I would say the introduction of a lawsuit creates a black box of plausible deniability because now he's expected to behave like a psychopath. When someone sues you, you're allowed to behave like a psychopath. You're allowed to start.
I agree with you.
Like Dan was saying. Yeah, it's like Dan was saying. You're allowed to be totally self-protective. You're allowed to say things that are obviously half-truths or lies, and not suffer any social repercussions. So what I would say is, if you really want to evaluate Destiny's moral behavior here, or how much he cares about other people, you're going to need to look at his behavior before the lawsuit was introduced. Look at his behavior in past instances where things like this happened, because he's been involved in several situations very much like this. And look at his behavior in general. Look what he says. He's telling you he's a sociopath. So I guess I would flip it around and say, based on his past behavior, what is it that makes you think he does care about other people, including him saying stuff like, I wouldn't be sad if my own cat died. Like, he has bragged that he doesn't care about other people. And I know it's funny, and I know it's irreverent, and I know there's something about it that that it is likable in a way, and there's something seductive or enticing about it, where you feel like there's like a little hint that maybe he does care. And so you like if you really believed he literally didn't care about anyone or anything, he's a political streamer, and politics is like kind of debating about what is best for everyone. Well, if somebody doesn't care about anybody else and all he cares about is himself, then everything he says is a lie. Nothing he says is genuine. So you don't really believe that. So it's this kind of dual narrative where he's telling you he doesn't care, but in some ways he's signaling to you that he does. And now he's saying he does care. So I guess I would say that given the context, you can't really analyze this text for an answer to this question because it's expected that he will be totally self-serving in this document.
Okay, I broadly agree. Do you see that as like a conscious process, or do you think it doesn't matter, or some third option?
You mean, do I think Destiny knows that he doesn't care about other people?
Do you think he is conscious? So you believe that he doesn't care about other people? I think he knows that he has like a lower sense of empathy for a lot of other people. I think he knows that because he said it. Do you think he knows? Sorry, I'm asking, do you think he knows? If this were true, do you think he, sorry, I've never gotten that precise implication, but for your, like, working with your theory,
Yeah.
do you think he knows or is conscious of the signals he's putting out?
Yes. I think that he knows when he is roping someone in, or a whole audience in, to thinking maybe there is something deep down in there that we can connect to. I think it is kind of similar to, in this case, kind of similar to Andrew Tate. In the sense that there's this bravado and macho kind of mask, and then a hint that underneath I am a good person and I'm trying to do the right thing. And I think he does know when he is signaling that. And I think he does know that that causes people like Anna and me and Leah to get pulled in. I think he's even kind of said as much, that he one good way to rope people in is to push forward and pull back, push forward and pull back. And I think he does that with the audience. It's
He has literally said that like almost verbatim.
Yeah, and I think there's something addictive for the audience about being betrayed by him on a regular basis, and thinking like there's an excitement to it where you're like, is he going to handle this the right way? Is he going to do, oh God, oh Des, like he's done it again, where you're worried about him, and it's very involving, and it's a different relationship than most people have with a public figure they admire, and that's why people can't understand. It's a little bit like Trump too. People can't understand Trump supporters. They're like, why don't you just get rid of this guy? Just ditch this guy. But they actually like the roller coaster of like, is he going to fuck this up? Is he going to tweet something out that's completely insane that we're all going to have to defend and explain? It's like an abusive relationship where the ups and downs are part of the appeal, but nobody is consciously feeling that. But I do think Destiny is consciously aware of that. I think that he knows that if he gave good takes and he organized his canvassing, he had sex with his wife, and he had a happy little perfect life, that people would get bored. That part of the appeal, part of what people like, is the carnage. And they like being able to say that that's not what they like. They like playing the role of like, oh, Destiny, when are you going to stop all this sexual misconduct, stop hurting all these people? But they, on some level, they want these leaks to come out. They want the carnage. They want the pain and the destruction. That's what I think. And I think very few people in the audience are consciously aware of this. And I think Destiny is 100% aware of it.
Oh, okay. Do you have, what's your evidence for the proof that he's aware of it? Is it specifically the push-pull dynamic in relationships? That's what you're saying there?
Yeah, I mean, my personal, the first instance I remember feeling that with him was when we were supposed to meet for our second stream or our third stream. And he texted me, he DM'd me, or I said, hey, I'm ready. And he said, it's time. And I was like, okay, well, what chat do I go into? And then he said, for the League of Legends. And then he played League of Legends for an hour. And, well, I waited. And that's the kind of thing where, like, if he were a small streamer, I would just be like, dude, I'm never talking to you again. And I did chastise him for it. But again, it was, I was just so excited to be accepted by somebody so famous with such a big audience. And
That was when Destiny incurred his blood debt with Max. Had to be repaid at some point. Max swore revenge from that moment onward.
That's right. That's when I became bitter. No, I a warning bell went off, and I was like, if somebody in my personal life did anything like this, I would obviously just like cut them out. And I rationalized it, but then you're like, well, maybe he's just insensitive. But hearing him talk about like, oh, when I was in my 20s, I used to do really manipulative shit. And here's all the Machiavellian schemes I used to run on people, and all the lies I used to tell people. And here's the best way to lie. I've gotten the sense that he is very aware of how his manipulative behavior affects other people. And I would have to assume that extends to his audience. I think he was putting me in my place. I think he was saying, if you're the kind of person who is going to set boundaries and hold me to my agreements, then I don't want to stream with you. And he filtered out the version of me with a backbone and got the version of me with no backbone, which I think is what he wanted, and it worked really well.
Lav, how did this happen to you?
What?
Wow, she wasn't even listening. And her mic
No,
happened?
I know I was listening. I'm curious as to what you meant by that. Like, how did I get involved?
How Destiny
with
shit
him?
test you? Yeah, how Destiny shit test you to get you
I'm
to
not.
be broken down into the spineless version of yourself?
Well, I think I came to him spineless. I was a sex worker who was trying to have an out, and he gave me one. He gave me, instead of sex work, I could do streaming. I didn't have to do what I hated. I could just like latch onto him, and he would give me a career. And so then he like obviously knew that I'd do anything to do that.
But there's a
I
period.
think mine is pretty clear.
But there's a point at which you realize this was a bad idea to keep associating with him. Like that would be bad for you. But then you. But
I'm the sort of person where, at least, well, especially when I was 22 years old, where it didn't matter how much something hurt me. Like I did not have the self-love and the wherewithal.
Is there a moment like when he called you a dumb bitch, for example, where you were just like,
yeah, actually, there was a moment, mostly that was shocking. And I think I just made excuses for him. I think I was like, oh, well, I am like being a bitch. And it doesn't really matter that like, that he said this to his audience who now he's feeding and equipping with something to hurt me with. It doesn't matter. Like but I like kept going back and forth. I was like, there's no, like, he's just impulsive and silly. Like he didn't know what this is actually doing to me. Like I just made every excuse.
Okay.
When like, obviously he knows because
Don't take this the wrong way.
Several times he told me.
Finish, and then I'll.
Several times he told me to not say certain things on stream because he knew that if I said it, that it would like he made sure that I like didn't call him like a cuck on stream, or that I didn't call him like submissive on stream, because he knew that people would like take it and run with it, but he did not give me the same courtesy. So he obviously knew like how people respond to things like that, but for me it didn't matter.
I was just gonna ask Kuihman at what minute of your initial kicker keep appearance did Destiny turn you into this spotless version of yourself?
Okay, I can't. I'm on YouTube. I can't be honest with you right now. Check the M's.
Oh, hold on, checking DMs. Give me a second. See? Okay. All right. Man of few words. All right. Sorry, that was me memeing with Kuihman. I was actually listening to your responses and not trying to meme with you guys. But I had to throw it back at him, okay? Describe it. KYSN, I think, would describe it pretty perfectly. Yeah, I think that's
I think enough said, to be honest. I think that's plenty.
Enough said. Yeah, enough said.
And I don't think that everyone who transgresses upon people is like a sociopath or an abuser. I don't think Max is saying that either. Just for the chat, who's like, this could be normal. I think that people hurt each other all the time, every day. But I think when you're hurting people pretty constantly, and then you have other behaviors like sending unconsensual nudes or potentially even filming someone without their consent, I think that you kind of, then all of these behaviors add up into something a little bit more egregious than just hurting people on accident or being needlessly cruel.
Okay, why'd you leak that?
What?
I didn't leak anything. Nothing. Apparently, hold on. I just have to see. Apparently, somebody in my gen chat said, I have to find this Discord message really quickly. It's actually relevant that.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Cherry.
Oh, we haven't. We can talk about that in just a little bit.
Well, do we all
this is
believe
somebody that I
Cherry?
know. I believe Cherry 100%.
Me too.
So this is another person in my general chat who's just said that, and they are somebody who's exchanged sex with Destiny. Yeah, he sent me almost all the videos that were leaked. Somebody we all know has exchanged sex with Destiny. So basically, all the videos that were leaked, this person's gotten all of those as well. So it wasn't
So
just
they may have been leaked to more than one person.
they're. I mean, sorry, I didn't need extra proof of that. This person, this person's just very upfront with like a lot of stuff like that.
Just to
I don't
dispel
think
the
they would lie.
narrative of like maybe he had a huge amount of trust in this 19-year-old he had never met. Like,
Well, I think
Yeah, I know you ran with that stupid narrative. Yeah, just for.
But I think he did have trust in that person, as in he shared his own shit, or he had the level of trust. I guess you could say his level of trust with everybody was.
well, have you seen the
needed to not know them at all.
DMs? Have you seen the DMs between him and Anna where he's talking about how he wants her to blackmail him while he rubs her feet?
Yeah.
So I think that just because Destiny sent his own stuff, that doesn't mean that he trusts the person. I think that he finds the risk that his stuff might be leaked exciting. Even if he has a negative reaction when it actually happens or an angry reaction, he, like somebody riding a motorcycle at 300 miles per hour on coke, they don't want to crash, but they like the excitement that they might crash.
Okay. That could be it. I don't really need to speculate. I just know that it's bad. Okay. I just know that it's like.
Well, again, I think when you say no,
totally
Yeah, obviously you don't have the IQ to say what Max is saying.
When
I
you're
am the only
saying-
non-Jew
when
in
you're
the
saying-
call. True.
When you're saying he sent a video of himself sucking a guy's dick to this person, so therefore he trusts them, I want to introduce the idea that he might actually be doing that because he doesn't trust them. He might not find it interesting to send that to someone he
The
trusts.
Boren Southern stuff too. I feel like it would be another thing. Although Darius apparently said that got leaked to everybody, so I have no
It
fucking
did.
idea.
Every single when I was doing the Destiny report, I talked to like this is about me. When I was writing the Destiny report, which I've been wanting to talk about for a couple years, every person I called, or not called, but set up a call with on Discord,
Which was wildly inappropriate.
Which was very inappropriate. Would be like, wait, do you know about Lauren? And I was like, dude, because Melina told me about Lauren, and then I talked to Destiny about it. And I said, I won't leak it. You can talk to me about it. And he was like, well, if you're recording me, I'm going to be fucked. And at the time I was like, oh no, I'm not recording you, because I thought it'd be something he didn't want. Looking back, I have a different read of that interaction, which is kind of weird. But every person I talked to would be like, oh, did you know about Lauren? And so then I was like, how many fucking people did they tell? And I was asking people how they knew, and I think most of them he just told. So I'm like, you've told like 5 or 10 people about this. So then That's why when I reached out to Lauren and I was like, "Hey, listen, I'm not going to include you in the report because it's not about like gossip, you know. It's about misbehavior. So if you feel that Destiny has done something wrong to you and you want to use the report as a platform, you can. But if not, I'm not going to out you and I'm not going to talk about it. So through that, I got the sense
I also knew within 1 week of
meeting
becoming.
him.
Yeah, I knew immediately. He had no idea who I was, what my, you know, really no idea who I was, and he told me upon meeting him, and it's why we got as close as we did, as fast as we did.
Yeah, so it's another thing of just like if you don't want it to get out, then why are you telling all these people? And it's basically him leaking it. I don't know why it took 2 years for it to be made public, like public or confirmed. But I don't, the whole like I told this person I trusted them, they betrayed me. That just feels like it's part of this weird pattern of leaking shit that you know is going to get out.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I think you guys have a tendency to narrativize in a way I don't feel is super necessary. But I'm trying to suppress my urge to like correct or point it out. I just think like obviously when we have like stuff like this, like I just keep seeing. I keep seeing. I think this is number 6 of a person who's either received or had their shit sent. So it's like
yeah. So so six is hard to say. It was leaked without my knowledge or.
Thank you, Huge. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I mean, but when I opened the stream, I said I would expect it to go up to like potentially dozens.
Okay.
Like
so
within
this
a year. That's my opinion, but that's
Okay.
not what's happening now. I'd say this is 6, I believe, but I would expect it
Wait,
to go
6.
up to.
You're saying it could go up to dozens of people he individually sent it to?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I didn't just misread this entirely, did I?
Psycho wants you to clarify that he never sent her the Pixie video.
Oh, never the Pixie video. Okay.
But the other stuff?
But the other stuff, apparently. Okay. Hold on. I need a clarification here as well. No, that is that is an important one for the Pixie thing.
He did send her the
Psycho, check DMs.
I miss Mrgirl too.
Me
You
too.
used to be
Sorry for sorry for not calling you unless I
That's okay.
need something.
I know. That's okay. I know you're busy.
I'm really busy.
Used to be cool, man, when you made that song about Minecraft, man. What happened to you? DGG, the Reddit ban made you go crazy, dude. Fell off. You're forever gated by being 5'4".
To be honest, with this one, I
5'4"?
believe he's like started redacting stuff, so it seems like stuff's redacted in any case. So I don't know that we'll get to substantiate this now.
Okay, a couple weeks ago. Oh, sorry.
Go? No,
I
go
was
ahead.
talking to Shaylin, and Shaylin has some like experience drawing people, so she understands like proportions. And I was like, everybody thinks I'm short. Like I'm not 5'4". I'm taller than that. I'm like, why does everybody think I'm short? Because I've had people in person tell me that they think I'm short just because I'm like sitting down. I'm like, and I'll stand up and I'm like much taller than them. And she was like, well, it's because of the proportion of your head to your body.
You just have a big head.
Yes.
As if we needed more proof that you have a big head.
It's now we know. It's official.
All right. Honestly, yeah, I think we can finish this. I assume I might as well finish it really quickly. Sorry, I don't enjoy doing this because it's like I've given my analysis on it, and then I'm not going to disagree that much with you, but it's fine.
Well, thank
I
God
just
you
wanna keep
kept
reading.
Dan and Irrelevant in as long as you did, because that really went somewhere.
I mean, yeah, we could have.
I think it's important.
This is what I was saying to you in
I think the
DMs.
best way to get through like some of these things is to actually like you understand that I just disagree with you guys less than they do. That's why we're going through it faster. That doesn't
They
make
don't.
them incorrect.
They're not voicing
I think
disagreement.
Ahrelevant-
They're just yelling
I think
and
Ahrelevant
babbling.
did. I think Ahrelevant did. No, I think Ahrelevant gave plenty of solid disagreement.
He agreed with everything. He and I were in total agreement about almost every single sentence.
Sure. So some of the ways that things weren't being framed, if you were going, oh, this is being framed disingenuously, Relly would go, yeah. And then you go, and it's being framed disingenuously because you guys actually have really subtle behaviors that make you reframe everything. And then he'd go, wait, what? Your explanation's weird. Do we have to argue over that? And then you would have to have that argument.
Yes, Max knows what happened. I think he was there.
Okay, well.
But you just said he disagreed with us about the
Yeah, disagreed with your interpretation of why these things were being said, or disagreeing with maybe not over the letter, but over the things you were saying.
I think they
So I would ask
disagreed
why would you not
being
just
there at
say
all.
the thing you think is happening, and then when Relly agrees, you could just move on. Why
Because
do we have to?
because the nature of
be
this
grandiose and
document is
compete
that he's
with all this
speaking
other
out of
shit?
both sides of his mouth at the same time. It's a double speak. And the nature of DGG, and including, I believe, some of your coverage and a lot of the way that people shake their fingers at Destiny is that they talk out of both sides of their mouths. It's double speak. In one hand, you're saying, "Oh, this is really bad. This is really bad," and then 1 second later, you say, "If he really wanted to save himself, what he should do is this." And all of a sudden, you've changed the subject away from the moral condemnation that we should all be talking about to strategy. What's best for Destiny, which is exactly where he wants you, and it's a way to signal that you're the controlled opposition, that you have your own opinions. It's so cult-like that everyone around Destiny who's friendly with him to any degree has to constantly find ways to twist themselves into showing that they have their own personalities and opinions, while not.
Oh, this Dr. Jarko's guy is annoying.
So it's not a normal. It's not like a normal argument.
You understand there's like a different part to that, right? That this would be in like a debating, like political space, that you can't just say things because people will use your words against you, and so you have to
but they're
be
not
very clear. You have to be
they're
very.
not engaging with the text. 90% of what they're saying isn't about anything that has been said beforehand. It's just bloviating and babbling to prevent the conversation from happening. And again, Dan is telling you that's why he's in the call. He's like, "I'm on your stream to prevent you from talking about this post." And then he does that for like an hour. And then you're like, "You guys
that wasn't
argued
what he
so
said.
much."
He said he didn't want just like a one-sided, like not slandering.
He said there was
Sorry, that's
no
me
way
catching the
that Max
programming right there.
engaged.
Not just a one-sided presentation of facts against somebody he's friends with, and even if they've made mistakes.
He didn't say that.
No,
He said that
there was no way that Max was engaged, and he was stopping someone like Max from saying anything about it because him being attached to it was a negative for Pixie.
Yes, so the goal is to prevent me from talking about it at all.
Okay.
And Relevant being like, "Oh, I had a change of heart. Today I yelled at Darius even after ignoring Destiny." This horrible list of things that Destiny has done, including leaking people's nudes and threatening to leak people's nudes.
Which he has already done.
Which he's already done. Now I'm mad about it because you didn't watch me yell at Darius an hour ago. You're a bad faith liar. What he should be saying.
Well, you were saying in this conversation to him, you explicitly stated in this conversation, you did not appeal to history at all. You said in this conversation to him.
Yeah, I think I still think he is kind of sleeping, but
okay. But you understand that I think both of us are. Well, I'm a little tired. I think both of us are. It's hard to follow everything.
I'm jazzed. I'm not tired at all. I'm not going to bed for like 4 more hours. I haven't even had dinner yet. I have to go make dinner for Shaylin, and then we're gonna have dinner and like watch TV.
Yeah, I think what you're quite possibly. I think it's very possible that you're interpreting my like analyzing this and trying to make sure that I'm thinking critically, trying to make sure that I'm not, if you're gonna argue that I was a part of a cult, okay, which I disagree with, or I disagree that I was a part of it at some point, but if you're arguing that, then shouldn't you be like happy that I'm slowing down and saying, whoa, I don't want to just accept that framing. I want to throw out these other points that I think come to mind. Isn't that like normal?
I think that
I don't understand why you'd be like sort of coercing me, trying to coerce me, especially by saying I'm sweeping, using all this language that gets gets used in chats and stuff, trying to make streamers agree with them to get me to just agree with you without using my own thought process.
Okay, you want me to deprogram you?
No, I said you have to understand that I'm walking through what I think, and then you're getting like very upset. You're saying like this, pushing back. You're like, you're not engaging, you're not agreeing. I think you're just getting angry that I'm like trying to think through this. That's how it feels.
If you said like, you know what, I'm confused about what I think about this. I need to think through this out loud. I would have a different reaction from you saying, no, I have to pretend, or I have to say that maybe Destiny is telling the truth and representing himself honestly.
I didn't say
Because if
that, and I said that I gave that.
Can
as a
I just
question
finish
to you.
what I'm fucking saying, and then you'll know what I
Can you
think,
not?
and then
Can you not
disagree with it?
disingenuously frame the things you say?
I'm
for
not
2
being
seconds, so I
disingenuous.
don't
I'm
have to
telling you what I
interrupt
actually think. I might just be wrong, but this is what I think. And then
Okay.
afterward, you can tell me why you think I shouldn't be thinking it. Okay?
Okay.
When you say that you're playing devil's advocate, or if you just let me and Leah say whatever we want critical about this document, that people will dismiss it. And so therefore, to bolster our claims or to help make the conversation something that people won't tune out of, or to make it more genuine or intellectually honest, you have to defend Destiny. By saying that, the implication is that you might be defending him not because you actually believe he should be defended, but because you can make an argument. That he gets this insane charitability that if you can possibly defend him, then you will. I think that when you say that, it doesn't make me want to treat you as though you are trying to reason your way through this and question what you've been a part of and question this person that you've defended before. It sounds like you're coming up with a way to justify still being in the position of defending him while simultaneously not defending him, which is the exact thing I'm saying the white blood cells do. That is the sweeping for Destiny.
Okay.
You find a way to
But
criticize him
I need to
without
respond
actually
now, 'cause you've
criticizing.
talked a lot. Okay, I need to respond now.
W.
So I
Kuihman.
actually
Waking up
acknowledged
to
that
this
was a concern
content
of
is
yours,
just
and I said,
chef's
Matt,
kiss.
how can
Please
I?
don't
Here's
delete
what I'm
anything
trying
so
to do.
I can watch
you said,
it
can you
later.
explain to me what you're trying to do? I explained to you what I was trying to do, and then I said, Max, how can I communicate this to you so that you don't feel like I'm trying to just
Guys, I'm gonna be
equivocate or
real.
do
My
whatever,
brain
try
is
to
like
defend
static.
Destiny.
I've been
You said
going
you
for
asked it in
over
the form of a
14
question.
hours.
And then I asked
Thank
it in
you
the
for the
form of a
£5.
question.
Hugely
And then after I
appreciated.
did that, you've used it as to attack me again, even though I asked it in the form of a question back to you.
When did I use
Right?
that to attack you?
Just recently. It was you were saying, here's what I think Destiny would say. You kind of quoted myself back to me, but that was me trying to ask a question. I was trying to formulate my thoughts in the form of a question to ask back to you. So I wasn't making you feel like I was just trying to reflexively defend Destiny, right? I wasn't saying I was playing devil's advocate. I wasn't saying, here's what another person would say. I asked it as a question, and they used that as an example of me trying to basically, just because Destiny can be defended, I'm defending him.
Okay.
That was your example of that.
Okay, that's fair. I'll stop. You're right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's testing my short-term memory right there. Is all the points. I got no memory left on the stack. Okay, having issues.
Me
Okay,
neither.
where
I
were
have
we
no
in
idea
this?
what you're talking about, but I believe you that I did that without
Okay,
remembering
all right.
it.
Sounds good. Now go to sleep. No, I won't go to sleep yet. We can get through this document at least, and then I probably need to read the erudite texts as well.
I still haven't seen those.
Yeah, we have to.
You
go
got
those
that
real
so
quick.
fucked up that you do that at 9 a.m. You're like, we should only go through the erudite texts to me. Okay, dude.
What?
Just saying at 9 a.m. we still need to go through the erudite texts. Am I gonna be here for the next 2 hours? I can't leave. What the fuck?
No, you can't leave. If you care about
Wait, is it going to
Pixie.
take us 2 hours? I
you
didn't
care
think it was
about
going to take us
Pixie,
2 hours.
you'll stay.
You can't leave.
Anybody who goes to bed doesn't care about Pixie.
That's true.
Anybody who goes to sleep is a DGGer starting now.
Rude. I still like DGG as a community. It's a community that obviously I became a part of and enjoyed quite a bit. It sucks that I understand this feels bad. And
Guys,
trust me,
thank you so
anything I
much.
get
Thank you for the
wrong in all of this,
$5
I'll
and
fully
the
own up
10
to anything I've
gifted
gotten wrong. I
memberships.
just think I've
Hugely appreciate
sort
that.
of like I said, I filled the forms out in triplicate. Okay, I'm pretty sure on 95% of this, I'm essentially bulletproof. Like the criticisms I'm throwing out, the stuff I've talked about on my personal end. So, I don't want to just shit talk DGG. I like DGG.
It's
I won DGG.
strange.
Yeah, true. I won DGG of the year. What the fuck?
That's true. Oh my god, I forgot about that completely.
It's the
Ooh.
idea that you can't say everything you're thinking, or that you are beholden to some view of all of this, of the stance that you're taking is very dystopian and fucked up.
You understand? I've gone through extensive backflips. I've done a whole fucking.
Thank you for the 5
I've done a
gifted and
whole.
Jade. Huge
what would you
appreciate.
call
Thank
it?
you.
A whole tumbling routine. Okay. To
Sure, I think
explain to
it's-
you my thought process on things, so that I could be here's what I'm thinking, here's what I'm doing, and if you think that's
Sure.
wrong,
I think if there's
go ahead
any
and
time
criticize.
to jump ship, I
Huge
think it's
appreciate
now.
for the
I think you should
$50
probably
don't
not
give
give
up.
up.
Thank you so much.
I don't
Thank
think
you,
Leah is
Guys, you are
criticizing
so
what you're
generous.
saying right now. I think she's saying that it has very negative
I'm trying to muster
implications
hype.
about the community.
Or just not even this
hold on.
community, just
You
every
understand?
community online.
You understand? I'm not performing for DGG. I'm performing for non-DGG people right now. So
There's
they
no way
understand.
that that's true because everyone not in DGG is so incredibly willing to say that Destiny is a bad guy, and this is crazy.
That's not. Oh, you missed me opening the stream. You guys missed me opening the stream. It's fine.
Maybe so.
I get it.
Lav and Max just want an echo chamber on the opposite side. Yes, I would like to create a worldwide echo chamber where non-consensually leaking women's nudes and secretly recording yourself having sex with women and then non-consensually leaking that is bad.
Yes, yes.
And I'm going to call this
Honestly.
echo chamber, I have a name for it. I'm going to call it the United States of America.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should make those things against the law, totally.
Yeah, we should. Someone should
is-
think about that.
Yeah.
Kuihman's just basically a zombie. If I go look at his stream right now, how long has he been streaming for?
Did it leak that he secretly recorded
You-
people? Yes. Cherry has claimed that Destiny secretly recorded her having sex with him and then shared that secret recording that he made in Florida. I assume it was made in
he
Florida.
split his VOD?
Well, I guess it's probably illegal to secretly record yourself having sex with anyone anywhere. Yes,
maybe.
that is the claim that Cherry has made.
Today. Or
11?
yesterday.
Oh, you did split your VOD. 11 and a half hours into, yeah, holy fuck. Queen's been live forever. And he's living solely on not speaking for hours on end and just sitting here restreaming my content. It's
He's actually he's been asleep for at least half of this.
Look at this. He's had
That was
1,000
a
viewers
moment.
the whole time.
I like.
What a
getting what
leech.
going is good.
What a
okay?
fucking leech.
Crazy.
I said I would
shit.
farm
It's
every
crazy
drop
shit.
of money
I should have been
attention
doing
I
that
could
too.
out of the situation, and that's what I'm doing.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That's wild. Hold on.
I should have also been doing that because I got out of silver on Rivals during that conversation. So that would have been like
Well,
perfect content.
We gotta play Rivals.
Yeah. We definitely should, yeah.
Sorry, I have to check one thing in DMs here really quick.
Are we going back to the thing? Ow!
Yeah.
We
got my
will
phone on my face.
shortly.
What is Mr. Girl's thoughts on women who falsely accuse men of rape? Well, from what I have read, about 10% of rape accusations are false.
It's a pretty big number.
It's a pretty big number. So I think I like believe all women, but I also like innocent till proven guilty. So we have to entertain being in a mental state that I think is hard for people, where you just don't know.
This is true, by the way. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, something's
Fuck, I'm reading
probably
chat.
true, but it might not be true.
No, I'm sorry. I literally I read a chat message that I was gonna say. I just totally talked over you. It's my bad.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say why this chat says, why are these people acting as if the subreddit and on Twitter these places didn't flame the Destiny to shit for this? I do think the response has been pretty universally like, this is like, I can't fuck with this guy anymore. That's been like not universally that, but universally like, I need an explanation that's more than this, like the subreddit post or whatever. Like I think quite a few of the messages have been quite like, hey, we're pretty upset about this. Yeah,
That's
sending
true,
private
but-
news to third parties is bad. What do you want me to say? One fucking ounce of professionalism amongst online entertainment communities would fix like 95% of all problems.
Yeah, but look at
The
the
world needed a
upvote.
Mosi
Look at the
Coos.
upvote counts on these. This is sorting by best.
Yeah, it's sorting by best.
Or what if you sort by top?
Here's
'cause
$50 that I'm giving Kuihman and not some random go liver on kick. That's
top.
what Losher God calls other
Oh,
streamers.
one answer and one answer
BTW
only.
lol.
Did you send
Thank you
Pixie's
for the
nudes
$50.
non-consensually to
Hugely
someone you were
appreciate
chatting
it.
with on
Okay, yeah.
Discord? Your
Oh, this
post does not
dipshit
answer
go
this.
liver.
So
Fuck him.
That's what I thought
based,
the top
right?
one was. Yeah.
Yeah, based. He won't answer this.
Um,
Also, proof that he did it. So it's like I think people think this is far more of a cult than it really is. I think a lot of the issue sometimes is things are actually a lot more ambiguous than in this instance. In this instance, things are not ambiguous. There is no ambiguity here, and there is no way to spin this. Like, even if, let's say, hypothetically, like, Destiny got out ahead of this and stuff, I don't know how you spin this to make it, like, better. Right? To make this not, like,
Here's
awful.
some overtime compensation. Good job working harder than Pixie's lawyer today.
Bless. Thank you so much for $20.
Yeah, I
Hugely
think
appreciate
he
night
rolled
help.
up for
Thank you.
character assassination, basically. That she, I mean, he's not claiming that she consented, so I don't think he can do that. But I don't know. How do you do it with Anna? He just called her a stalker.
Yeah, but Anna was genuinely
Some
Anna was
overtime
genuinely losing
compensation.
it.
Good job working
I
hard.
know
than
that because that was when I
Pixie's
first
lawyer
joined
today.
DGG, and
she didn't stalk
yeah,
him.
I mean,
Okay, I don't know if that was intentional to come
okay,
through
she
twice
didn't
or
stalk
what,
him.
but thank you.
Hold on, stalk. Well, she did go to a lot of the she basically did try to get on every podcast that his friends ran and shit. But then his
So
friends were also
that's not
scum
stalking.
who
They can just say no.
Even
I
as
mean,
someone who still will
allowed to
watch
do that.
Destiny,
Wait,
I just like the
Destiny showed up
reality TV
everywhere
you
I went
continue to
online
feed me.
for like months. Did he
Yeah.
stalk me?
I do remember that.
Did he stalk me? Oh my god.
To be fair, in a lot of those
Yes.
cases, you were talking about him, but yes, that would be technically. I think that's more of a community activity. Lav was
I agree with you that
lying? Yeah, that's
there
what
isn't
he would
really a
say.
way to spin this. There's just ways to minimize it, move on, make it into a joke, or character assassinate, scare her into backing down or being quiet. I think those are the options. But
Yeah.
I don't think this. I don't. It's very hard to say what is going to happen with the community though, because they have shown a shocking willingness to just let things go.
Sure. Well, I think that's going to be every entertainment-based community is ultimately the thing that will keep them coming back and make them not leave is if the content's entertaining, right? I think that's usually what it is. I think a lot of people think this ends Destiny's career, and I'm like, I don't know. Is he going to stop being funny? It's going to be shitty. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of consequences, but realistically, I think there'll be a lot of. I don't think it'll hurt. It will hurt less than it probably should. Is my. What's a sub count? I think he's lost a lot of subs, but I don't care about the sub count on.
I stand
on
with
YouTube.
Zog, star of
I
David,
wonder how much of his
raised
audience
fist.
he's lost by doing this. I can imagine not very many.
Lost 3K
Yeah,
subs out
awesome.
of 900,000. That's gonna sting. Damn. I wanted to read this one. The issue was that the community writ large likes Pixie and Lonerbox.
Thank
No one
you,
gave a
thank you
fuck
guys.
about
Huge
these
appreciate it,
people.
thank you.
I hope that's not the issue. I hope it wouldn't just be I can do any, but
No,
it is.
I'm not that delirious.
Unfortunately,
It
I
is.
can do any evil to the people I don't like.
Which is
fuck.
why he tries really hard to make you not like certain people.
God, can I just say, I would never do that. But as an aside, I fucking hate Kelly G. No, I'm just kidding.
I love Kelly
Fuck
G.
that
Welly
person,
Ween,
okay?
Welly Ween, Welly Ween. Can we get Welly Weens in the chat?
Should we hurry along to the erudite messages, or what's the plan here?
God. Okay. Added with.
Back to the statement.
Pixie
Back to the
responded stating
statement,
that
maybe.
whatever price she would ask would be ask for would be too high and would only result in making her feel worse. This is an older screenshot from our conversation. It appears she has since deleted only that message as it's no longer in our current conversation history. Look at what do we who wants to take the lead on this one? Well, I
You
will.
should.
Oh no,
Yeah,
go
you
ahead.
should.
Okay. I'm
Do you want me to? I can read it if you want.
I think it's a way to frame her as greedy and dishonest.
Oh, I see.
That she wants money, but she doesn't want money.
Ask Mr. Girl if you can
she
join his
wants,
Marvel Rivals squad. Also
to
ask
hide that
about
she
the
wants
book,
money.
but mostly ask him
Now
to
she's
play
getting
with you.
greedy. She doesn't want to have said
Fuck
that
off,
any
Pepsi.
price she would ask for is too high because she's filing a lawsuit.
Ain't
She's
happening,
gonna-
buddy.
then the other lawyer can say, well, she said she doesn't deserve this money, or it's too much, so why is she asking for this much?
I think it's. Give me a second.
Okay, in short, I think he's trying to make her look greedy and dishonest.
I think
And-
more just I didn't know how to interpret. It seems like it was just becoming unreasonable. Maybe not dishonest or greedy, but unstable. I don't know what you even want. You're asking me for $1 million. Obviously that's insane.
I don't think it's insane.
I don't think
she
that's
might-
insane at
I think she
all.
might. I think she might get it.
He brags about how much money he has. I think that $1 million is not that much when you're talking about potentially ruining this woman's career and life through unconsensual media.
Yeah, I think Pixie should be set for life. So she should be able to put whatever the settlement is into an index fund and live off of it for the rest of her life. And I think $1 million is close to that.
But I'm not arguing about what she deserves. I'm arguing as a percentage of Destiny's overall wealth. What could you possibly get out of him in this kind of case?
Well, definitely $1 million.
Okay. I didn't think he made quite that much, but maybe.
Well, he said his YouTube channel makes $80,000 a month, and I think he gets about 50 of that. So if he's making $600,000 a year just from YouTube, then there's the Kick deal, and then there's what Kick Chat and whatever the fuck
Merch.
else, donations, merch. I think probably making $1 million a year.
$1 million a year? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, probably. Well, before taxes, right?
before taxes.
All right. I don't think he's been
Um,
doing that for a significant amount of time, though. That kind of I don't think he's been bringing in that kind of money for a significant amount of time.
Probably not.
Okay. So
I just don't know what these
I do
details
think-
add other than to just make Pixie look greedy and unstable.
I think greedy, or yeah, I'd say like maybe unstable. I would say
And vindictive.
this I don't need to analyze that much, because I think like the reality of this is that Pixie was like, I'm not saying this to discredit her. I think she was justifiably a little unstable, right? Like she didn't really know what she wanted. I don't think that's like a negative. Do you know what I mean?
You totally. You would want to align yourself with the person who's harmed you to reduce the feeling of being harmed and to make it feel like there's a way to fix it. But it's going to take a while to fully feel and understand what has happened to you.
The 213 message is gone. Feel like whatever I ask you to cover will be too high a price too, and then I'm going to feel even worse over it. It does seem like essentially Destiny, I believe, sort of at some point was like to straight rate. I think might be this one. Yeah, this one where it's like law school's 250K. I don't know, or 200K. Like I think he's basically at this point like, no, I don't think 200K is like reasonable here.
Well, I think financially speaking, and that was a mistake, because I think he's going to lose this lawsuit. I think he's going to face possible criminal prosecution. Would Cherry have known that he secretly recorded her if this lawsuit hadn't been announced today? Did she find that out today? If she did, then he might be going to jail because he didn't want to make this settlement. And then how many women are there out there with similar stories? Would they see Pixie win over $250,000?
Sorry, I'm just gonna say, I think no matter what happened with Pixie, no matter what happened here, this whole thing would have been dragged out even further. Like we've been saying, I think there's like a large group of women who got a lot of these messages, and I think it would have taken longer, but I think the same thing would have eventually happened, where it like trickled out, and then people started sending things around, and they'd connect dots. I personally believe that a lot of these women would be DMing each other and beginning to talk about this.
I think that there's going to be two kind of motivations for filing a lawsuit. One is that you want money, restitution on the personal level, and then the other is that you feel a moral obligation to drag this out in public and actually stop this person from behaving this way. And if he had accepted a settlement, he might have been able to push people more towards the first one. And I think that he's trying to communicate here that, like, I guess she didn't ask for money explicitly, so she's filing a frivolous lawsuit implying that he would have settled with her, but also including a screenshot showing that he thought that what she wanted was too much, so he probably wouldn't have settled with her. Which again is just like this weird doublespeak where it's like hard to follow what he's even communicating with that. I guess either way, he's the good guy. But I think the result of this may well be that more people file lawsuits and that people don't want to take settlements. And I don't think they should. I mean, if you don't want to, I mean, obviously filing a lawsuit's are going to be a grueling, horrible experience. But in this case, I think it is the right thing to do.
Maybe. I will say, I think if the lawsuit, and it does appear to hinge on Destiny, that might be very difficult to prove. That one aspect of, they need to prove that he wanted these things leaked or it was done maliciously. Like, I think that might be quite difficult to prove. I think the argument you gave is the best one. The one that, like, hey, lots of these women, like, basically there's an argument that it was shared so many, things like this were shared so many times, but then they need proof, they need all of these things. Anyway, what if Destiny countersues for blackmail/extortion? I mean, he could do that.
Seems like a
okay.
really bad
I was correct. October of 2022 was when the video was leaked. I can't tell from the date format. Sorry, I meant to look that up earlier. That like October. I think it's October. That it's in North American date formats. 10/04/2022. I'm gonna say October. It's April. God damn it. So April then. April 2022. Sorry, I'm rambling about something not quite related. The blackmail thing, I think that would be insane. I think that would really obliterate your online reputation. But who knows? Okay. Sorry, we should continue.
It just says in the law, it just says an individual whose intimate visual depiction is disclosed. It doesn't say published.
That's not the part. Sorry, that's not the part. I do believe you could do it. You could do it by disclosing to like a third party.
Mhm.
But I'm saying I believe is a revenge porn law that requires like malicious intent.
Oh,
and that's why I believe
so that's
Pixie includes the part about
Okay,
it
so-
being like intentionally leaked so that it
Yeah,
intentionally
so this
sent
is-
so that it would be leaked.
Okay, so to be clear, the civil suit that she is filing does not include the revenge porn law. She's not saying that in her lawsuit, she's not going to say that he committed a crime. She's suing with this civil law, and it looks like he did do this. I don't see anything in here that is not, the description of which is not met by what he
Then-
did.
If she's not, I would just wonder if she's not suing for that, so we could pull up the Substack. If she's not, then why does she include the whole this part? Because I think this is basically impossible to prove, but she puts it in here.
I think
what is
she's
it
putting
here?
it in there because she thinks that there may be some argument for criminal prosecution, and she believes this to be the case. But it may have bearing on whether you agree with her argument she's laying out, but the lawsuit is not going to lay out this argument. The lawsuit is just going to say that he disclosed her
Okay.
nudes without her consent, and that
Thank you.
seems like a slam dunk.
Okay. However, if it was really April 2022, then it is not actionable under 15 USC 6851. Are you sure they don't have any like backdating for that, like they did in New York? If it was a 2022 law. So sorry, with the nudes and when they were shared after the law was added, the federal law, I believe that he's being sued under.
Oh, I see. Effective date.
Is it US?
Except as provided in subsection, and the amendments made by this act shall not take effect until October 1st of the first fiscal year beginning after the date of enactment, March 15th, 2022.
Oh, okay. Based. I thought October 2022, but if that is true, March, then it's a couple weeks.
No. Sorry, the enactment is March 15th, but it does not take effect until October 1st. So you're right.
Right. Sorry, you said that. Fuck, I'm
Yeah.
fading. Hold on, I'm getting caffeine. Give me 2 seconds. I have some. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I just need some caffeine. I need to stay awake for like another hour at least. Okay. So yes, it wouldn't have taken effect then. So then I wonder why they're sharing these things explicitly, or why they're saying these things. So unless Pixie's team has some other strategy, well, the thing is, I think they kind of got their hands forced on this, and things have been published very quickly, and I sure hope it would very much suck if scrambling to get this out. They basically said they were suing under this law without looking into it.
I mean, it's
This is
possible.
the easier claim to file.
It's possible that it may not just be the moment he sent the images is considered.
Could be
may
how long it
the-
persisted in the DM or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. The
Also,
ongoing-
just one thing as well. It's
I can see that being a
possible
thing.
if it went to court, right? Well, if the lawsuit went forward, could there not be grounds to sue based on what's happened, and then discovery could reveal if he's shared it more, perhaps after that date?
True.
It could. What would I say here? That could be true. Like, isn't sharing it to other people? That could be true.
They'd have to.
I would
they'd have
also
to
say
see his
that.
phone or have proof of someone else having it.
Well, I would just also say that technically, is this law about when it was so?
I think it's time to bring ChatGPT into this.
Yeah, because what I would want to know is basically, so this was done, but does it matter when the sharing occurred? Is that
We're
when
gonna
it was?
We're gonna find.
Yeah,
out.
that's you could
Role
chat
play-
GPT
role play as a
go
lawyer.
figure it out. I'll cover before I go to sleep. I will cover those Erudite DMs just to make sure I understand them. And then tomorrow I'll actually go through a bunch of this stuff in.
Okay.
Laws are presumed to not be retroactive. The law explicitly needs to state. Well, hold on, but with this law, so if I sent somebody revenge porn, okay, explicit revenge porn, I sent it to somebody, and they don't open their phone for 3 weeks, okay, and it goes from September 29th to October 1st, and then they open it up. Is it when it's received and then when it's disseminated, like when it's publicly disseminated in some way? Is it when it's first sent? Does the initial violation chain into other violations? I actually don't like. There might be other things in here. It's possible. Sent, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's probably when it's sent.
Okay. By the way, I don't think this is explicit revenge porn yet. I think there's some question there, but I'm just saying that, like, if I did that, I would just wonder. Snow Lucille, you need some help, okay? You need some help desperately. Somebody get Snow Lucille sub, please. They're here for the long haul. Truman, you could be correct about that. I think that would be rough if they're relying on Discovery with what I believe Discord's retention policies are. Not great. What do we shit on Sunday? I can go over like some of the Sunday stuff like tomorrow maybe. Just figure it's not good to distract today. Okay, this guy's looking at ChatGPT. I think what do I want to do here? We're getting close to the end of this. We should Slotmonger, thank you for gifting a sub to Snow Lucille. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay. Her accusation that I likely used a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability is extremely hurtful. Man, I think that's unlikely. But I misread this when I first saw it. I haven't read any of the Substack yet. Hooligans, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Okay, Max, you gotta keep reading here. We gotta make it. Okay, we're so close to making it.
Okay, I'm talking to ChatGPT. There's another law in Florida making revenge porn illegal. That it looks like she may be able to sue under that. There's a limit of $10,000 per violation, but it says that if the celebrity knew that the recipients were likely to make the images public, they might argue reckless disregard, and then in the civil suit there could be more than just 3. I just said hypothetically if you only sent it to 3 people, but then they disseminated it further, is he only on the hook for the 3 violations or more? And basically they're saying criminally he's probably only on the hook for, you know, whoever he sent it to. Again, 3 is just a hypothetical. I don't know how many people Destiny sent it to.
Can you ask it to explain to you how it knows that? You can sometimes get it to give you like a link that'll go and give you like a specific
thing. It gave the law. It's Florida's here. I can DM you.
I was just curious because normally you can go and find like the actual, like they'll say like you can give it a piece of text that it read back to you. You say, hey, can you like figure out where in one of these documents like this is, and it'll like give it back to you. Yeah, I know, Hisler. That's why I'm saying that you need to get recommendations from ChatGPT, and then you need to go and check it against its own sources so that you can actually know, right?
Yeah, I just sent you.
Like it can give you accurate information, but I feel like you have to double check it most of the time.
Yeah.
I think it can be wrong, but yeah, that's what I just said, Wavy. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, Kuihman, we're moving down to, okay, I believe we are on to later in a conversation with Straight Raid. All right, Kuihman, I want you to keep reading for a little bit. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds.
You want me to read? What am I reading?
A person depicted in a sexually explicit image taken with the person's consent may retain a reasonable expectation that the image will remain private, despite sharing the image with another person, such as an intimate partner.
This Kuihman guy is taking hundreds of dollars from me tonight, and he can't even read like a paragraph, Max. That's pretty fucked up, isn't it?
I'm happy to help him out. The publication or dissemination of such images through the use of internet websites or electronic means creates a permanent record of the depicted person's private
Can we get some
nudity or
donuts
private
for
sexually
JSTLK
explicit
Seething?
conduct.
Can we get donuts for JSTLK Seething, please? Donuts and likes up for JSTLK
Sexually
Seething.
explicit image
Okay.
means any image depicting nudity. The law enforcement officer may arrest without a warrant any person that he or she has probable cause to believe has violated this section. So I don't see.
That's why Destiny didn't make a statement today. He's in jail.
I mean, he might literally have gotten arrested. I don't know if he would announce that. I guess somebody would notice that for sure. Monetary damages to include $10,000 or actual damages incurred as a result of a violation of this section, whichever is greater. Reasonable attorney fees and costs.
I hope Cherry goes to the police immediately.
Yeah, I think Cherry has the stronger case criminally.
Yeah.
This is money I otherwise would have spent on a JSTLK subscription. You are literally taking money out of his mouth.
Hugely appreciate it. Thank you for $10. Thank you.
He would have to argue that he had her consent, and it ain't gonna be that fucking hard to show that he didn't, I think. Max GPT.
Also, I think there's record of him unknowingly recording like grinder things. Is what I heard
We've
someone
shown that
say.
on screen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
we've
right
shown that
to
on
that,
screen a
yeah.
couple times.
Oh, like the blowjob?
Yeah.
Is that this right here?
Thank you for the $7.99.
My
Thank
phone's
you.
in my
Yeah, if
pocket.
that person didn't know they were being recorded, he could literally go to jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And should. And
So-
should.
And should.
I feel like even if you have the time and
gave us
day
Gentiles,
in
Thank
Miami,
you,
Florida,
thank you, Lord of War.
there are gonna be
Thank
too
you,
many
That's in
thank you,
the book
Spencer. Thank you, Lord of War.
Grinder
Thank you,
that
Spencer.
sucked.
Thank you.
I
Thank
just
you.
feel like there's no shot. That's a needle in a haystack, okay?
Could be anyone.
I think sometime on December 13th, Pixie unfriended me on Discord. I don't understand the relevance of that. It became clear that no amount that I agreed to would be satisfactory by the nature of the fact that I agreed to it.
Same.
Third parties
You can have
communicated
this
the point of
10 bucks
financial
from a
contribution
fellow
to
Brit who lurks
punish me.
non-stop.
Well, I think that's
Huge appreciate.
So
Thank you.
unreasonable, right? That's what
Yes, yeah.
the framing is there. Unreasonable. Can't be reasoned with. Can't be bargained with.
Yes, and it will not stop ever until you are dead. That language was incredibly frustrating to hear secondhand. I had already shown a willingness to make things right as best I could. I had spent time talking to mutual friends of ours with the intent to help address concerns with her mental health and suicidal thoughts, the sincerity of which I genuinely believed. That's a sneaky little guy. Now that we know there's money involved, maybe she was lying about that.
Yeah. Man, if only those wacky, fun-loving guys in Spicy Chat wouldn't have propagated this same message over and over again. Getting it from every
I took
angle.
no part. I did not take part in that. I tried to make it clear. Okay.
That's crazy.
There is a poetic justice to Destiny's most devoted foot soldiers being the ones who are going to destroy him. If he's destroyed by this, maybe nothing will happen. Maybe nobody will fight. She hasn't even filed the suit yet. She might not even file the suit. The
Spicy
sincerity of-
Chat hate Destiny. Sorry.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's that Chuds.
You didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's Chuds.
Okay. I was objectively harmed by the situation and was actively seeking to find a resolution that worked well for
Aiden,
everyone.
I'm just stronger than you,
I'm
okay?
not sure where Pixie got this idea that she needed to financially punish me. What? You have no idea why she would think that?
Well, I mean, what he's, I think maybe even you're missing something there because what he's saying is, I think you got it from Lauren, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure where, but he is sure where.
He is sure
Because
where.
he
He's
wouldn't-
already laid the
he wouldn't-
groundwork in the previous couple paragraphs to.
He wouldn't have sex with Lauren. That's where she got the idea.
No, he had sex with Lauren. He just wouldn't.
Is he trying?
You know.
Oh, he stopped having
He wouldn't
sex with
date her. He wouldn't
Yeah,
date
yeah.
her. Which is
so
actually
this
super
whole-
cool based because
Do you
it's
think
like he's like so wanted that like, you know.
Yeah. Is this whole thing trying to talk Pixie out of filing a lawsuit then by just being like, I've been super reasonable, here's my side of it? In this text message,
I think this is about the best framing of like, hey, it's like it's sort of going like implicitly, I know I fucked up, but also like I know I fucked up. But also, look how reasonable I was after I made a little mistake there, guys. And I think shockingly it's just not shockingly even, but it's just not working, right? Like that's the first comment.
No, that is pretty shocking, actually. You were right the first time.
Nah.
some of my most
Which one were you
personal
guys
messages-
talking about? De Laguna is the person who organized the fundraiser for Pixie. And that's why Destiny specifically points out that she organized the fundraiser, that she is advising Pixie, and that she hates Destiny because he spurned her romantic advances. Which, I'll just add again, I ran with as a narrative and used that to attack her. So, relevant information on that, okay?
Keeping it real. Some of my most personal messages have gone out to the world because of what happened, including multiple incredibly explicit videos of mine, many of which have been forwarded to family members and colleagues. Information has come out which has irrevocably damaged my personal relationships. This saga has been a nightmare for all parties involved. Yeah, but that's your fault.
I mean, it does feel... Guys, this
Can't
is,
believe you're
this is a
still
pirate
streaming
software
Vel.
bit, okay?
Enjoy a little extra
in
cash.
that run where he like pulls the two ads and he said, "Guys, we
Yes,
polled,
JSTLK
we
cut ties with
polled."
Destiny,
Like,
and thank you for the
that's
$25.
so bad
Huge
for all of
appreciate it,
us,
thank you.
okay? It's terrible. God, I'm like, bro, stop. Okay. Her accusation that I likely used a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability is extremely hurtful. So when I first read this, I had not spent any time in the Substack post yet. Well, I read the intro. Read it again, deliriously tired this morning. But I didn't realize that this was included in her lawsuit. I thought this was just something that was in the DMs. But I believe this is a part of her
it's just her
lawsuit
Substack
as
post.
well.
I don't think it's.
Oh, sorry. It's in her. It's in her Substack post explaining why she's filing a lawsuit.
Yeah. I flat out cannot believe that
And you've
anyone
already
would.
stated why, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the reckless disregard, intentionally leak this material to the public, like intentionally is a bit.
No. I mean, she included it because she's trying to leave open some criminal statutes as well.
Yes, and I think also to explain why she's suing him. I think if you don't have that, then it might seem more vindictive. But if you realize that she believes that it may have been on some level his intention for this to happen, then even if you don't agree with that, if you know that she believes that, then it helps explain why she's reacting so harshly, or that it explains it that it's not harsh. Or it's not a harsh reaction if you know that she thinks that. I increasingly felt uncomfortable by the language being used regarding financial punishment and wanting to teach me a lesson, along with constant references to the precariousness of someone's mental health. Text message. I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes.
These are some of the DMs to Erudite.
Yeah, basically I have my plan's course of action paused, and will choose something depending on if he agrees. He has to repent for the action, wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes. And that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme nuclear options to deal with. But I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out for hope. And just not to scare you, I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says, during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds
negatively,
I have to.
Mrgirl, thank you for the individual sub, 7 months, and the 4 gifted.
I have to compose myself for a second. Even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean.
JSTLK talking random so he can pretend Max didn't make him a guest on his own stream.
I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of actions, including going public.
That's facts.
And then if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then myself. Versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any other nuclear option.
Yep. Kuihman, what was that super chat for? How much was it for?
$5.
Heard rattled off that we heard here.
That was $5. Is
he even there?
Sorry, that was $5. I just got a super chat for.
Thank you. Cool.
Says JSTLK talking randomly, so JSTLK talking randomly, so you can pretend Max didn't make him a guest on his own stream. I actually had a few earlier saying that I was taking money out of your mouth directly by them giving me money, so just thought I'd let you know that.
Okay,
$50.
So
sorry, Max. Carry on.
I like talking to Max, and I don't know how you have a conversation with Max where this doesn't happen. No offense. He just does his thing. Okay.
He's a star show.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I find this obviously very upsetting. The framing of this as possible manipulation, that you're increasingly uncomfortable by the language being used, as if she sounds completely sincere to me. I don't think. And also
I would say she very much like when you have stuff like this. I feel like you should get a third party checking.
Thanks for keeping it real the past year I have watched. Buy yourself a good lunch.
Thank you for the $10. That's hugely appreciated. Thank you.
Kind of rough. Like this is kind of rough, right? I think that's not what she's doing, and I totally understand. I'm just saying that like I wish she hadn't said like. Well, I wish she hadn't said like I'm gonna decide what I do based on whether or not he agrees to like pay me back. Like I think that is some quid pro quo language that I wish she hadn't used explicitly here.
Well, but she's using it in a private conversation with someone who's convinced her that she's not going to turn around and leak these.
Kyla didn't.
She did? Pixie did?
Pixie leaked these to Straight Raid, who leaked these to Sunday and some other people.
Yeah. Bunch of people, yeah.
Okay, well, presumably she didn't think that Straight Raid was going to do that.
Yeah, sure.
So I don't know if it's fair to, or I think it is unfair, to evaluate these as though she is intending for Destiny to hear them.
Well, I mean, she's literally negotiating. Do you believe Kyla is a third party operating on behalf of Destiny?
I do, but is Pixie saying these knowing or hoping that they will be repeated to Destiny?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
We got the full messages. Is this a full album?
It's not, no.
No.
Could you at least pay the fuck attention if you're gonna sit here stealing my
Okay,
content,
whoa,
Kuihman?
chill. I was just asking.
No,
okay,
we're
so...
still in the fucking thing. We clicked through this.
Okay. Because what I was gonna say was that I believe there's a moment where Pixie says, "I'm okay with you repeating most of this to Destiny," but I think the pretense of the conversation is actually basically, "Hey, Erudite, can you try and talk to him for me? Like, can you get through to him?"
Oh, wait, did Pixie reach out to Erudite?
I'm not sure. Let's get through the rest of the statement, and then we'll dissect the DMs and see what's...
I think that he is presenting this not to acknowledge the emotional devastation that she's experiencing and the psychological damage. He's doing it to make it seem like she is manipulative and threatening to kill herself to get money.
I think this is pretty bad, the sincerity of which I genuinely believed, implying that he doesn't believe it anymore, and like there maybe was no reason to believe it. I think that's the part that sinks it for me, that I'm just like, ugh. You mean the thing she did? Well, she did threaten, right? She had suicidal thoughts, but that's not what anybody's objecting to here, right? I didn't think there's anything wrong with him saying that, hey, she's having suicidal ideation. That's why I was offering the remediation, like the remedies that I could, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But when you add the little comments like this, it just gets Ryle. Yeah, I saw that. No, I don't mind Ryle. So Ryle's doing a good job, because every single subscriber or viewer that Ryle gets on all of these videos,
Yeah, shut the
one
fuck.
taken away
Okay,
from
buddy.
Kuihman.
Okay.
So I'm glad Ryle's going off. Okay. All right. So here.
If Ryle did a good job,
here.
you'd be posting on YouTube. Okay, JSTLK, let's be serious here.
It's fucked up. All right. We were here, text messages. It no longer felt, did we get through this? It no longer felt productive to engage in these conversations, as well as is well documented at the start of this. I was completely willing to make things right with Pixie. Yeah, I mean, this is the cherry on top. Just unreasonable, can't be reasoned with, right?
Yeah.
There's no way we could continue to speak.
And the framing is that if she wants punishment for him, if she believes that he needs to be held accountable beyond what he is okay with, in a way that he doesn't get any say in or control over, like in court, that she's being whatever excessively ruthless or unreasonable.
Sure. Yeah, sure. And I think so. Here's the thing: I would say that a lot of these feelings are probably things that I wouldn't have an issue with in DMs. Like I understand why he would feel this way. It feels like you should know not to put these in a public statement, like some of them, like specifically this one. Sort of which, like, if he just felt like, oh, she's unreasonable, she's kind of like losing it, this is too much, I would understand that privately. I think that shouldn't have made it into a public statement. Like, I don't think the feelings on his end would be unreasonable. Like, they're not insane to feel like this, because it does seem like Pixie was like, escalating the amount of money, but she, again, I totally understand her mind state too. I really like the thing I'm really denouncing here is the idea that we put them in a public statement and that it's kind of being used to possibly, lower Pixie's status as a victim. Yeah. Okay. At this point, I just tell the people, sorry, I don't know if we read this. At this point, I just tell the people close to me that if Pixie wants to pursue legal actions against me, she's always free to do so, but I don't feel comfortable talking to her or about her until at the very least my current legal actions have run their course. It is being brought to my attention that Pixie has now tried to re-add me as a friend, but I have ignored these requests. I've never told anyone that they can or cannot speak about, what they can or cannot speak about, and I've always left the option open to them. Despite what some people have said, I've never threatened Pixie with litigation or NDA'd anyone.
You never told anyone what they can or cannot speak about? So, blacklisting Leah, Anna, me, lots of other people, Vosh, saying you cannot talk about this person at all in my community or you'll be banned.
Yeah, Truman, I think... Sorry, I gotta answer this. Truman, I think Sunday did put together a very effective defense for Destiny. This is true. W Sunday. Sorry, Sunday unironically ripped Pixie apart in his video, said she only cares about the money, and that what she was trying to extort Destiny. So, Sunday basically
really say
published
that?
Destiny's defense for him. He went pretty hard on Pixie. Yeah, he implied that Pixie was basically doing this only for money.
I don't think he said just for money. I didn't get the impression
so she had
that
the
he
three
was saying
options,
just for
the
money.
3 valid options, and she took none of them.
Wait, what are the 3 valid options?
It was do nothing, seek legal justice, or seek civil justice, or go public. Go public, file a lawsuit, or do nothing. And she did a 4th option, which was privately try to extort him for money. I believe that was most of the Sunday. But again, I watched that like this morning after I'd been awake for like 24 hours. So
I think that
might not remember that correctly.
Well, he's saying that she didn't explicitly ask him for money. I get that he gets to say that she did and didn't at the same time. So if she'd asked for money, I would have paid her off and everything would be fine. So why is she suing me? But also, she is privately extorting me. So she is privately asking for money. My read, both what I think is the good faith read and what I think is, I don't know, whatever. This is what I believe. I believe that when you're violated like this, it takes time to realize that this person you think is your friend is not your friend. And your first instinct is to try to work it out with them. And this is something I'm encountering in my child abuse documentary, interviewing people who find out that the person that they trust, the person they've worked with or worked for in many cases, is a child molester. The immediate response is not to be like, oh, you piece of shit. Now I see you the way everybody else sees you who's on the other side of this. There's this period of like not knowing what to do and trying to handle it in a way where you're like in shock and you're seeing the world in 2 different ways at the same time. And I just see Pixie trying to make sense of that and just not know how to handle it. So I don't see her muddling through that as an extortion attempt. I think.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think so.
And I think she.
I think realistically, what Pixie wanted was for nothing to be ever made public, for her to be like have plausible deniability, and to get like some restitution.
And she probably wanted a genuine. She probably wanted him to genuinely change and apologize and make it right interpersonally somehow, if that was possible. And obviously, she didn't get that. And even if he had tried to give that to her, it might not have been enough. But I imagine she's trying to find a way that's not going to rock her entire world and make everything come crashing down like the way a lawsuit is going to.
Yeah. And Sunday didn't allow that. I'd say Sunday, I'm probably a little bit sympathetic to Sunday's argument that these were coming out pretty quick, no matter what happened. That like, realistically, he did, if you were going to compare it to journalistic ethics, he probably feels like he did the thing where he was like, hey, like I'll give people time to talk or think about this, but as soon as it's like I won't get as soon as I'm not the person breaking the story, or I'm that I can get the breaking story is threatened, I'm gonna publish. I think so. Yeah,
Mr.
Tape, I can
Roll.
see the date. I mean, like, was this 5 minutes ago or was it 5 hours ago? I don't know. Sorry.
Mr. Girl wants nothing more than to scorch Destiny's career by whatever means. There's no world where his opinion is unbiased. Okay, I think this doesn't make sense. This is why.
What? Just admit that your opinion's biased. You came in here and said, I have the stake like hovering above Destiny's heart. I'm about to drive it in.
But that's not because I'm biased. That's not bias.
It is bias.
No, bias would be if I thought Destiny engaged in sexual misconduct and
your unwillingness to admit your bias is bias, man.
It's not bias.
You're bias squared right now.
It's not bias. Bias would be if I thought Destiny engaged in sexual misconduct for another reason that is unrelated. So bias would be, I can't see clearly what kind of person Destiny is because of this other thing that I don't like about him. But this is the only thing I don't like about him. This is the thing. This is it. This is what made me start speaking out against him. This is what made me write the report. That I see that he treats the people around him like shit, that he's a psychopath, that he likes to hurt people, that he uses his platform to do it. And he especially has a tendency to do it in a way that is sexual with women he has had sexual relationships with. This is why I don't like him. So it's not bias to be like, you think Destiny is this unethical, I want to say sex pest, but that doesn't come even close to the severity of what he's doing here. You think Destiny violates people's consent You think that he hurts people for fun and money. And so you're biased if you continue to think those things. That's not bias.
No, I would say bias could be you shoehorning this into some of the patterns in the report. Like it literally could. Hold on, it literally could be. Oh, what is this? It's like the broken clock thing. Like I think in the report, I think there was a lack of evidence for some of the things. I think some of it is
no
unobjectionable.
Lack of evidence
I think there is a lack of evidence for some of the things, especially the more sexual component, the whole like blackmailing people for sexual pleasure thing. I think, or sorry, not watching others fight for sexual pleasure. I don't think there's a lot of evidence of that. Doubly so when you publish the report. But some of the stuff like Destiny's just mean. I also don't think there's like a lot of like people aren't really going to push back on that.
I'm not saying he's mean. I'm saying he's a psycho. I'm not saying he's an asshole. You're sweeping again. I'm not saying he's an asshole. I'm saying he likes to ruin people's lives. He told Leah to herself, and he meant it. He likes to hurt people.
Okay.
It's not being mean.
I disagree, but we can move on. Or sorry, I disagree that there's like a significant amount of evidence that just shows he likes to hurt specifically like the people around him. I would think it's more pathologized than that. Like more of a pathologized. I think that's what I mean to say. It's like something that it's just how he is as a person. It's not something conscious, and you're pushing it into consciousness.
I don't know what Destiny's own thoughts about his sadistic behavior are, and I don't claim to know. I don't know what he thinks about himself, but I don't think it really matters. My point is about how he behaves.
Okay.
And so to me,
I think we're just having like the Kelly Jean argument, and I'm fine with that.
Okay, but you're
like I see it differently.
That's
like
fine, but I don't
expressing
how
I see it.
Okay.
We're fine. We're right here. We're almost at the end.
Yeah, everybody can say whatever they want. Everybody can sue me. Everything's fine. I never retaliate against anybody for anything. It's all cool. Okay. It's been brought to my attention that Pixie has now tried to re-add me as a friend, but I have ignored those requests. Okay, so now Pixie's flip-flopping. How can she say that I did this horrible thing to her if she wants to be friends with me?
Some of those crazy women going backwards and forwards. Don't know what they think.
Right, yeah. That's basically consent for me leaking her nudes, since she sent me a friend request on Discord where she was almost certainly just trying to get more ammunition for her fucking lawsuit where she's trying to bury me forever. But really, no, she's flip-flopping. Okay.
Absolutely crazy that I thought you were narrativizing or that you had a little bit of bias there, Max. Wild.
It's not bias if I think this is a constant pattern of behavior, and my opinion of it is based only on things that I think are part of this pattern of behavior.
I'm just saying, like you're telling a story and you see it is correct. Okay,
that's literally not what the word bias means.
I could be using the wrong word. What I think you're doing is I think you're taking your emotional feelings about this and you are reading things in that aren't there. Like, I think you just read a whole bunch of, like, I see this as him trying to paint Pixie as somebody who is just unreliable, essentially the whole time. Yes, but commentating
Present her as unreliable.
Like
okay, how does her adding him as a friend paint her as unreliable?
Because she wouldn't add him as a friend before, and now, like, basically he's not even unreliable, unstable, not unpredictable, but needing interaction with him, trying to get his attention almost. Right? Like it's literally like, oh, I wouldn't talk to her anymore, and then she tried to re-add me as a friend.
What does that re-adding him as a friend mean in the context of the rest of this post? What is that?
I think it's just a continued showing that she's unstable. She doesn't know what she wants, and she shouldn't be listened to.
Okay, and so that means that her adding him as a friend contradicts other things she has said and done. Do we agree about that?
No.
Then how is it unstable to mention it?
The whole part that you said, oh well.
No. I'm just asking you, how does it paint her as unstable to include this information that she added him as a friend, if he's not also saying that contradicts her other messages and behavior?
Wait, it contradicts some of the messages, but you were saying that it shows that, oh, how can she possibly have something wrong with me if she wants to be my friend? I was like, that doesn't make sense. I don't see that at all. I think that actually doesn't make sense.
I'm asking you what you think does make sense. How does her adding him as a friend contradict in Destiny's narrative? How does that contradict other things she's done or said?
That so basically she stopped wanting to talk. She stopped wanting to talk to him. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. And then after he stopped talking to her or stopped answering third parties about her, she added him again. And that shows that like she that she's unreliable, that she's obsessive, that she's continuing to like want to talk to him. And as soon as he stopped accepting messages through a third party, she went back to re-add him again.
Okay, and what does that imply about her? Now, what does that mean that she wants to add him again now? Not that she's just unreliable.
I literally prefaced the why. Like before I said that whole thing, I prefaced with why.
Not just that she's inconsistent, but inconsistent how? What is the inconsistency?
And obsessive, and needs to be talking to him, and needs to control and dictate that thing. And she doesn't actually want like a resolution. She wants like control, right? This is like a recurring pattern. Basically, he says in here that she wouldn't accept any amount that right here. It became clear that no amount that I agreed to would be satisfactory by nature of the fact that I agreed to it. She consistently wants control. She's trying to control him. That is a consistent pattern throughout this entire thing.
Control him more than suing him? Not only is she suing me, she added me.
I think she didn't want to sue him.
No.
I think she didn't want to sue him. That's why she was reaching out like this.
He's saying that she has now tried to re-add me as a friend after deciding to sue me. This whole paragraph sets it up so that I tell people close to me if Pixie wants to pursue legal actions against me, she's always free to do so. But I don't feel comfortable talking to her or about her. Yeah. Until, at the very least, my current legal actions have run their course. It has been brought to my
objectively not talking about the Pixie lawsuit. This is walking forward through time. This is saying his current legal action against whatever the people who actually disseminated.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable talking to her about her until my current legal actions have run their course. It has been brought to my attention that Pixie has now tried to re-add me as a friend, but I have ignored these requests. So he's just saying he doesn't feel comfortable talking to her. He won't add her because of his current legal actions?
I think basically he's getting like jerked around. She's trying to control him, and he's like, well, I can't talk to you. I can't, like, I tried to make this better for you, and you wouldn't accept anything I could do to make it better for you. So I'm ignoring you. I'm focusing on the current legal things. And if you want to sue me, if you want to actually, if you want money from me, sue me.
Okay. I think that you're right. That's what he's trying to communicate.
Okay.
I've never told anyone what they can or cannot speak about. Oh yeah, we already said that. Wait. Oh, I just skipped ahead before. Okay. Despite what some people have said, I've never threatened Pixie with litigation or NDA'd anyone. My goal is to respect the wishes of the people who have been affected by the leak. Pixie has now stated her intention to...
I will just say that's another one where I'm like, no, that's your goal after you've, like, this is like stabbing somebody in the fucking stomach and then like applying first aid, and you're like, I played really good first aid though. The first aid was
my goal. Okay? My goal was just to save the stabbing victims. My goal was to save the stabbing victims. Okay, I was just.
We had to save them.
That was my goal. Okay.
But it's like explicitly ignoring and not including the fact that he stabbed the person.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, obviously.
I just wanted to. This person, listen, on November 29th, this person was stabbed. Okay, it was a tragic thing. I also was stabbed. Okay, I also was stabbed. And it was my goal from that point on to save all other stabbing victims. Okay. Sorry, we continue. Who you've been fucking, so we just get that out of the way now. I've already said this. I've actually, purely for the purpose of earning money online, I've become an incel. Okay. I don't actually hate women. I just decided that this was going to be my life from now on. Okay. Also, NFD and Geeky Candy, thank you for the subs. And Saiba, thank you for the sub. Sorry, go ahead.
Pixie has now stated her intention to sue me and is fundraising for that. I just checked, it's up to like $5,000 out of $25,000 goal. I do not believe I have violated any laws, and since Pixie has made clear what she wants to do, I will have to let the evidence and legal filings speak for themselves. It's unfortunate that it has come to this, but it means that all communications with her or Lauren, who may or may not be representing her, will have to be through counsel. I think that's all pretty straightforward and fine.
Okay.
Wow. Should we get to the Ahrelevant messages? That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
That's Kuihman just wanted the Ahrelevant messages the whole time. Is that all I had to do? And then you would have stopped. This?
You know that I could cap off a segment there for sure. Totally.
You're just going to sleep. Don't act like you're just going to end it. Okay. I think Smith wanted to come on and talk about the Sunday thing. I don't remember. I don't necessarily want to go through. I was mostly just taking a poke at Sunday when I said the whole thing about gave Destiny's defense. I do believe he said that Pixie was like, borderline like extorting, just looking for money, implying she was greedy.
Smith,
I believe all of that, but I don't know if it's.
I don't want to take the wind out of his sails too much. I feel like Smith's going to come on and say about how Sunday hand rang about how there wasn't consent and there's consent in the Destiny report for the entire conversation. Becca.
Yeah, we can talk about that tomorrow. He said something else to me in DMs.
Alright.
He said, I want to come on and talk about. Oh, well, yeah. Smith, that'll be tomorrow, okay? Spring Pixie. Yeah, that'll be tomorrow, I think. Unless you really want to keep it specific to Pixie. I'll drag him. Fuck it. Need to change things up anyway.
Change things up. Yeah, we need
Smith,
to change.
you're here.
I do want to keep it specific to Pixie. I could talk about like the other hand-wringing stuff, but I don't have anything to drag out. I've been following the whole President Sunday arc here pretty closely. I feel like he immediately messaged me his video as soon as he brought it out. So I feel like I played a role in his want to do this and his switch in his morality, where he's decided that it's okay to leak things if it's in behalf of a greater good, even if it's against the consent of the victim.
And also I just want to say I did not ever leak anything against anyone's consent. I don't know if people think that I did that or if it's like accepted that I did that, but I didn't.
It is accepted by most people that you did that. Yeah.
It had been accepted by me.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That I leaked what?
That Anna reneged on giving consent for you to release the evidence she gave you.
And that's just some shit she said to Destiny.
That's what I've always said, but I've never had hard evidence for it.
Okay. I mean, I can provide you the evidence if you want, but I have been on good terms with Anna from before the report, through the writing of the report. She told me after she said the stuff to Destiny, she was like, sorry, I threw you under the bus, but I freaked out. And I said, that's okay. I understand that, it's horrible. We're both victims. I get that. I know exactly how you feel. I know exactly why you did that, and I'm not out to get revenge on you or say whatever you need to say about me. I don't care. But
in general, you've laid out this moral case for doing so on behalf of preventing future injustices. I think you talked about that in the Reckful case a lot too.
Of leaking Reckful private information about Reckful.
Yes, and you were saying that other people made that impossible for you, and that they are now like covering up for Dr. K abusing other people.
Yeah, but yes. Well, okay. So in the Reckful thing, somebody showed me a screenshot, but maybe promised that I wouldn't screen record it, which I didn't. But he showed me a screenshot of Dr. K basically talking to Reckful's friend, I think the night before he killed himself. And it made Dr. K look really bad. And I was like, dude, why didn't you, I mean, it was Slush. I was like, Slush, why didn't you include, because he kind of outed that it was him later. I was like, dude, why didn't you include this in your fucking piece? It turns your entire Dr. K video into a puff piece when you exclude the most damning piece of information because you don't want to make Dr. K look bad when the whole point of your piece is to criticize Dr. K. So that's what I was pissed off about. It wasn't about people not wanting to share their own information.
Okay. Right. Okay. So, I think President Sunday, his last piece of his video absolutely does smear Pixie as trying to extort Destiny out of money, and I think that is because he needs to to save face for having leaked this. He's saying, well, it's okay that I leaked this information without her consent because what she did is bad. And so while his video I think has caused a lot of good, he has this little snide little ass covering where he smears the victim at the end, which does lay out for a lot of people's eyes a defense for Destiny, just so that he can have his save a little bit of face.
Sorry, my headphones were switching over. I gotta ask, did you guys watch his original piece with the Lauren Southern stuff? I feel like he did the same thing there, where he basically justified leaking it, justified not really spending time going over it or vetting the person who leaked it to him, because it had to be done for political reasons. This person was lying politically to their audience, right? I feel like it had a very flimsy, thin justification. I think all of us really know that he hates Destiny. That stuff would have been getting published, basically no matter what. Not that I'm not even arguing it shouldn't have been published. I just think he tends to do that a lot. He just gives a reason that I think is pretty flimsy.
Can I send you Can I send you a screenshot of a DM with Anna that I don't want you to share or read out loud, but I want you to confirm that it proves what I just said?
Sure. Yeah.
And note the date, November 2022. 2 days after I announced the report.
Okay. It kind of does. I feel like it's So what are you ask me a specific question about this? Like, does it indicate
does this show you that Anna's statement to Destiny that I pressured her or that she thought I was manipulative or whatever, do you concede that she took that back basically the day after she made that statement, and that it's reasonable to assume that we were on good terms and that I had her blessing to publish whatever I published? I mean, look at the sheer number of DMs between Anna and Destiny in the report. There's no way that I got those DMs from her in 48 hours. I had to interview her. I had to interview her like 3 times for like 3 hours each to confirm everything. It was a very long ongoing process to come up with that Anna section. That is not going to happen in 48
so
hours.
I think what people actually think happened is in that first call where you and Lav spoke to Anna, she was pushed to hand over Discord messages, and that is what you used forever.
Oh no, she was pushed to hand. No, I already had the message. I just didn't have a screenshot of it. I had the text of that message, but I said, I want to go public with this information that Destiny's still sexting you. And she said, okay, we'll just quote it. You have what he said, so just write it in a tweet. And I said, I don't think people are going to respond to a tweet. They need to see a screenshot. And she was like, well, I feel like he's going to say I betrayed him if I send you a screenshot. And I was like, I understand that, but he's smearing Lav, he's smearing me, and he may smear you or may be smearing you. He's basically going on full attack mode. It's the nuclear stream. I want something to protect us with. So will you give me a fucking screenshot? And she was like, no, but I don't want to make him mad at me. And I was like, please give me a fucking screenshot. And I had Leah and Shaylin, and we were all on the call, and they were like, dude, it's time to like put your money where your mouth is. You were part of setting all this in motion. Let's fucking back it up and do this right. And then she was like, okay, fine, here's a screenshot. So it wasn't even that she didn't want me to publish that was happening or even the words. It was that she just didn't want me to have a picture of it, because I think we all knew that a picture would be more effective at, convincing his audience that while he is saying that Anna had him locked in a basement and was stalking him, or mentally locked in a basement, that he is still sexting her.
I think that story is further made more dynamic by Brittany Simon's firsthand account of Destiny in the middle of a dinner party, excusing himself to on his phone, like explicitly try to manipulate Anna.
And then coming back and bragging about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel like just nobody at that table had a problem with it? Like everybody was like, "Oh, that's awesome."
I don't know.
I don't think Mr. Girl's gonna have the same view of ABBA as you do, JSTLK and Mrgirl.
That you do, right?
Well, yeah. Well, my outside perception is I just think ABBA does not seem like that kind of guy to me. But obviously, I don't have a history with
I just
him.
want to make sure it was us. It was an us thing.
But so no, that wasn't like it's not like she handed me like a big package of texts all at once, and that she said Max manipulated me, and then I used them. There were people who talked to me who said, I don't want you to use this after talking to me, who sent me screenshots. Probably the most damning story I heard, I did not publish because the person involved told me that they did not want the story published, and I didn't. I was very clear with everybody I interviewed about what's on the record, what's not on the record. Yeah, so I did not and would not publish something without somebody's consent unless they are somehow also implicated in what happened. So like with some of the stuff with Melina, where I felt like she was kind of part of being abusive towards some people, although I didn't publish anything privately about her, but I basically was like classifying people into different groups of like, how much power did you have in the situation? But anybody who I saw as a victim, definitely Anna is that. I would not publish private shit without their consent.
Sure. So I would say, I'm looking at this. I don't know if this quite means. I think it's.
I mean, I can just send you more of our conversation. I mean, here, I'll send you something proving that she sent me stuff after this exchange took place. Would that make you happy?
Well, I think, okay, I see what you're saying, perhaps.
So the idea is that Anna sent these messages to Destiny where she said, I was manipulated, I don't want this to go ahead, I'm not okay with it, all this stuff, right? And Destiny has used that to say, look, Anna wasn't okay with it. Anna doesn't believe in any of this stuff. But then past that date, Anna has continued engaging with Mac's investigation and handing stuff over. So that would seem to contradict the idea that was her genuine feelings, right? When she was speaking to Destiny.
Yeah, okay, so here's I just sent you another screenshot. December 3rd. Also in the Zirkle Royale stream, you said Stephen...
It seems like she's aware that she's sort of playing, maybe, I'm not going to read, but I'm saying my impression is that she realizes she's sort of being inconsistent, and she's like, my bad, but also, like, I'm going to keep talking to you.
Yes. So here's another screenshot where I asked her about some DMs that he leaked on stream that he laughed at. She responded, I think I can find those DMs. I said, do you remember what they were, those DMs? She said, I think I can find those DMs. I sent, yeah. Also, yes, me trying to tell my side of things was framed as stalking. The DMs he leaked on stream and laughed at were Instagram DMs of me freaking out about him lying about me on stream. I remember he claimed I got kicked out of my counseling psych program when I actually transferred myself. This can be on the record, by the way. And you can show that if you want. I'm going to delete the other one because you've seen it. You know it's.
Yeah.
So
and then I just confirmed that from the dates that this one is like after.
Is after. Yes, after she said I was manipulative and scary.
But
she's
I would say, I
collaborating
guess,
with me.
in this case, this doesn't necessarily like absolve you of the part where she didn't want to give you a screenshot of certain DMs, and that you guys did have like a call where even from telling the story now, when you're telling it, it does feel like she would have felt very pressured. I feel like you probably all knew that, right?
I mean, I put that in the report.
So I still feel like there's probably some argument that she maybe didn't consent to doing that, and then she was pressured into it. But
that is what happened.
And that like her working with you after doesn't necessarily mean that like
no,
that is we have to say it's a very different narrative to the idea that the report was published with materials being released without her consent.
Just all without consent, sure.
Yeah.
Man,
I mean, I had her.
There are
consent
two
to,
categories of information, and there were some things that were there was this one piece that was probably published, or you could say was coerced, but the rest of it would have been on the record, mostly above board.
I got brainwashed into agreeing with that narrative too myself.
Well, that's scary. Yeah, the again, I had her consent to announce that they were sexting, and I had her consent to publish the content of the sex. I did not have her consent to, I mean, I didn't have a screenshot of it. I just had the text. And I was like, I think since everybody thinks you're a liar and everybody thinks I'm a liar, it would be good to have a fucking screenshot instead of me going out there with something that he can just deny or cast out on. She didn't want to because she didn't want to anger him. And I absolutely pressured her into giving me that screenshot. That is true.
Okay.
So yeah, President Sunday
like
he's smearing Pixie so that he can make it seem like it's okay that he leaked it. I like it's a self-serving thing just to justify his own actions.
That's his last two big videos, yeah. And by the way, I think I can see both sides of the arguments in terms of him publishing it without the consent, but I do think he tends to do this of like I'm going to publish a video that is kind of questionable, and I'm going to include in the video justifications for publishing it, right? And present them as fact, which is, I'm not a huge fan. Kind of a he rapes but he saves thing, you know?
Yeah, I think that when you're speaking on behalf of victims, you got to go at their pace.
Agreed.
Or else you're just violating them again.
Yeah, in the Beckett video, there's a bunch of leaked DMs of like him calling her stupid too. And I don't think that's a good look either.
Destiny or Sunday calling her stupid?
Sunday calling Pixie stupid like a bunch of times.
Yeah, that's not a good look. I agree.
Sunday does that a lot, like quite a lot, by the way.
Yeah,
like his
with Straighter Aid, like trying to like talk to Straighter Aid about how to talk to Pixie. Don't worry, she's stupid. Like blah blah blah, like this kind of stuff. But I mean he.
That's the song, by the way. Somebody asked. Sorry, I just putting something on screen for people to look at. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did I ruin your train of thought there?
No. I really didn't have like. I was just like I mean, he did make the video and it did set forth all these events. So I think that there's a good argument that he can make that it's still for the greater good, but also he won't make that argument, and he smears Pixies just so that he can't make that argument. I just hate that.
Yeah. Why does? I mean, I broadly agree. Yeah. Why does Sunday kind of dislike Pixie? Do they have history? I think Sunday just has a very black and white way of looking at the world, right? And like basically, if you're not fitting in that, he'll berate you.
Yeah, but he doesn't fit into his own black and white world, and he warps the world around it to contort to his black. Like, so he did something that goes against his explicit morals, and now, but also he's now changing the. He's painting Pixie as evil, like so that he can get away with it.
What's very funny to me is that he's actually doing in many ways like the Dan thing, the Dan versus Twitch thing. Where like I don't agree with the means, but like there are results, and it's like I at this point kind of am not hating the results. So it's weird, right? Like
I know.
I don't know.
The net good.
Yeah, not good.
AoE healing, guys.
AoE healing. Yeah.
Maybe L Holiday. I mean, that's kind of maybe true. I'm not totally sure. It's a muddy situation. I'm trying not to comment too much because I have a lot of personal issues with Sunday. It's like I'm pretty biased. I just like to. I shouldn't be talking about it as much.
Project, you can go over Sunday's video tomorrow. I can devil's advocate you to all fuck like you've done all night tonight.
Did you say you can devil's advocate for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, you're talking shit about Kuihman, like kind of sitting here, but he's desperate for you to move on to the our erudite.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Kyla Maxwell.
Maybe we should just move on to that whole. We should watch the Nicholas call. Okay. What do you think, Nicholas call?
I can't do it.
Kyla texts.
I gotta go have dinner. Kyla texts I could
gotta
do.
go.
I could do Kyla texts do an appetizer. Sure.
Oh boy, Kyla texts. I feel like with so. Where do we see that Pixie reached out to Kyla?
I don't know that I don't know that we see who reaches out to who. I that's why I was saying we should look at the messages because I don't actually know whether is this the full message in chronological order. 100%.
So this was here. I have this, and then I have somebody else who pasted me the messages. This is from YouTube Drama. I don't know if it's missing.
Okay, you should pull up the either Beckett or Sunday video, whichever one has the scrolling video of all the messages, because that just shows us the chronological order. 100%. We know the full context.
Is the Beckett video?
Yes, there we go.
Beckett is going through. This is literally.
Or is this out of order?
Is this really chronological? With the...
I don't know if that's chronological. Maybe it's saying chronological on Sundays. Let me have a look.
Okay. Sunday's chat this.
Yeah.
Oh, Sunday's got
video, I think.
Is that the scrolling video?
No.
That looks like static.
That's a scrolling video in one of these videos. I'm not making that up, am I? 100% they have that, right?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, they do. No, it is in this one. It is in Sunday's one. It's at like 8:38 or something. 18:38. Sorry.
Oh, I think the scrubbing was not popping correctly.
Yeah, here we go. If you just wind it back frame by frame.
Yeah. Pause a little quicker. Here we go. Did you end up talking to Steven? So that doesn't really show us. So
yeah.
Now this is now in chronological order at least, but that doesn't even show us who reached out to who. Because I'd say if Pixie reached out to Erudite and was like, hey, like hypothetically, depending on when these were sent, they might say the dates. So Destiny blocked, or Destiny didn't, Pixie deleted him, and then Destiny wouldn't speak to her anymore. So that could have been Pixie reaching out to Kyla saying like, hey, can you run messages? And then I don't think I think the framing of like Kyla Maxwell, if Pixie reached out to Kyla specifically to say, hey, I'm really upset, can you pass messages for me? I think that's like a false narrative. I would think that narrative gets dispelled pretty quickly, depending on who reached out to who.
Yeah, so we don't know who reached out to who, and also we do have an account from Dan saying that he told Pixie to ask for money. So yeah, that all kind of flies in the face of the narrative that she just like first went to, I'm going to extort Destiny, and that's
yeah.
Yeah, sure. So let's start reading this. Pixie in blue, Erudite in gray. Did you end up talking to Steven? Not yet. Coleman canceled, so I ended up not coming in, but will be there will be there Saturday. Are you hinging a lot on my conversation with him? Other than what I mentioned, is there anything else you were hoping to be brought up? think I'm going to decide my next course of action. I think we read this one. I'll just read it again. Fuck it. I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself, and him based on how that conversation goes. Unless if you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plan / course of action paused and will choose something depending on if he agrees. He has to make up / repent for the action and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes, and that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme / nuclear options to deal with, but I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line because of that line of thought, because I'm trying to hold out for hope. Jeez, brain's doing overtime trying to fill things in. Okay.
You want me to read it?
Trying to. No, it's fine. It's fine. This happens when I'm trying to read after like 8 hours or 9 hours of streaming.
Well, I'm happy
trying to
read
read
it.
Okay. Well, Max is happy to read it for a second time. So I just want to say I think I might have mischaracterized the previous DMs a little bit. I thought this was a little like I could see how you could paint this as like possibly trying to extort or something, but like it does seem like she's just trying to explain her thought process to Kyla. Like she's like I can see you interpreting it both ways, but I do think the previous message that I had previously said I wish she didn't send that. It's like maybe I do understand that a little more now. Anyway, go ahead, Max.
And just not to scare you, I'm 100%. We already read this part, right?
Yeah, we did. I just went for continuity.
Okay.
For continuity.
And just not to scare you, I'm 100% not going to do. Well, I burst into tears last time I read this, so I'm gonna calm down.
Okay.
And just not to.
Hold on. This is the whole thing about not killing yourself over Christmas, right? Oh,
right.
No, it's not. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's not. It's actually
the next one.
different.
It's the next one. It's the next one.
Yeah.
No, it's this one. Yeah. And just not to scare you, I'm 100%.
Oh, traumatize my friends. Yeah.
Yeah, not going to do anything to myself no matter what he says during holiday season because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of actions, including going public, and then if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then myself. Versus, I can't see it, it's behind our heads.
Oh, sorry.
Versus
my plan. Yeah.
Plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. Kyla says, can I share this with Steven? He communicated to me he knows he fucked up. There's no excuse at all, and doesn't know what he can do for you to make it up. I'm trying to bridge between to help him understand what would make you feel that he understood, so he was wrong and should never do this again, or better. What can I share with him? And Pixie says, you can share this and anything you want with him. I felt like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can. And then Kyla says, gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about as what you needed, helping remove the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was, and a plan to prevent this from ever happening again. Is this what you feel you need? Pixie says, yeah. The only problem is number 3, because even with removal of the video and getting the guy hacked charged, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, and I'm essentially asking him to... Alexa, scroll down. I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself in a way I don't think he will like or agree to without the law involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough for the rest of his life, if he thinks the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. I obviously don't want to make him destitute, but it should be large enough that he does feel upset about it and is not easily recoverable.
Is that the very end? So I believe there is another DM here that I have not seen, but there is another DM in one of these where Pixie explicitly says, like, I don't need this money to go to me. It can go to charity for all I care. I just want like specifically the penalty. I didn't miss that, did I? But there is another message where she explicitly says, I don't need this money to go to me. He can donate it to charity for all I care.
It's definitely in the Beckett video at 9 minutes, almost exactly.
I think it'll probably be in the YouTube drama thing as well. By the way, I see nothing here. I see absolutely nothing here with Kyla dictating anything. Okay.
Kyla's
no, but
Kuihman,
the
do you
end.
see anything
no,
here with
no,
Kyla dictating anything?
I don't see dictating. However, at the end here, I do see. Okay, so it's clear what you want to pursue. It wasn't clear to me before. This is what you wanted specifically. My understanding is it was more about a sense of rehabilitation and justice. That's saying like, don't you want Destiny to get better? You really want to hurt him? Don't you want him to get better? That's what that is.
Possibly. Let me pull the. Oh, by the way, this is the screenshot right here, which is a. Who's taking these screenshots? Why are they taking pictures of their devices? What happened? Anyway.
Yeah, I think at the end she is clearly trying to nudge her away from holding him accountable to getting on Let's Fix Destiny, the team Fix Destiny.
I'm just
she's
talking about what we've seen so far.
She's making it like as warm and welcoming for Pixie to say whatever she wants, while also trying to steer Pixie in the safe direction.
Yes.
Okay. I haven't seen that yet, so we'll get to it. Pixie contacted her and was kind of trying to use her as a liaison. I told her Kyla can't be trusted to help with that. So that is I don't know, where's the examples of Kyla being snaky? Sorry, maybe we'll get to that later, but it's just like Pixie contacted her. I think some of this is
well, she's explaining it right here. Dan contacted Pixie a couple weeks ago as well. According to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'll probably pay it, and wanted to convince, I can't see because of the chat, wanted to
convince him not to take legal actions against KF. Also, you can just join the Discord presentation, and then you'd see the screen without the chat or the overlays at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I too old for everybody? Am I too old for
much
you?
more?
Yes.
Yeah, just look for me streaming, watch stream, and then you're on the browser, and then it won't be delayed by like 5 seconds too.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh, this is cool.
Yeah, this is blackmail. I mean, this is also I don't think that's soy.
Okay, so she's saying Kyla's being snaky because Dan she thinks that she's in cahoots with Dan to try to. Oh no, Dan contacted Pixie.
Yeah, but this isn't
basically
blackmail.
She's saying that like these are Destiny's representatives trying to like steer you to not take legal action.
Well, sorry, this is wanted Pixie to convince Destiny not to take legal action against KF.
But he basically said to Pixie to ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'd probably pay it. Which I'm reading as let's settle and not sue.
Sure. But I think this is going to be in the context of Pixie wanting things to remain private, but is on.
Yeah,
I
think obviously if Kyla's a liaison, I don't see, I guess, where she's being snaky. Yeah, I agree.
Well, I'm saying more on Dan's side. Like Sunday quotes this and says it's blackmail, and it's just that's insane.
I do think it's snaky because in those messages, it's clear that Pixie doesn't understand. She's not fully grasping that she is literally talking to Destiny when she's talking to Kyla.
How does she not grasp that? But maybe. Well, she knows when she's talking to Dan, she's talking to Destiny, I assume. But yeah, calling that blackmail by Sunday doesn't make sense to me. It's not blackmail to ask someone for money for
No, it's a settlement.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where we left off, right? It's not easily recoverable. Okay, so this is what you want to pursue. It wasn't clear to me beforehand that you wanted this is what you wanted specifically. My understanding was it was more a sense of rehabilitation and justice. I mean, I think rehabilitation and justice imply like I don't know if you can get justice without like a public reckoning in this case. Like, or it's like you need a public reckoning, or it needs to be like a dollar amount. Like you can't. It's not justice if there's no consequence, right? Where's the consequence? If you did something wrong, and Pixie says like it should be commensurate with like the actions he took, like with what he
clearly did. She's kind of putting on the brakes. She's saying, "Well, wait a second. I gave you, your numbered solutions that were going to make it so that you don't have to go public or sue him." And then she's saying, no, he has to be held accountable and face consequences. And then she's saying, oh, okay, so I didn't understand. I thought it was about rehabilitation and justice. Like I thought you were cool.
Yeah, that's the part.
Yeah, I'd say that is a little bit there.
Yeah.
That you're saying that's I would say that does sound a bit snaky, this last part, but I also would want to see more of these DMs at this point. Hopefully, Kyla at some point would provide these to people somewhere, because I would want to see what's said after this, right?
And we don't see the very beginning either of how they even started the conversation.
Yeah, true. Like I think this whole thing should be revealed. I mean, assuming like I think you probably can't complain about the accusation that this seems snaky if there's nothing else revealed here, right? There more? I mean, there has to be more, but I don't see more included right now. Although, yeah, there's not the charity comment here either.
It's just that Kyla's bartering on behalf of Destiny. Which, I mean, we all know that she is Destiny's like secretary, and that extends into all matters, including like sexual crimes. But like it just is snaky, and especially in that context, it makes you sends a shiver down your spine.
Because you want her at this point to be like to resign, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, going from talking to Dan about this to talking to Smith about this is like going from being in the snow to being in a hot tub.
Okay. Yeah, but you understand that Smith will agree with like everything you say.
I didn't say anything.
That's not true. I immediately came in and I said that I'm bought into the idea that Max like released information without consent of the victims.
And then you very quickly came around on it, but
that's true. Yeah, that's
yeah, that's tons of pushback we got here. Okay, all Straight Raids DMs with Sunday are in this. Is this the Beckett video? This is the Beckett video. Okay, so Sunday Beckett unfortunately went through this, and okay, here's another one here. Okay, so
you have a specific thing you want now, which is for him to lose a certain amount of money. Yeah, this is what I think this is getting ugly here. It is.
I think this doesn't look.
I'm glad it doesn't say Mr. Girl at the top of that message. I'm glad it says Kyla instead of
Kyla
Max.
Higa. Yep.
True. This. Okay.
I wouldn't. None of us would want to be in this video.
Listen, people made fun of me because I like kind of said, look at my DMs with Pixie. Unfortunately, when like your peers, at least how a lot of people view as your peers, are like negotiating payments behind the scenes, I'm comfortable saying like, look, I was just like, hey, if you decide to go public, I'll support you on that. Just so you know, I think that's valuable information to have out there. Okay, I'm defending myself.
That is what you want to be seen to be saying, not this. It is that. I don't think if Steven faces consequences, he will change. I don't think if Steven faces consequences, he will change and he will do this again. If he wants.
I think she meant there. I think if Steven doesn't face consequences.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I think if Steven doesn't face consequences, he will not change.
Oh.
And he will do this.
We all understand. She's saying consequences equal change. No consequences equal no change. Yes. He will do again if no consequence.
Yes,
that's what she's saying.
Backed up by the rest of it. Okay. If he wants, he can donate the money to some charity or organization. I just think that other than jail, or even more than jail from the studies I've read, money is the strongest reinforcer, and losing it is the strongest punishment. I do not believe he will stop his actions unless he faces some level of punishment.
Okay. That seems reasonable. Are we going to get more?
The mention of the charity thing definitely helps a lot with the... Destiny did not include this in his legal arc such wow post.
Well, but unfortunately, like is this in the Sunday video at all? Why is this not in the? No, I think this is straight up like that's straight up like malpractice. To be honest, like that's lying.
Yeah, yes.
Leaving that out is just lying. Trying to present a narrative and leave out the strongest piece of counter evidence, that is just you're lying.
That's because he needed to paint her as someone who was extorting Destiny so that he can justify his own behavior.
It's possible that he didn't have this one.
But him and Beckett released these at exactly the same time. They released these exactly the same time. They were in collaboration the entire time, and like so they were even teamed up to the point which I think is admirable in some extent. We're going to release these at the same time. They were doing everything together. So
I take it back. It's not possible.
I believe I just got banned, unfortunately.
Destiny, please ban JSTLK stream now. He's been platforming Mr. Rapist. What? Mr. Rape has been on JSTLK stream for 5 hours, just bad mouthing. How many hours of bad mouthing do you earn?
I mean, I think it's been more like 3 or 4, but
Well, my second VOD's been going for over 4 hours, so it's been about
So he just
5.
banned you, Cherry, and Pixie.
Oh, has it? Damn, we've gone a long time. Apparently. Although I don't know if this worked. Maybe it worked. Oh no, I was banned. Yeah, no, it definitely banned. It definitely banned me. I mean,
JSTLK ban, let's
listen.
fucking go, bro. That's rough.
I understand it.
They hate
Max wasn't banned from YouTube. This would be a whole new career path for you, JSTLK.
Wait, if Max wasn't banned from YouTube?
Yes.
I'm a JSTLK orbiter. Not the
I'm
other
literally
way around.
banned from YouTube. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying that Max would probably be getting a lot of power in this situation, and his channel would be like, it would be people jumping ship from the DGG sphere immediately into the
Well, they are.
Mrgirl.
They're gonna jump into JSTLK's community.
Yeah.
Community is fun. It is a good time. It is a lot of fun. I felt bad. Some people were messaging me and they're like, man, this is the end. I'm like, no, it's not the end. Why would this be the end?
The end of what?
JSTLK's career?
Like my community and stuff. And I'm like, bro, this well, I don't have any reason to stop streaming. I literally got no reason. So let's keep going.
Don't worry. In two and
So
a
it
half
makes it
years,
feel like the end.
2.5 years, 12 people will DM you and say that you were right.
That's facts, Lord of War.
It's gonna
That's
feel,
facts.
It's gonna be the best feeling.
What
you've ever felt.
what a fantastic consolation prize.
Yeah.
Amazing. JSTLK is pretty independent anyways. Maybe. We'll see if the embed gets banned. We'll see what happens to the viewer
Why would
count.
you say? Why would you
Mixing
say
will.
that? Why would you say that?
Why would I say? I'm just gonna say it, okay?
You could have got another week.
I
out
don't
of
see
that.
a lot of people in chat being like, "How dare you say this about Destiny?"
I mean, there were some people doing that earlier. I think we're plenty good to go. I'm all good. Okay. 3 months from now, though, on the street, 100%. Can't pay the rent. It's over. It's never been more over. But don't worry, I can stream from. I got a laptop. We can stream from the street. My parents got a house. Okay, we'll make it work, guys.
Ask Darius for advice.
Why would I wait? Darius was in here. He was not giving good arguments at all.
No, I'm saying on like how to like.
Oh, live as a vagrant? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think Darius not a massive fan of me either. Right now, Darius needs a roommate. Unlucky. I just fuck. I don't know how to explain it to people, but I'm mostly just trying to figure out what I think about stuff, and that's just the opinion I give. Everybody accuses me of being influenced by people, and it's like, bro, I literally. And then they yell at me when I'm like, hey, I'm thinking about this. Hey, this is why I think this, and they get mad. It's so confusing to me. People lose it.
You might.
Looks bad having Mrgirl here. Okay. I mean, hold on. You understand that basically the pattern that we're seeing revealed through these leaks corresponds quite closely to the one Max described. You understand that, right? You understand that it would be relevant if somebody published, okay, if 20 years before the Catholic priests were found children, somebody published an op-ed and they got their career destroyed, right? Even if they had bad evidence for saying the Catholic priests are kids, it's oh, I might want to talk to that person. We understand that, right? We understand that
example of forceful tone. That's Destinyism. You're in the cult.
Kill yourself.
Shackled
Fucking
thinking.
loser.
Still in the plantation.
Uh-huh. Why are you restreaming all of the cult content right now with no commentary, Kuihman?
I mute sometimes to read out derisive donos about you, so.
I better be getting a lot of money from this, okay? I'll talk to Dan. He'll show me that Library of Congress DMCA method, and I will only target your channel, okay? Exclusively.
It's over.
Hopefully you don't unmute every 15 minutes to say one thing, and then it's transformative. All right. I think are we basically done? This sucks, but
yeah.
It sucks, okay? Well, it just sucks because it's
first time.
No, it's not the first time. I've been banned. Hold on. I've been banned a couple times.
Shout to McBoots.
Right, we've been banned quite a few times, but it sucks only in that I feel like I didn't change. Okay, I'm the guy. It's I'm standing the same place, and everybody else is moving in a direction I can't go in. I'm I don't like it. Just woke up. JSTLK is still talking about it after 6 hours. Okay, bro.
Again,
I don't know. What does he think this stream was?
The idea that
I did this on Pirate Software for 5 days because that guy refused to admit he was wrong about a WoW raid. Okay,
I just
5 days on Pirate Software.
I don't
Sorry,
think
go ahead.
talking about something for 6 hours is a genuine criticism coming from a DGGer.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like that it implies that you're right. It implies that Max is right. Because if talking about it is the crime, then it means Max is right. If like if you could be saying that he needs
No,
pushback.
let him go.
You could be saying that Max, like they could be saying that Max needs to be pushed back on or something, or that you are like allowing for something.
Dude,
but
that was
really
fucking- I
all
just
they are
giggled so
resorting
hard.
to
I
is
just
like all
giggled
they
like
have left
crazy.
is talking to, because it being talked about is the problem. Because light being brought to it is the issue. What they'd rather have is completely darkness. They want to have the DGG the DGG Reddit ban on the subject permeate into all of the orbiters.
Maybe. L Holiday says, "Notice who your allies are." Okay. I know who my allies are. I'm getting DMs from my allies. Okay. I know who the allies are. I know what's going on. All right. Maybe you don't know what's going on. Sure thing. Okay. Crazy. All right.
I'm
Storming
gonna go
Wind, you
wrap up my
understand
stream.
that there is a ton of
Sorry.
substance to this, right? Okay.
I'll catch
Storming
you
Wind, you understand that there's a massive amount of.
Okay, guys, thank you for coming. Thank you for support.